Mic check, 1, 2. Podium mic, 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Escobar. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, October 4th. It is 9:31 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting back into order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Sean McGuire. With us here today as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our two Chief Deputies, Jonathan Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer, our Assistant Chief Counsel, Andy Sawyer, and our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Emily McShane and Meredith Thompson. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting. We have both a virtual presence and an in-person presence here. For those of you joining virtually, you're either watching us by our customer YouTube stream on YouTube Live or the Cal EPA website. But if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link at the top of today's agenda and a form to fill out to be able to receive the link and instructions. If you have any challenges, though, please do just reach out to the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off, you'll be on mute until it is your turn to speak on today's workshop item. For everyone in the room here, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the Cal EPA building. A few announcements for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If there happens to be an emergency, which this morning at about 11:20, as we all understand, there's going to be a nationwide test of our cell phones and an emergency alert that will go off. We will not file out calmly for that, though, to Cesar Chavez Plaza. We will wait for that moment to happen. Please also, though, mute your phones so that we don't have too tremendous of an interruption at about 11:20 this morning. And importantly, if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, there is a tablet on the side or computer here on the side to be able to sign up. There's also a QR code if you'd like to just do so on your phone. And when you do come up, please do introduce yourself. Also, for any electeds here, we'll take you all at the front of today's public comment, which will be after the workshop presentation and panel discussions around the proposed regulations and the subject of today's workshop. So good morning. I really appreciate everyone here this morning and the continued engagement. This is now here the start of our Making Conservation a California Way of Life regulations workshop. I just have to acknowledge there has been an incredible amount of leadership for decades truly here in the state around conservation. We have a real story to be proud of here within the state. Certainly, when we think of the mandatory conservation that was implemented in 2014, 2015, the height of, I guess, the most, previous last cycle of drought that we continue to find ourselves with, Californians really stood up. And here, what was born out of that was legislation in 2018 passed that directed the State Board and the Department of Water Resources and here so many of you all within the room to develop permanent and here efficient water budgets for urban water agencies. And so we're here in that arc. I look forward to what will be a lot of discussion and unpacking of how we are getting it right. The reality is when we negotiated in 2018, the legislature and so many of the water agencies here amongst us, it was to have a fine tool, a indoor standard, an outdoor standard, water loss standard, variances, incentives for water recycling, and all of it, not an uncomplex endeavor, and truly, nationally, not undertaken anywhere else. And so it's with a lot of humility that I certainly come to this discussion. I know so many of us do. I hope there isn't much frustration, that there are panels and there's going to be discussion before folks come up and begin to speak. There are about 100 individuals signed up today. So I will say, 5 is the max we would like to see there for time, for respect, for being able to get through a lot of perspectives and voices here with us. Try to perhaps keep it to 3. But I will be using our timer. I'll try to do my best to make sure that we continue to have an additive discussion here amongst us and not one that just further frustrates around an issue I know that a lot of folks, I think, are feeling a bit frustrated right now. So I look forward to today's discussion. And just with that, we'll kick it off to Ms. Ely to begin, or who would ever Whatever like to kick us off most, actually. Not to put you on the spot, Ms. Haley. So good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you so much for the opportunity for us to provide this information with you all and the public today. We're very grateful to a number of speakers who will be joining us from the supplier community. And so we'll be asking them to file up when it's their turn for their panel. But in the meantime, we'll be starting with the Supervisor of the Conservation Program, Karina Herrera, who will provide an overview of the Making Conservation a California Way of Life framework.
Hello, good morning. So let's start with the next slide. Okay, so as Charlotte mentioned, I'll start with a brief overview of the overall structure of our proposed reg. For the next presentation will be on the outdoor standards, followed by a panel. Next, we'll have a staff presentation on supplier impacts, followed by a panel. And then third, we'll have a staff presentation on the tools to help suppliers meet their objectives, followed by a panel. And last, we'll have one more panel discussion on the proposed regulation, and then move on to public comments and board member discussion. Next slide, please. In 2018, the California State Legislature enacted two bills, Senate Bill 606 and Assembly Bill 1668. These bills established a new foundation for long-term improvements in water conservation and drought planning to adapt to climate change and the resulting longer and more intense droughts in California. The two bills amended existing law to provide expanded and new authorities and requirements to enable permanent changes and actions for these purposes, improving the state's water futures for generations to come. We're trying to do things a little different with the Making Conservation a California Way of Life framework. Starting with SBX 7x7 and continuing with drought response, state water conservation actions have focused on percent reductions. These percent reductions don't account for the past investments in conservation, and they don't account for major water use drivers like lot size and different climates across our state. The new framework is not just about using less water, but about using water efficiently, and doing so in a way that also advances the state's goals to mitigate and adapt to climate change, acknowledges, for example, the benefits provided by trees like shade, improved air quality, reduced urban heat island effects, and considers affordability. Since 1668 and 606 passed, the Department of Water Resources and the State Water Board have been closely coordinating to carry out the statute's directives. The department was directed to conduct studies and provide recommendations to the board, and in fall of 2022, the department provided their recommendations on various aspects of the framework. So the State Water Board was directed to adopt standards for the efficient use of water and commercial, industrial, and institutional performance measures. The Water Board used the department's recommendations in developing the proposed regulation, and we formally began the rulemaking process for the regulation on August 18. Beginning in 2024, each urban retail water supplier will calculate their urban water use objective, which will be based on water efficiency standards and other data reflecting their unique circumstances. And suppliers will also be carrying out performance measures and annually reporting on their progress. Next slide. Water suppliers, not individual households or businesses, will be held to the framework's objectives. Urban retail water suppliers are those agencies that provide potable municipal water to more than 3,000 end users or supply more than 3,000 acre-feet of potable water annually. There are about 400 plus suppliers across California and provide water to about 95% of the state's population. They range in size and expertise, serving diverse communities geographically and economically. Next slide. So before we dive into what the objective is, we thought it would be helpful to provide some big picture context about urban water use and what will and will not be regulated under the new framework. For most suppliers, most of the water they deliver will be covered by the urban water use objective. This includes residential water use for commercial, industrial, and institutional landscapes, dedicated irrigation meters, and real water losses. Excluded from the objective will be CI&I indoor use, CI&I outdoor use, not connected with DIMS, other uses like firefighting and apparent water losses. Next slide. So on this slide, we are showing an infographic to explain generally how a supplier would calculate its urban water use objective. The objective will be comprised of 4 standard-based budgets for residential indoor use, system water losses, residential outdoor use, and CI&I landscapes with DIMS. If applicable, the objective might also include variances. Variances provide additional volume of water for unique local uses, such as significant uses of horses and other livestock in the area, hence the horse icon, and a bonus incentive. The bonus incentive is an additional volume of water to reward investments in potable reuse, and it's not to exceed 15% of the overall objective. With the exception of water loss, suppliers will not be held to meet any individual standard-based budget. Suppliers will be held to meet the annual aggregate urban water use objective. And again, suppliers, not households or businesses, will be held to these objectives. Next slide. So next I'll go through the 4 budgets in the objective. To calculate the residential indoor budget, supplier would calculate the residential indoor standard by the population in its service area and the number of days in the year. In 2018, statute set the residential indoor standard to 55 gallons per capita per day until 2024, 52.5 GPCD from 2025 to 2030, and 50 GPCD from 2030 onward. In 2022, with the signing of SB 1157, statute was amended, lowering the residential indoor standard to 47 GPCD starting in 2025 and to 42 GPCD starting in 2030. And for the next couple of slides, we're also showing an example budget at the bottom of the slides to help demonstrate these calculations. Next slide. First off, typo on this slide. The top should say section 970, not 670. For the water loss budget. Each system-specific water loss standard was set through a separate rulemaking process. The standards were calculated using an economic model that considers system characteristics and the cost-effectiveness of controlling real water losses. If the economic model determined that there is no cost-effective reduction in water loss possible, a system's standard would be their baseline real loss. The water loss rulemaking began in December 24 of 2021. It included 2 public comment periods and multiple workshops to facilitate stakeholder involvement. The board voted to adopt the proposed water loss regulation on October 19 of 2022. So for the objective, a supplier would calculate its annual water loss budget by multiplying its system-specific standard by the number of days in the year, and depending on the units of the standard, either the number of total service connections or the length of the distribution system in miles. Suppliers that operate multiple systems would calculate an annual water loss budget for each of their systems, and then summing the estimated water loss budgets associated with each of them. The efficient water loss budget is one of the components of the objective. And unlike the other standards informing the objective, suppliers will have to comply with their system-specific water loss budgets starting in January 1, 2028. Under the proposed regulation, until 2028, suppliers may use reported real water losses rather than their system-specific water loss standards when calculating their water loss budgets for this objective. The State Water Board cannot enforce against a supplier for both a failure to meet the water loss standard and the overall objective, provided the supplier is only failing to meet its objective due to its failure to meet the water loss standard. Next slide. For the efficient residential outdoor budget, A supplier would calculate it by multiplying the following four components: the residential outdoor standard, which is expressed as a landscape efficiency factor, the net evapotranspiration, residential landscape area, and a unit conversion factor of 0.62. And I'll go into further detail about what all of these different terms mean in the next presentation. Next slide. The budget for CI&I landscapes with DIMS is calculated in the same manner as the residential outdoor budget, but instead for this equation, we have the standard for CI&I landscapes with DIMS, and the landscape area is specific to CI&I landscapes with DIMS. The Department of Water Resources has already provided suppliers with residential landscape area, and they are in the process of measuring CI&I landscapes. The department expects to start delivering CI&I landscape area to the first set of suppliers in the next few months and going through the next 4 years. However, this timeline is an estimate and subject to change as they navigate the process. Next slide. The bonus incentive, if applicable, will be calculated by summing the volume of water of potable water deliveries to residential customers with the volume of potable water delivered to dedicated irrigation meters connected to CI&I landscapes. This sum would then be divided by the total volume of potable water deliveries entering the distribution system, and multiplied by the individual supplier's potable reuse amount. The bonus incentive is not to exceed the respective cap of a supplier's objective, so 15% for existing facilities, 10% for newer facilities. Next slide. Last, if applicable, suppliers may also add variances or temporary provisions when calculating their objectives. Variances are for unique uses with a material effect and have a threshold of significance. Temporary provisions are intended for uses that will require less water over time and have no threshold of significance. More information on variances and provisions will be presented later today. Next slide. Okay, we will now pivot to what is not included in the objective. Next slide. Under the framework, CI&I indoor use and water use on CI&I landscapes without DIMS would be covered by CI&I performance measures. And just to note that performance measures do not apply to processed water. The performance measures would require suppliers to categorize CI&I customers according to the proposed classification system, install DIMS, or employ in-lieu technology for qualifying landscapes. And this means landscapes that are estimated to use over 500,000 gallons or more a year. And they would carry out a suite of best management practices for customers that exceed certain thresholds. Next slide. The first performance measure is a CI&I water use classification system that addresses significant uses of water. The State Water Board staff proposed that the classification system be based on the broad categories used by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's Energy Star Portfolio Manager tool. EPA's Energy Star Portfolio Manager is a no-cost, interactive resource management tool that allows you to securely track and assess energy and water consumption. It consists of 18 broad categories, aligns with the California Energy Commission's benchmarking program, and is already being used in cities such as Los Angeles, San Jose, and Brisbane. And next slide. Our next performance measure would set a minimum size threshold for converting mixed-use CI&I meters to dedicated irrigation meters or in-lieu technologies. CI&I landscapes using more than 500,000 gallons annually would qualify for conversion or for in-lieu technologies, and in-lieu technologies could include hardware improvements with enhanced performance and functions, landscape plant palette transformations, and water budget-based management programs. Next slide. Our last performance measure would set CI&I water use best management practices, which may include but are not limited to water audits and water management plans for those CI&I customers that exceed certain thresholds. Board staff recommend the following 4 thresholds. CI&I water users that meet the disclosable building threshold as defined by the CEC, which is buildings larger than 50,000 square feet. CI&I water users whose individual total water use is the top 2.5% of all CI&I water users in the service area. And CI&I water users within the CI&I water use classifications, which cover the top 20% of CI&I water users. And last, CI&I water users that irrigate non-functional turf with potable water. Next slide. The rulemaking builds upon the important work led by the Department of Water Resources and upon the recommendations the department provided in the fall of 2022. However, the proposed draft regulation does differ from the department's recommendations in a couple of ways. Regarding the urban water use objective, the regulation proposes a more ambitious long-term outdoor standards starting in 2035. It includes a different approach for integrating irrigable, not irrigated area for the residential outdoor budget, and it includes an alternative compliance pathway for suppliers meeting certain criteria. Regarding CI&I performance measures, it proposes a classification system consistent with the CECs. It uses a volumetric rather than an area threshold for qualifying landscapes. It includes additional thresholds and best management practices. For disclosable buildings, it includes providing data in a format compatible with the EPA's portfolio manager. For irrigation of non-functional turf with potable water, it includes a permanent ban in place by 2025. And it also includes additional best management practices that suppliers may choose from. Next slide. State Water Board staff presented on the proposed regulatory framework at the March 22 board workshop earlier this year. We received feedback from several parties at the workshop and through comment letters after. As a result, the following changes are reflected in the current draft of the regulation. Special landscape areas include all areas irrigated with recycled water, including non-functional turf. Through 2027, suppliers can include up to 20% of their I&I area in calculating their residential outdoor budget. If otherwise, they wouldn't meet it. There is an additional performance measure in which suppliers would ban the irrigation of non-functional turf with potable water on CI&I landscapes by July 2025. And it includes an alternative compliance pathway for suppliers who must reduce by more than 20% to meet their objectives starting in 2035 and meet the additional criteria listed in the draft regulation. Next slide. The Making Conservation a California Way of Life framework will be implemented through a regulation that's not yet set in stone. We're at the beginning of the regulatory process and look forward to the input we receive from the public as staff continues to refine the draft regulation. Since the start of the rulemaking, State Water Board staff have engaged with folks at conferences, have met with small groups of interested parties, and have held several one-on-one conversations. Staff are committed to continuing the dialogue and expanding engagement. These early conversations have already helped us identify sections where the language in the regulation could be clear. So thank you for the dialogue. Next slide. Another typo note, in the agenda item for the board meeting, it directed written comments to our conservation inbox. Please ignore that. For those of you who wish to submit written comments, please email comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov. And for those who wish to submit written comments via fax, mail, or hand delivery, additional information on how to do so is in our notice of proposed regulatory action. Next slide. The first public comment began on August 18 and will be ending in October 17. We anticipate the board will consider the regulation for adoption in summer 2024, and if adopted, the regulation would become effective in October 1, 2024. Next slide. And that is the end of the overview. So next, I'll go into the outdoor standards, another hopefully brief presentation followed by the panel on the outdoor budgets. Next slide. Okay, and just readjusting ourselves, we are talking about 2 of the standard-based budgets within the objective. Next slide. The outdoor water use budgets are 2 components of the urban water use objective. Compliance with the residential outdoor water use budget or the budget for CI&I landscapes with DIMS is not required. The objective is what suppliers, and again, not individuals or households, will be held to. Both budgets are calculated using the same equation. The residential outdoor budget is calculated by multiplying the following 4 components. The residential outdoor standard, which is the landscape efficiency factor applied at the supplier level. This factor adjusts for the water needed to maintain healthy and efficient landscapes across a supplier's service area. Net evapotranspiration is reference evapotranspiration minus effective precipitation. Reference ET is a standard measure of environmental parameters which affect the water use of plants. Reference ET is an estimate of the water needed to maintain a well-watered large field of cool season grass. Effective precipitation is the portion of total precipitation that becomes available for plant growth, and for the purposes of this budget, effective precipitation is modeled using Cal Scimitar, a daily soil water balance model, and capped at 25% of total precipitation. Landscape area is measured irrigable area on residential parcels across the supplier's service area. And 0.62 is the unit conversion factor that gets us to a budget of gallons per year. The efficient CI&I landscapes with DIMS budget, again, instead uses the standard for CI&I landscapes with DIMS and landscape area for CI&I DIMS across the supplier's service area. Next slide. Pertinent to the outdoor standards, statute sets 2 requirements: that the long-term standards be for the efficient use of water, which in this case will be expressed as landscape efficiency factors, and that they incorporate the principles of the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance, or MWELO. Next slide. MWELO sets the evapotranspiration adjustment factors for new and rehabilitated landscapes. It's a design standard for individual parcels and applies to planting areas, turf areas, and water features in a landscape. The budget considers various sources of water, including water delivered by a supplier, captured rainwater, and groundwater. For the outdoor budgets in the proposed regulation, the outdoor standard is a landscape efficiency factor applied at the supplier's service area. Again, this factor adjusts for the water needed to maintain healthy and efficient landscapes across the supplier's service area. It applies to water delivered by suppliers and to irrigable lands. Next slide. Embedded within the evapotranspiration adjustment factor and the outdoor standards are plant factors, which relate to the water needs of plants and the efficiency of the irrigation systems in place. Next slide. And while the regulation focuses on the supplier's service area, it might be easier to contextualize what these different factors mean by looking at individual parcel examples. Landscapes that are majority turf could range from around 0.7 to greater than 1, depending on how well they're irrigated and whether they're using cool season or warm season turf. As we introduce more lower water using plants and higher irrigation efficiencies, the calculated factors are lower. On the very left side of the slide, we have an example garden in which the majority of the plants are lower water using and on a drip irrigation system with a calculated factor of 0.34. Next slide. Statute directed the department to study and investigate residential outdoor water use and to recommend to the board what the residential outdoor standards should be. The department's analysis can be separated into two approaches, a theoretical horticultural approach and an empirical one. For the horticultural method, the department estimated that on average, 75% of landscape area is canopied and 25% is non-canopied. Average plant factor for canopied areas was estimated to be the average of plant factors for annual flowers, woody plants and herbaceous perennials, and desert plants for a value of 0.58. For non-canopied areas, the plant factor was an average of cool season turf and warm season turf for a value of 0.7. The evapotranspiration factor was calculated using a weighted average of canopied and non-canopied plant factors divided by an irrigation efficiency of 0.8 to get to a value of 0.76. For the empirical method, the department calculated unique values for 249 suppliers using water delivery as reported by suppliers and electronic annual report, results from the residential indoor water use study, landscape area, and spatial CIMAS and CalCIMATA data. The department's analysis on residential outdoor water use suggested that average statewide use in 2018 ranged from 0.6 to 0.66 if we are using irrigable, irrigated, and 20% of irrigable, not irrigated area. Next slide. State Water Board staff have reran the department's calculations using more recent landscape area measurement values, and that's reflected in this table. However, you'll see that the values stayed pretty much the same. Values still range from 0.6 to 0.67 when we're looking at II and 20% of I&I. Next slide. If we are only looking at irrigable irrigated area, then values range from 0.62 to 0.75 with an average of 0.69 across the 3 iterations of this method. Next slide. Under the proposed regulation, the residential outdoor standard is a landscape efficiency factor of 0.8 until 2030, 0.63 until 2035, and 0.55 thereafter. The LEF factor would be applied to irrigable irrigated area, and through 2027, a supplier may include up to 20% of I&I area if the supplier's annual water use for the reporting year would otherwise be greater than the resulting objective. Landscapes associated with new construction would have a standard of 0.55. And I'm seeing a typo on our slides, so the I&I buffer applies through 2027, as I said. The proposed long-term standard of 0.55 will drive investments in water use efficiency, including by facilitating the land transition of climate-ready landscapes. The long-term standard is informed by the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance, which establishes factors for designing, installing, maintaining, and managing water-efficient landscapes in new construction and for rehabilitated landscapes, as well as the empirical analysis carried out by the department. In aggregate, Californians have made great strides in using water more wisely in our yards and gardens, and the long-term residential outdoor standard will help to ensure those trends continue. The proposed standard of 0.55 is achievable, and while achievable at the landscape and service area scale, the proposed regulation, again, does not require individual residential landscapes to meet the standard, and nor does it require suppliers to meet service area-wide budgets. Rather, the proposed regulation would require suppliers to meet the overall objective, of which the residential outdoor budget is one component. and the achievability of the proposed long-term standard is due in part to the flexibility of the overarching framework.
Can I interrupt before you move on? The typo. So if you could go through that chart and clarify.
Yes. Well, I guess what the INI buffer is through 2027, so it, I guess, would be between 2020 and 2030 is the up to 20%. And afterward, it would be 0 for the INI buffer after 2027.
So it's the right-hand column should read up to 2020 and then 0 and then 0.
0, 2027 onward, which is not shown in the table, but yes. Okay, then next slide. Under the proposed regulation, the standard for CNI landscapes with DIMS is a landscape efficiency factor of 0.8 until 2030, 0.63 until 2035, and 0.45 thereafter. An irrigable, not irrigated area buffer would not apply for this budget. And landscapes associated with new construction would have a standard of 0.45. In addition to the outdoor standards, there are also special landscape areas, variances, and temporary provisions that are relevant to outdoor water use. And again, more information on this will be presented later today. Next slide. Okay, panel time. So as we transition to our first panel, I wanted to first just take a moment to acknowledge and thank Mary Peno and Paula Gonzalez on the Conservation Unit for the tremendous job that they've done in coordinating with panelists, and there are many, and working with them to get their presentations finalized for today. So for the first panel, panelists will discuss the feasibility and technical considerations of the outdoor standards. Nate Adams with Santa Margarita Water District and Claire Nordley with the City of Santa Rosa will speak about what they are observing at the service area scale and how past investments and conservation programming impact where their service area outdoor water use is today. Chelo Siki with Land for Landscape and Regina Hirsch with Watershed Progressive will speak about what they're observing at the parcel scale. The panel will discuss and provide examples of the challenges and opportunities for meeting the objective based on the proposed long-term outdoor standards. Next slide. 3 more slides and then I'm done. So each of the presenters for this panel will present on this slide, and so using a measured landscape area and either estimated or measured outdoor water use, they have calculated an estimated landscape efficiency for the landscapes they'll be talking about. Again, Nate and Claire will be looking at the supplier service area, and Chelo and Regina looking at specific properties. Next slide. Additionally, each of the suppliers presenting today will also provide information on their water rate structure. Water rate structures vary supplier to supplier and encompass different rates and different fixed charges. So for the sake of making today's conversation easier to follow, suppliers will present total cost at a cost per HCF per month, and cost per year for 4 volumetric quantities, 6, 9, 12, and 2,400 cubic feet. And the table will also present annual cost as a percent of local median household income. Next slide. And last, each of the suppliers presenting today will also provide information on whether or not it appears that they will be meeting their objective at the various time steps when standards change. The 4 standard-based budgets add up to the water use objective, and this is then compared to the 2017 through 2021 average water use. And while the objective is calculated in gallons, for the sake of keeping smaller numbers on the screen, these values will be expressed as gallons per capita per day, GPCD. And next slide. with that, I'll hand it off to Nate Adams.
And as we transition to the panel, just incredible thanks for traveling up, the engagement. I know not just here in the panel, but the continued engagement around this regulation. It's made a difference and continues to. So thanks for being part of the discussion here today. It means a lot.
Indeed, thank you. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning, speaking to staff. And so it's really a privilege and an honor to be here, to be able to shed light on this, what I term a fascinating and complex subject, and that is outdoor water use efficiency. And why I use the word fascinating, I think it's at the intersection. Outdoor water use efficiency is at the intersection of irrigation science and technology. It also is reliant on good landscape design and horticultural science. And perhaps the most fascinating of all, it also definitely entails human behavior and awareness. And when you put all of that together, that affects outdoor water use. And you've got to get the right combinations to really drive water use efficiency going forward. So with that in mind, and sharing some of the focus of my 15-year plus career in trying to engage and improve outdoor water use efficiency at the local and at the regional level, I want to share and bring to light some empirical evidence that we at Santa Margarita Water District have determined based on the irrigable area landscape measurements that we have on file. And then the great thing about being a retailer is we actually have the billing database, right? We actually have the water use. And so you can marry the two up and really critically ask the questions, how are we performing and where can we go in terms of water use efficiency? And so drawing upon my experience, there's really, when I look at the outdoor water use efficiency standards, I critically am looking at and assessing, is the standard realistic? Are the components that go into making up the standard reasonable? And is the expected landscape change that's before us, is it obtainable in the time frame that we have? And so these are how I'm coming at this question about assessing outdoor standards and thinking through at the retail level, what plans, what strategies, what programs do we have in place and need to put in place to affect and continue the momentum of outdoor savings that we as a whole region, a whole state have seen over the last 30 years of affecting water use efficiency at the local level. So next slide, please. And so just to always context the 411, right? So Santa Margarita Water District, where is it? What is it? It's located in South Orange County. So think of it as 30 minutes south of Disneyland, depending on traffic. And our water supply is really reliant on imported sources, right? So that tells you two things. One, it's very important we conserve it and use it to its best and best use. It's also fairly expensive water. And so there is a motivation for us to make sure that we use it efficiently so we're not having to spend additional dollars on procuring water and bringing it 400 plus miles down to us. In tackling that, we have some ambitious targets over 2030 where we're trying to increase the reliability of local water support sources, and recycled water makes up 25% of our overall supply. That's significant. We've been investing in that for 40 years, and it's a real linchpin for our community because we can go to our HOAs, we can go to our cities, our parks, our communities and say, you have a drought, we'll call it perhaps proof, but a drought-resistant source of supply in our recycled water. And we're very proud of that, and it's important for us going forward. And we're also quite proud of the fact that by 2030, we're hoping to use 100% of our wastewater to develop and make recycled water. We're at 75% today. In the next 2 years, we expect to be at 100%.
Well, and if I can add to at least a bit of the praise, because I know it's often thrown around that we haven't built storage in the state in however many years, but you recently completed a storage project for recycled water. So it's a type of storage, certainly that, and was glad that we were able to help fund that, but it's a sort of investments, certainly, that we need to continue to see. So appreciate it.
Yes, and we appreciate the partnership and being able to develop those local supplies and storage. Because if you look at this map, and this is a unique map, because this is a map that not many agencies in California, certainly the state, cannot know You will not know until 2028, which, if you look at the regulation as it reads now, that's the date by which each retailer needs to know its landscape area for the dedicated irrigation meters. So that map highlights where our DIMs are. We have over 3,000 dedicated irrigation meters. And it's color-coded. Recycled water is the purple, blue being drinking water. And to your point, Chair, we are very excited to have a 5,000 acre-foot reservoir that's now capturing recycled water in the winter, because that island of blue you see in the north part of our district, that's Rancho Santa Margarita. We're contemplating right here, right now, investing another $60 million to expand recycled water to that community. And so this is really critical for us thinking through this regulation. The 1.0 and how we treat recycled water has very real ramifications for how we contextualize and think about this, our strategies and what we're developing and what we're investing in. Next slide, please. So I just showed you supply. This is the other side of the coin, right? This is demand. And on the left side is kind of giving you a snapshot of when you look at our accounts, this is what it looks like in terms of a pie chart, it being single family, multifamily, or the DIMS or commercial. And on the far right, it gives you the corresponding water use by each category. And every water retailer listening, every water retailer here has an idea of what their pie charts are. Maybe they don't have them defined, but they intrinsically know how and where they can affect water efficiency at their local scale. And certainly I've circled what Santa Margarita really goes after. You can see it's single-family residential water use because it represents nearly 2/3 of the accounts and over, or we'll call it half of the water use. Similarly, you can affect great change with our drinking water DIMs. They represent 2% of our accounts. I can go to talk to a couple key HOA managers, and by doing that and working with them in partnership, I can affect a lot of water savings at our local level. Next slide, please. And so this slide really is just, this is us. The graph shows this is our numbers, right? But this could be many communities throughout California, right? And the long-term overarching story is that tremendous savings have been gained in the last 30 years. We know that. All of us should be proud of that. We all know that we need to do and continue to push that needle forward. And we're really going to do it on the outdoor sector, right? If you go back to the last drought, we invested in additional recycled water conversions. Our staffing went from 1 to 5. That's something that there's a cost to our ratepayers, but it's also a benefit in terms of continuing to drive that message and driving the momentum forward. But it definitely comes at a cost. So you can see the budget there, and I think it's a good snapshot. You know, many people can think of a budget versus their number of accounts or population served, and it gives you kind of some high-level metric of, man, how much resources are they putting into affect change in the local scale here. The one thing that I'll make mention, and this is very important, efficiency at the high level, we're all making tremendous strides when you consider that water use today in total, drinking water use today at our service region is the same as it was in the 1990s, late 1990s, despite 60,000 more people needing water. So the proof is in the pudding, but we all know that we continue to want to push that further. So to do that, next slide, please. We have a whole lot of programming, right? Both on the indoor, the outdoor, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to focus on outdoor today, but we're also knowing that to the extent that you can be strategic, that's the operative word that I really want to implore all of us to consider is the local knowledge, those pie charts of how and where at the local level I can affect change and being strategic. Please give us the flexibility to continue to operate at that level. Next slide, please. So this was a slide that was requested, as Karina mentioned, talking about our water rates. And so each water district, each city that operates its own water utility needs to strenuously consider how and by what measure it needs to charge people, number one, but by what structure it does that. So we happen to have a budget-based rate structure. We implemented that in 2015. And the critical thing for a budget-based rate structure is knowing the irrigable area, right? So for every parcel in our community, we have the irrigable area for it. For every dedicated irrigation meter, and as I mentioned, there's 3,000 of those, we've defined how and where water is being used on those properties in those communities. This chart kind of gives you some assumptions, but in basic high-level idea is that our budget is tier 1 is your indoor budget, and it has some assumptions of 4 people at 55 gallons per capita day. And then our outdoor budget assumes an ET factor, or the parlance of today, the landscape efficiency factor of 0.8, right? For recycled water, we use a 1.0 factor. And I want to come back to that. Oh, pardon. I have 1 minute. Wonderful. So let's just fast forward a slide. And let's just pass this one. Let's just keep going. And by the way, I can provide my actual full slide deck to anyone who would like it, because it has even more details and meat. Let's go one more. Let's just get right to the heart here. Here's the state's data as it knows it best, right? And to their credit, they have to use estimates on what is there before them. And so I was given this slide, and it's representing the data that's currently in the state's Objective Explorer tool. And so for the state, for the year of 2018, it's using the DWR calculated area of 112 million square feet. The ETO is 53 inches, et cetera, et cetera. The total water use, let's focus on that. It's been adjusted to a GPCD of 94. That's fine. That's coming from our retail water database. I don't dispute that one bit. I provided that number. That's good. Where we start to get into a little bit of data issues is how we start to have to back calculate and estimate indoor and outdoor savings, or excuse me, usage. So DWR, to their credit, they had to come up and estimate indoor usage. They came up at 64 GPCD. That's higher than we currently use it as. So by necessity, once you've estimated indoor, you can back calculate outdoor by subtracting it off of what our total water use is. So the next slide down, or excuse me, not next slide, but the next chart down shows you the remaining balance is 30 GPCD. That, when you put it through its the algorithm, if you will, you back calculate, you get a landscape efficiency factor that shows Santa Margarita Water District performing at a 0.50. Excellent, we're good. Like, I can walk away from the podium now, right? I'm not concerned. But that is a little bit too misleading in a good way for everyone thinking, oh, you're saving, you're fine, you're doing too well. So next slide, please. And what I would like to do is add in what we've actually ground truthed, what we know to be true at the local level. And we've measured at our residential parcels just over 90 million square feet. So that's 18% lower, right? Our water use is the same. We know our indoor GPCD, while we budgeted at 55, it actually is around 52 GPCD. So let's do the same math. If you subtract 52 from 94, we're left with a different number. Next slide, please. And that gives you a 42 GPCD, or that pushes your outdoor water use up by 40%. So again, when you do the math, that converts over to a landscape efficiency factor of 0.87. That's a much different picture. It tells you, or it tells me as a retail, someone who's having to manage and develop programs to affect change, I have a much different job here now than what I thought I had based on state data. So this is the story in a nutshell of what I would hope that all of us are starting to get to the table to critically assess what's the real lift before us. And yes, it's good that we have data to prove as an estimating part, but what error is inherent within it, and what timing do we have to affect true savings to get to this, I will call it right here, right now, an arbitrary 0.55 design measure. Because as you'll see and I know I'm wrapping up, but my slide deck shows we have brand new landscapes, homes built after 2015 WELLO was established, and kudos, state, thank you for all of us for having WELLO on the books. It works. We're getting water savings out of our landscapes. But these designed landscapes at 0.55 are operating at 0.7. Our brand new ones are operating at 0.7. So I ask you, and I ask myself, if my new is performing at 0.7, and I've got to get my entire landscape to get to 0.63 or 0.55, there's a significant lift ahead of us.
Yeah, thank you. I've brought up this, I mean, the fact that we're using 2018 data, a snapshot, and not sort of, again, evolving information, more real time, if you will, does create some of these challenges. But I think what's important is what are we regulating at? No one's going to have to meet a 0.55 or an outdoor standard unto itself. And I know it can seem like, well, if it's all a little fuzzy within it, does it not then have some validity? But the reality is the complexity of this work and the fact that we do only have that snapshot. As we get more data, I see us better refining this, but I take your points and I appreciate the information, sir. Thank you. We'll go to the next panelist.
Oh, okay. I've been given an extra minute.
Yes, you at least,
please.
the chair here actually controls the timing, so you definitely have more time.
Thank you. So this other slide, again, for me, I'll be honest, it was a little hard to understand at first. But we're taking our numbers, and to your point, we're using 2018 water usage, but we're reconverting it back to GPCD. And so the idea is we're going to build up from the bottom up. What would it look like, and then compare it against water use. So this would kind of be truly what we're trying to achieve going forward. So in 2024, you have what is before us, the indoor standard of 55. We know that when I use my data, when we use our water use data, we're outdoor GPCD of 35. Our recycled water SLA is operating at around a 78. The non-SLAs, that's drinking water DIMS, are operating at 28 GPCD. The real water loss, even though it's not done in GPCD, is at 6 GPCD. Your urban water use objective, then when you add up all those columns, go up to 202, right? And then it just ratchets down over time, as we see. Then what you want to look at is compare it against our average water use of 162. So again, the district's looking very good, but it's all because of our investments in recycled water and the critical importance of that 1.0. But with open minds, I would say that there's a lot of agencies without recycled water. I would also contend that there's a lot of agencies that don't have dedicated irrigation meters. And so the column right next to the 162, I've changed the numbers, and I said, what if the district had no recycled water? And all of our dedicated irrigation meters were unfortunately drinking water, right? Which many communities have to use. Our numbers and our story become a little different, right? We're definitely needing to invest either in a new source of supply like recycled water at the cost that it is, or again, affect a lot of change at the local level. And I agree, no one individual has to make a change, but individuals at the aggregate scale have to make change to get to these lower numbers. So I guess if the chair would give me one more slide, I'll finish it up with my last 3 recommendations. I was asked to provide 3 recommendations if one were to wave a wand, and the 3 recommendations. And there's my story about how and where we currently are and where we're trying to go. So here we go. Process. I look forward to continued dialogue on this. We know we need to continue to move the needle. I would ask that we do it in more of a collaborative approach, where we have, in the community, we'll give it to you today, we have plenty of red lines that'll make it easy for us to really pinpoint, we can make these changes. We can do this today. We have it ready for us. Compliance range. I'd like to ask, and then the community would like to ask, that we need to acknowledge there's a margin of error in trying to find all of these de facto numbers. There needs to be a compliance range, right? So think of a landing pad. Generally, compliance is within this normal buffer that you'd expect. And then third, the reason that I would say that we need a compliance range is that this 0.55 or a 0.63, we've backdoored into it from estimates because of randomness and differences in including I&I area, or omitting it after 2027, or saying that pools don't evaporate based on the law of physics, and you don't get pool refill. It's these little things that start to push down the budget in an arbitrary manner. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Maybe quibble on the word arbitrary, but I appreciate your points. And just to remind panelists, each have 10 minutes and would like to try to keep folks along. So thanks again. Appreciate your contributions here.
Next slide. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Claire Nordley, Water Use Efficiency Supervisor for the City of Santa Rosa. So today I'm going to be talking a little bit about how the outdoor standard affects the city, and I really want to emphasize that sustained water savings are difficult to achieve. It takes decades of time and a significant investment of resources, as well as a population and a culture within your service area that want to participate. We can only provide so many programs, but if customers don't want to participate, we can't force them to. A little bit of background about the City of Santa Rosa. Of interest, our water source is only the Russian River watershed. So we do not receive additional water supply from any state or federal sources, and all of our water comes directly from rainfall within our service area, which I think makes us unique compared to other water utilities in California. Also, our median household income is about $71,000. And unfortunately, about 11% of individuals and 16% of youth in our service area live in poverty. Next slide, please. These are our 2023 single-family residential water rates. These do not include any sewer charges, but they do include water use efficiency projects and programs. This is how we fund our water use efficiency programs. Obviously, with additional projects and regulatory compliance requirements, we will have to increase our rates over time in order to accomplish the things that we need to. Next slide, please. This is a little bit of background on our water use efficiency program. We have a budget of about $1.5 million, which includes 5 full-time staff members, about 4 interns, as well as 2 additional communications folks who help us with marketing and outreach. Since the 1990s, we've invested over $30 million in water use efficiency. And similar to Santa Margarita Water District, we've seen a 53% population increase while still achieving a 14% reduction in overall system demand during that time. Next slide, please. So this was also data provided to us by State Board staff, a snapshot in time from 2018. I specifically want to focus in on the bottom left corner of the estimated outdoor water use. This is an annual gallons per capita per day, but we know that outdoor water use doesn't occur all year round. It only occurs for about 5 months out of the year. So if we look at our actual outdoor water use in gallons per capita per day for the irrigation season, it's about 40, not 18. Next slide, please. This is also data that was provided to us by the State Board. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to verify this data, but we do agree with the overall general trend that we expect to be in compliance with this standard. Next slide, please. One of our most successful programs that we manage is our Cash for Grass rebate program. This is a lawn removal rebate. The program began in 2007, and since that time, we've removed about 94 acres worth of turf for over 4 million square feet. This is accounting for about 4,000 accounts who have participated, although that does mean that 92% of our single-family residential accounts have not participated. Our annual percentage rate is about less than 1% of accounts that participate annually every year. I also understand that you all have a handout in front of you that detail my next couple of slides that weren't able to be included in this presentation. So hopefully you can follow along. But there's a graph in front of you that basically shows our grass removal sites, participating sites, annually over time since 2007. And as you can see here, we are experiencing declining participation. We think this is because early adopters have already participated, and it's becoming more and more challenging every year to get additional participation. Also, this program comes with a significant cost in staff time and resources to our utility. Since 2007, we've spent about $6 million alone on staff costs and rebates. And there's also an impact to our customers to participate in a lawn removal program. We offer $1 per square foot of lawn removed, and we can't offer a higher rebate without exceeding our cost effectiveness level. It would be for us to purchase additional water from our water wholesaler. So we can't offer a higher rebate than that. On the other hand, though, we've surveyed our customers, and they're paying a minimum of $7 per square foot to remove turf. That does mean that the average residential site cost, which is about 800 square feet at a residential site, costs about $5,600, which is 8% of our median household income for a year. So the biggest barrier for our customers to participate in our programs are cost. So again, I just want to emphasize that water use efficiency programs require a significant investment of both time and financial resources, and savings do not happen overnight. Next slide, please. We also have a dedicated irrigation meter program. We have about 1,600 dedicated irrigation meters in our service area. We've been conducting on the field, on the ground, in the field measurements since the early 2000s. This requires at least one full-time staff member to just conduct the measurements, as well as a cost for actually maintaining the measurements, the tools to do the measurements, as well as a vehicle. And we do use those dedicated irrigation meters measurements for water billing purposes. Next slide, please. We also have a suite of other outdoor water saving programs that we offer to our customers, as you can see here. And I want to bring your attention to the two photos that are on this slide. As you can see here, these are pretty common. These are pictures where the irrigation system may have been installed perfectly. However, the site conditions have reduced the efficiency of the system over time. Obviously, maintenance and the system structure is not something that water utilities can control. Next slide, please. Some of the challenges and opportunities that our service area faces, one of our opportunities, I think, is that we are a unique service area. Our customers see and interact with and recreate at our water supply all year round, and so we are very directly connected to our water supply. So I think that our water saving habits are unique to us and cannot necessarily be transferred to other water utilities. Also, despite extensive marketing, millions of dollars, lots of time, we still have customers that are very difficult to reach. These include tenants who may or may not pay their water bill and don't directly interact with their water provider, multifamily residents, our Spanish-speaking community, those without internet access, and of course, I think, and similar to many of the other water utilities in this area, customers without interest in participating. We have wonderful programs that we want to offer and encourage participation in, but we can't force our customers to participate. Next slide, please. We are part of the Sonoma-Marin Saving Water Partnership, which is a regional entity that has 13 water utilities in Sonoma and Marin County together that offers regional programs. One of the most successful programs that the partnership runs is the Qualified Water Efficient Landscaper Training. This has been in place since 2007 and trains landscapers on how to manage landscapes in a water efficient manner. Since the program inception, we've invested over $3 million in managing the program, staff, time, resources, and developing classes. And that has resulted in 5,700 certified landscapers in the United States and in Canada. Next slide, please. These are other regional outdoor programs that are offered on behalf of the City of Santa Rosa through the Sonoma-Marin Saving Water Partnership. Again, that's 13 water utilities in our 2 counties. And since 2010, the partnership agencies have invested $79 million in water use efficiency. Next slide, please. Finally, the recommendations that I have for the outdoor piece of the framework involve these 3. First of all, we recommend that the landscape efficiency factor be a maximum of 0.63 as the maximum recommendation. This is because the landscape efficiency factor is based off a design standard and not what we're actually seeing in the real world. UC Davis did a field study that shows that 0.3 is an appropriate recommendation for real world conditions. Factors that can affect water use efficiency and water use performance out in the field include designs that must be installed exactly as the plans specify, and that the landscapes must be maintained over time in order to achieve the standard. Utilities cannot control either one of those factors. Also, I want to note that East Bay MUD, East Bay Municipal Utility District, recently did a study that compared the dedicated irrigation meter sites that have MWELO, an MWELO budget, to actual water use, and found that those that have a budget of 0.45 of reference ET actually used about 160%. So it's more than double their actual budget. So again, it's just showing that a design standard cannot be necessarily utilized as a real world standard. The second recommendation that I encourage is allowing the 20% of the irrigable non-irrigated area for every year as an automatic addition. The landscape data is just a snapshot in time, and specifically from 5 years ago in 2018, and that landscapes change all the time. We can't control our customers. We can't control what they decide to water one day to the next. And our landscape budget doesn't accurately control that amount of landscape. Also, if we had to demonstrate a need for the 20% I&I as currently in the recommendations, that would require that we perform an annual aerial survey and an analysis at great expense and staff time for the city. Lastly, we recommend removing the effective rainfall from the landscape standard in general. Precipitation falls specifically during the months when you don't need it. It's falling in winter and in fall. We actually need the irrigation to happen in summertime in order for it to be effective. Also, precipitation can fall below the root zone during heavy storms, rendering it ineffective. Conversely, if we're implementing best management practices of adding compost and mulch to our soil, that's several more inches that a light rainfall would have to get through in order to actually get to the root zone of plants. So effective precipitation doesn't actually help our plants. So with that, I'll say thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. And I want to note for folks, there's a water use objective tool on the Water Board's website. It can be helpful as we go along, and we're, here talking about not on complex budgets, but the balancing that this board in this draft proposal that this is just a workshop on is really trying to strike is that cone of work reasonable? And I know that, and we'll hear, and I appreciate the panel here is unpacking the concerns around a design standard being applied to set budgets. But again, we could go for a while on that, and we're still going to use it. So I guess the fundamental, applicability of it is certainly there. So it's, what is reasonable when it then comes to the budgets that they create. And I think that that's where trying to narrow in on the reasonableness, because if you look at, say, a 0.55 ETF or a 0.63, what does it translate to in the budgets that we're talking about is kind of important for us to continue to keep in mind. And I think it's a percentage point or two on reductions writ large. But again, I appreciate the feedback and the discussion we'll continue to have. And please, Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate all the information and the suggestions. And there's a lot to process. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more input today. So I'm going to try and keep my questions to a minimum here. But just looking at your recommendations, you're recommending actually not, using the 0.55 and the 0.45 LEF factors. But I was looking at your slide where you filled out the table, and it looked like when you backed into the landscape efficiency factor for your community, it's 0.3. So could you just orient me a little bit, and maybe you did in that slide, but I'm thinking about this now as it relates to the recommendations. So can you just orient me to Santa Rosa and how your community would be at 0.3 with the design factor of 0.55 out there?
Sure. So the 0.3 is not accurate. We, as I was indicating, the 18 gallons per capita per day is annualized. But when we actually look at when people are irrigating, the gallons per capita per day outdoor is around 40. So we think that the landscape efficiency factor would actually be higher if we were able to back calculate into that. In general, that data is provided from that data exploration tool, as you mentioned, and we haven't been able to go in there and really verify all of the data, so I can't fully provide to you exactly what our landscape efficiency factor would be.
Yeah, and Thank you for that, board member. And I'll note, we did a crowd correction. We worked with Aqua. We've been trying to make sure that that tool, and I apologize if, we're trying to keep, I bring up the tool because it helps ground us into some, reality. And I appreciate that at this point it feels that it's not reflective of what you'd actually have. Let's work on that. I would love to make sure that, especially as we have conversations in front, we have a common understanding of what we're aiming for and the reality we have. So thank you. Now we can go to our next panelist.
Hi, I'm Chelo Siki. I'm a landscape architect. I've been in the landscape industry professionally since 2003, so just over 20 years. I spent most of my career in residential design build, although now I focus specifically on just designing. The majority of my projects are located throughout the Bay Area and the greater Sacramento area, but as is typical with my range, I've got projects in Calabasas, Sea Ranch, and Truckee right now. So a pretty widespread throughout California. I'm also the department chair of horticulture and a community college professor at American River College here in Sacramento. And I'm the lead instructor for Rescape, which is a nonprofit that really focuses on workforce development in regenerative landscape practices in California specifically, but spreading throughout the United States. And through Rescape since 2019, I've trained well over 600 landscape professionals and municipal staff in practical field application, design, and MWILO design and review. Next slide, please. So I'd like to share with you guys some projects that I've worked on both in design and build that really are actually hitting the numbers. This project here is in Roseville. We finished it up in 2020. Front garden was a landscape lawn conversion. The rear garden was a brand new landscape. We were dealing with heavy, rocky, heavy clay soil, which is really typical for that area of Roseville. Next slide, please. Now, the way that it's performing, in my opinion, is really good, especially because you can see that quite large pool there. The actual performance you can see in the lower right of the slide there, it's pulling in at 0.546. So I wasn't going to round that one up to the 0.55, but it's pulling in just under that. Now, the estimated is at 0.41, and the reality of the difference there is that it's a 650 square foot pool with no coverage, and it's in full blazing sun in Roseville in the summertime, so it's losing a lot of water. Now, the way that we actually achieve this from an irrigation standpoint, you can see 92% of this project is drip irrigation, 8% is pop-up sprinklers. And as has been mentioned already, it really comes down to really thoughtful design. So there's two lawn areas on this project. One you can just barely see on the right-hand side of the pool, one on the left-hand side of that fire pit area. Those are really designed to maximize our head-to-head coverage. So squares or rectangles made up of squares, right? We're just working with the equipment that we've got. We utilize the precipitation rates of the system to develop our irrigation schedule, and we're pulling it off of the Simma Station in Fair Oaks, which is pretty darn close to the project. A significant amount of hydro zones on this project. There's 22 hydro zones. It's only a 8,600 square foot site, and that 8,600 square feet is landscape area, right? It does not include pathways, hardscape, pool deck, pool, et cetera. And those hydro zones are really critical in terms of getting the irrigation and water usage correct on these projects. And those hydro zones are selected given different soil types, sun exposures, rooting depths, characteristics, et cetera. You can see we use 90% native and Mediterranean plants on this project. It's not 100% California native. Now, in terms of costs on this project, $55,000 for professional installation, and that was landscape area only, not inclusive of pool, hardscape, et cetera. So we're just looking at what that landscape area cost. Comes down to $638 per square foot for professional installation, and if a homeowner was to attempt to do this themselves, it'd be about $2.12 per square foot for materials only, okay? Not inclusive of equipment costs, et cetera. Maintenance on this one, it is $9,000 per year. It is professionally maintained. Now, this is a decent sized project, 8,600 square feet. The next project I'd like to share with you, next slide, please, is a much smaller project in the North Natomas area, Sacramento. We finished up this project in 2018. It was a rear garden only project in a brand new residential development, and which is very typical of brand new developments. We're dealing with soil that has zero organic percentage in it. It's typically, and this one was a clay loam. It's typically either imported soil or subsoil that's brought up during the utility and road builds on the project. So soil conditioning on these is absolutely critical in order to get them to actually perform. Next slide, please. So lower right there, you can see the actual applied water at 0.45, okay? So which is, you know, right around 20% less than what that 0.55 allowance is. So in my opinion, this one is performing incredibly well. This project is 100% drip irrigation. There is no lawn. We do have a smart controller on this one. We do not have a dedicated irrigation meter connected. The previous one, the Roseville project, we do have a dedicated irrigation meter that is connected to the smart controller that we can pull the data off of. Again, precip rates were used, known precip rates of the irrigation systems were used to develop our irrigation schedule, and we're pulling off of the nearest weather station, which is the Sacramento Airport. On this one, much smaller, 6 hydrozones were utilized for all the same reasons. Now, in terms of costs on this, planting, irrigation, mulch, and soil conditioning costs, $10,000. This was professionally installed. So $9.60 per square foot for this installation. And again, this is only the plants, irrigation, soil conditioning, and mulch, not inclusive of any of the other fun stuff. In order for a homeowner to install this, $3.20 per square foot, materials only, not inclusive of equipment. Maintenance costs on this one's great. The homeowners actually maintain it. But if a professional was to come in and maintain this professionally, it'd probably be around $2,000 to $3,000 per year. Next slide, please. In terms of practically implementing this, right? So these projects are performing at this level. I've been doing this for 20 years, so I've seen this and I've been through kind of all the evolutions of MWELO, et cetera. Now, as was mentioned previously, it's very hard to enforce, right? The proper design, proper maintenance, et cetera. But if we're gonna look at specifics and try to boil it down to some specific bullet points, really wise plant and material selection is critical, okay? And it is plant selection, but also material selection. That means that not all mulches are created equal, okay? And not all soil conditioning and soil amendments are created equal or perform equally in the landscape, okay? That means that compost is preferred, nitrolyzed sawdust is not. Understanding the soil is 100% critical. Proper irrigation design and installation is absolutely critical. And finally, with this, workforce training, okay? Like, I'm a landscape architect. I was previously a landscape contractor. I work in this industry. I've been in the industry since I wrapped up school. And what I've noticed is there are a really phenomenal amount of landscape professionals out there that have the education and or the experience to actually get projects to perform at this level. The dime in the dozen on that, though, are landscapers that do a very good job but don't necessarily understand the difference between using compost versus nitrolyzed sawdust, or a recycled wood chip mulch versus a gorilla hair or a shredded cedar, and the significant difference that that can make. So in my opinion, and after training through ReScape, well over 600 people, as well as through the community college, I'm up to 1,500 or so people trained. In my opinion, getting that training is really, really important. Now, resources for that, ReScape, again, nonprofit that addresses regenerative landscaping education, workforce development, and policy. The trainings that we do specifically target this. And then in terms of plant selection and specifically for water use, of course, WUCOLS is my go-to, as well as my first move when I'm selecting plants is to check CalScape, and then, of course, select tree cow poly. There's a lot of amazing programs out there, sites, databases, et cetera, and I am Quell certified, and I do Quell trainings at the community college, so, and a phenomenal program along those lines as well. So next slide, please. I appreciate your guys' time and allowing me to share this with you. In my opinion, hitting these marks is 100% achievable, 100% achievable. It's not easy. Okay? There's zero easy about it, but with proper training, right? With proper training, we can actually get this to really push. So again, thank you for your time. My contact info is there if you need it.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you sharing your leadership, your work, and to your point around workforce development, just well taken. I know Ms. Lordley also touched on that. It takes an incredible amount. And thank you as well for the numbers. It's costly work. This doesn't come at cost for homeowners and others. And it's here saying, okay, well, what are those back-end benefits and really understanding what we're doing. But thank you, and I really appreciate your voice and leadership here amongst everything. Appreciate it. Your slide should be coming up here.
All right. Well,
There we are.
I'll say thank you, first of all, to the board and honorable chair for hosting this really important conversation. My name is Regina Hirsch. I'm representing today Watershed Progressive, and our vision and mission statement is really to connect communities all over California with these integrated strategies that we're talking about, and to do that to reach a healthy, resilient future. And next slide. I'm not going to read this slide, but since 2010, we've been really working throughout the state, primarily in the heart of the Central Sierra, Central Coast, and Central Valley, doing design-build projects. And we're working mainly with the premise that everyone is a land and water steward and participant, that everybody can help achieve these benefits. And the benefits include, we're seeing fire resilience, flood resilience, especially nuisance flood, even after last year. Water quality benefits, habitat, connection to your own water supply, and also, of course, shade. There's a myriad of different benefits that we're seeing. So next slide. I'm going to start off with just going into 4 projects that I was asked to share. And again, these are projects that we're trying to come up with a diverse array. Project number 1 is a resident who did a turf conversion in Ventura County. This resident was looking for not to have to actually just spend the time mowing, to be honest. They were one of the people that signed up for the Cash for Grass, essentially. They also wanted shade, and they wanted to grow food in their backyard and have pollinator habitat. And so the strategies that we achieved there and used were climate-appropriate plants is what we use. The terma, which is native plants and or maybe climate-forward plants that might do better as the climate changes. And then irrigation efficiencies, soil health and soil building, much of what Cello talked about is so critical. And then shade trees and adding some orchard trees as well. We implemented rainwater harvesting, stormwater harvesting, and gray water on that site. And the benefits mainly for this site were, again, shade, food resilience, and habitat. It's important to note this is overlying a critical sigma basin in the Ventura County region, and the infiltration and recharge, as well as the water quality runoff to the nearby Core 1 stream was really important. So this was a model project that the landowner did on their own, and now there's multiple in that neighborhood that are now following suit. If you go to the next slide, you can see the numbers on this. The applied, a little bit different if you look on the applied site-generated water on the far right bottom. There is essentially how much water that is combined from gray water, storm water, and rainwater. So it's roughly a little less than half is supplied by that applied site-generated water, is the way we're showing that to you. If that was normal potable water, you could see what that amount would be. I want to note that this landscape particularly has many more options to support more gray water, rainwater, and other that they're going to be adding in the future to offset the potable water demand. And so I'm going to move to my next example. Going up to Tuolumne County, this is a very hot southern exposure property in the Sierra foothills. And again, this is a turf conversion. This person actually was first initially wanted to put in a seating area and have fire resilience and shade. So they were looking for shade. They wanted fast-growing shade. This was done in 2013. So they removed their turf and put in, again, climate-appropriate plants in a fire-adapted mosaic. The aspen groves and the shade trees, and there's a few actually orchard trees in there now, were all put in at that time. This landscape actually harvested the strategies of rainwater, gray water, and stormwater as well, in combination with soil building, such as what Cello said, and irrigation efficiencies. And if you go to the next slide. One of the interesting things about this property is it has not been using any water. From the Mutual Water District, it's been using only applied site-generated water. And again, the other note that I did not list here is there is surplus of rainwater that is held, and that landscape could use it. Right now, they're just holding it for fire resilience. So there's additional rainwater that's being collected and not being used. So I'll go to the next example. Thank you. So again, in the commercial project example in Tuolumne County, this commercial example had dry wells that were failing. It also had bug kill from one of the first sweeps of bug kill, and so they were trying to grow fast-growing shade, mainly to help support reduction of energy use. Their wells started failing, and so they asked to have some water conservation effects, and essentially what was applied were faster growing riparian trees and hardwoods that could be fire retardant. Over half of their landscape, we use soil building techniques, again, such as what Cello talked about, and gray water, rainwater, and stormwater, but primarily gray water just straight around the cabins, as well as from the staff laundry. Interesting note that happened during this project in 2000. Now, this was designed in 2009, installed in 2010 through 2012. In 2013, the Rim Fire, one of the first larger mega fires, if you remember 10 years ago, that was one of the first larger fires, burned part of this property and was actually on the heels of the drought. This property was evacuated, therefore no potable water irrigation was being given to the plants, nor any gray water, and obviously no rainwater during that time. When we came back in November, 3.5 months later, and also in the spring of the following year, it was significant to note the trees and the pollinator plants that had gray water and soil building techniques had a high survival rate, 98%. The trees and the same trees and pollinator plants that did not have soil building techniques and gray water actually had a low survival rate. It was significant. After that time, this commercial property invested the rest in all gray water, and rainwater. So there is, if you go to the next slide, there is no potable water supplied to those plants. There is the benefits of this project are there is shade. They did not have to put in any more wells. They did not have to put any air conditioning. They have reduced their energy costs, and they have a thriving understory of lush environment at that commercial property. And it's a great demonstration site. Next project, and this is the last one that I'll be showing to you. This is a school in San Luis Obispo County and another hot inland valley with really tight, what they call Diablo clays. I'm not making that up, that's actually the term for those clays, on a southern exposure. Because of the tight clays at this school, there was nuisance flooding that kept flooding the classrooms, as well as providing water quality impactment into the nearby Steelhead Stream. So also the existing landscape, they were having trouble getting water to those plant roots, and so those plants were stunted, and the entire core campus was really impacted. Again, strategies we used were stormwater, gray water, rainwater, and soil building techniques and irrigation efficiencies. These plants that were planted here, you can see in the bioretention area, were added, as well as existing irrigation was modified, and then soil building techniques applied. This project in this school revitalized the core campus. It was really impactful. There was potable water that was given to the plants when they were first started. And then after that, now they are just using stormwater, rainwater, and gray water. I can't tell you enough how much a demonstration this has achieved. If you go to the next slide, there was so much extra surplus water, which I did not list, that we went back and built a water feature to showcase how much water it rains on that site, even during the drought. We created a water feature, and they now have macroinvertebrate and water quality sampling for the kids and also visitors with that extra site water that's there. The clays opened up. We've been doing penetrometer metering, and the clays have opened up, and also the improvements to the Steelhead Stream have improved, and that's being monitored by the Morro Bay National Estuary Program. So there's a lot of different benefits from that. I'll go into my next slide, and I was asked, what can people do? Is this just 4 projects that are 4 random pop projects? No, there's a lot of projects like this, as Cello said, and I think others have mentioned. This is doable. There's a lot of multi-benefit direct install programs, but we do need to bring these pieces together. We're all learning this. Actually, I've learned this through the water districts. They're working hard to achieve water for everyone, but also learning about how we bring fire, flood, habitat, and all these benefits to our groundwater basins and to help our wells and all our other communities together. So to really support looking around where you are in your own backyard and supporting your local direct install program. If you can go to the next slide, my recommendations are, again, just to support these multi-benefit based direct install programs. It's confusing. I have to just agree with the Sonoma, my fellow Sonoma panelists. There's a lot of effort that's going on, and it can be confusing for those even trying to support these programs. If we can get more assistance in providing multi-benefit based programs and understanding how to bring that together and make it clear for the customer. One of these programs is already working on they're putting everything in Spanish and multilingual and engaging with communities where they are. They're co-creating, so just to support that and the training. Secondly, is to support the innovations in monitoring. Again, there's a lot of other landscapers out there who couldn't probably be here today to show you the numbers. There's not money in monitoring these systems. Lastly, to agree to help support how to talk about these surpluses and how much water there is on a site. Even in a drought, we know that it's raining in California, and we can support really good, resilient landscapes. Thank you.
Thank you as well. And again, a huge thank to the panelists. It was important for us to start on the outdoor standard here because the indoor standard is set, as we know, by the legislature, The water loss standards have already been adopted. So when we talk about the draft regulations and where it is that, we should be narrowing in on this cone of, landing these regulations, it is the outdoor component that we need to have as thorough an understanding. And I just want to, again, acknowledge and thank the water districts here for stepping up and providing information and here sharing their leadership and expertise, because it doesn't come easily. All of this work, again, for decades has been happening. It's not as if these regulations are coming in and trying to accomplish something that isn't already in momentum. It really is about how do we capture that and best continue to incentivize it. So I really appreciate this discussion around the outdoor standard. I know we'll continue to hear and have discussion here around that appropriateness. The regs align with the DWR recommendation, except for this 2035 kind of 0.55 moment where, it is a question of, are we gonna try to accelerate some of that transformation, and here though, know that it doesn't come at cost, and hear a lot of discussion as well. So I appreciate the resource acknowledgement and the need to, my mind is already going into implementation. Yes, we need to get a right balance here, but there's a lot of benefit, so just appreciate it. Board members, before we transfer to our next panel, and we have 3 additional panels, we'll continue to unpack these issues, and then we'll get into general comment as well. But board members, anything here on our outdoor panelists that you'd like to ask at this point? Okay, hearing none, then appreciate it, and we can transition to hear our second panel. I'd like to call up Dr. Rodero, who I think will lead us through this second panel, and our panelists. Dr. Rodero.
Good almost afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Marielle Rodero, and I am a research data specialist with the Climate and Conservation team in the Office of Research Planning and Performance. And I will be kicking off panel 2, starting off with a presentation entitled Analyzing Impacts to Suppliers Using Provisional Data. Next slide, please. In early September, Water Board staff prepared a provisional data set for public release with accompanying documentation. The data set contains reported water use and population data from 2017 to 2021 for 396 suppliers, as well as examples of what corresponding budgets for the 5-year average would look like based on the proposed water use standards for 2025 through 2035. Staff have also maintained a Tableau dashboard on the same web page shown in the figure on the right, which contains the same water use and population information as the data set, but does not explicitly define the water use standards, the reason being that the tool is meant to enable the user to explore different scenarios. The data set contains the best data currently available to our staff, but we are happy to accept corrections until the end of October. We encourage suppliers to review both the dataset and the tool, and to contact us at orpp-waterconservation@waterboards.ca.gov with any questions or changes to reported values. And the link to both the dataset and the tool are located at the bottom of the slide.
I want to note for everyone, this isn't a regulatory tool, and it's not a gotcha either. So as people engage and they find mistakes, please let us know. It's meant to help best inform this continued discussion. So just thank you.
Next slide, please. This map shows the location of suppliers throughout the state with relative size of dots representing their reported population and the color representing the reductions needed to meet a target based on 2025 standards. All the present reductions that will be shown in these slides are relative to the subset of water uses included in the objective and do not count excluded demands such as apparent water loss or indoor commercial water use. Also note that these estimates are based on best available data and therefore do not include variances, areas currently irrigated with recycled water, or other information that would needed to be provided by suppliers. That being said, if the 2025 standards were to go into effect today, based on this data, 10% of suppliers, representing 4% of the supplier service population, would require reductions of more than 20% relative to water uses included in the objective. Next slide, please. If we focus our attention on just those that would have to conserve by more than 20%, those suppliers tend to be located in the Central Valley and Inland Empire parts of the state. Note by the size of the dots on the chart that the suppliers also tend to be smaller agencies. Next slide, please. Same as before, if the 2035 standards were to go into effect today, that number would increase to 41% of suppliers, representing 25% of the supplier service population, requiring reductions of more than 20% relative to water uses included in the objective. Now, one important caveat to note is that these proposed standards would go into effect more than 10 years from now, not today. So future water use may differ from current demand, leading to different impacts than the ones shown here. The Standardized Regulatory Impact Assessment, or SWRCB, that was released in March noted that factors such as increased efficiency from fixture turnover and landscape transformation may lead to lower water use in the future, absent the regulation. The percent reductions You're the lucky one. It's gonna happen. I knew this was going to happen.
We're so fortunate to all be gathered in one place. I think it worked. Thank you, everyone. Apologize.
I knew this was going to happen during mine, so I prepared for it. Yes. Oh, one final point. The percent reductions also do not factor in prior conservation achievements that would be realized based on compliance with the 2025 and 2030 standards. The number of, sorry. Next slide, please. The number of suppliers that would have to conserve by more than 20% goes from 36 to 165 when considering the 2035 standards when opposed to the 2025 standards. Of course, although the caveats from the prior slide apply, the more highly impacted suppliers, again, tend to be seen more inland and tend to be on the smaller side, although both the extent of and size of the impacted agencies has increased in this future time period. Next slide, please. So staff have made efforts to understand how suppliers may comply with the proposed standards and to categorize the unique circumstances that affect suppliers' compliance pathways. While we have worked with the best available data, some pieces of the objective, such as variances, cannot be calculated without information that need to be provided. So in the absence of the variance data, we did see that some trends emerged. For example, privately owned suppliers are more likely to be on track to meet their objectives without expanding their conservation efforts beyond what's already in place. The data is less clear when it comes to other factors. California is an extremely diverse state, which means that factors such as race and median household income are not clearly correlated with higher or lower conservation effort. It is important to consider relationships between possible explanatory variables when performing this kind of analysis. So, for example, as previously observed, inland agencies are more likely to require higher conservation effort than the coastal ones. Inland suppliers also tend to serve a higher relative percentage of disadvantaged communities. However, the proportion of disadvantaged communities relative to the overall service area population of a water agency does not appear to be highly correlated with the magnitude of impacts. Rather, highly impacted suppliers that also have a higher proportion of disadvantaged communities within their service area share other traits that are also associated with higher impacts. One final point, we did also notice that the presence of turf-dominated landscape increases the likelihood of higher required conservation effort. Excuse me. Next slide, please. This figure was prepared for the SWRCB and shows the sum total of past and projected future water use for 385 urban retail water suppliers. The solid blue line shows water use trends for the past 20 years. Water use started to decline from a peak of 7.13 million acre feet in 2000, but the decrease was particularly significant in 2015, dropping down to 5.13 million acre feet when Californians stepped up in big and small ways to save water. As California eased off the emergency drought restrictions, there was some rebound and fluctuations in water use that followed weather trends. Water use peaked at 5.63 million acre feet in 2020 following the beginning of hotter and drier conditions, then declined again following the governor's call to reduce water and a subsequent wet winter. Moving into the future, the two dashed lines diverge into the blue line, which represents future urban water use absent the regulation, and the green line representing future urban water use under the proposed standards. We do see that even in the absence of the regulation, water use is projected to decline to 5.27 million acre feet by 2030 due to the continuing effects of baseline conservation efforts. Meanwhile, the green line, representing a future scenario under the regulation, without variances, of course, because we don't have that information, predicts a future water use to drop to 4.86 million acre feet by 2030. Staff estimate that by 2030, the proposed regulation, not accounting for variances, would save over 400,000 acre feet of water per year, which is enough water for over 1 million households. Those savings are the difference between future use with and without the proposed regulation. This would result in cumulative water savings of approximately 6.3 million acre feet between 2025 and 2040. Next slide, please. So I will now be passing the mic to our water agency colleagues. We will begin with Joey Bacarizo with the City of Long Beach, then Ron Wortham and Jennifer Cusack at High Desert Water Agency, Jasmine Showers with the City of Santa Barbara, and then wrapping things up with Don Calciano and Adrian Heinig with the City of Davis.
Morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Rodero, and thank you for inviting Long Beach to speak. You can go to the next slide. So I just want to give you all a little background about Long Beach Utilities Department. We were previously known Long Beach Water Department. We recently merged with our gas department and actually benefiting us from a conservation standpoint as well in running programs. So we actually live in the county of Los Angeles. We're in Climate Zone 6, South Coast Climate Zone. We serve a population of roughly 500,000 people. And if you take your eyes to the right side of our graph, our current water portfolio is mixed between groundwater and recycled water and imported water as well. As we move forward in the future, we're trying to rely less on imported water, very similar to other agencies and water providers, and rely on our groundwater and building our recycled water portfolio. And the only way that we could really meet these low costs that you can see in the chart below is based off of what our water resources planning has done. As you can see, we're at this for 6 CCFs. We're at about 70% of our median household income from 2021, which is at $71,000 and $71,000 roughly. So we have a very, I want to say cheap, but we have a very fair cost for our water in comparison to much of California, which makes Long Beach a very good city to see how beneficial conservation is. You can go to the next slide. So in order for us to get to a decreased amount of water usage throughout our city, we have a strong set of conservation programs and a conservation history. I would say our bread and butter program, like many other agencies, is our lawn and garden or our turf removal program. And that one actually provides a design incentive for a list of designers that we have vetted through for, I think there's roughly about 19 of them within the city of Long Beach. We provide a $3 per square foot rebate for that program. And we also provide customers an option if they don't want to take on the stress, you could say, of such a large project of removing turf from a front yard or a backyard property, we have a native plant parkway program, which actually provides all the materials for free for customers to take on a DIY approach for their residents. And then moving below that, we have our Certified Blue program, which is dedicated to our restaurants mainly right now, and we're looking to expand that into our hotels so that we can meet specific efficiency measures inside of hotels. It's a little bit harder to meet the requirements, I guess you could say, that we want to set for ourselves, as well what the state is setting inside of hotels. So we're starting with restaurants. We've been pretty successful. Our next one is our DIME program. It's our direct install multifamily efficiency program, which targets disadvantaged community areas, providing washers and toilets, shower heads, and aerators. We're hoping to expand that now that we're with our gas department, now utilities department, into a larger savings with water heaters as well. And then finally, our SoCal Water Smart, we're a partner of, or a member agency of Metropolitan. And this is also, I would say, another bread and butter program that we rely from our wholesaler on to provide us with devices at a very affordable price from a rebate standpoint. We do provide additional funding for customers to purchase those devices, but the bulk of that cost is taken on by our wholesaler. You can go to the next slide, please. Like I said, we have a very robust programs. So the newest things that we're trying to put together to try and meet these new standards the state is potentially setting are for direct install gardens. We're actually working with local contractors as well as nonprofit installation companies who provide education to disadvantaged youth. That's with the Conservation Corps of Long Beach. And they're roughly let's say $12 per square foot, $13 per square foot cost for that education, as well as installation and materials. So that's fully out the door, which is a little bit more expensive than what was previously stated from private companies, but we provide that educational standpoint as well. We also have our direct install appliances program that we're looking to start up in this next fiscal year. We currently are running a pilot program with the Alliance for Water Efficiency as well as Metropolitan, and we were provided materials from Kohler as well as Whirlpool so that we can install appliances inside of disadvantaged community homes. And then the biggest thing I think that we've had installed inside of Long Beach is our AMI system. We've been fully AMI since 2021. And that's been able to give us not only great data, but also the ability to reach out to customers that have had long-standing issues or short-standing issues with water use, been able to give them alerts as necessary if they're at the home or if they're not at the home, and then also marketing and engagement, which is key for any of our programs to run. You can go to the next slide. Thanks. And I just wanted to make a point here. We did not fill out a special form for 2030, so we don't have a 68 GPCD. That is a mistake. That should be 58. But looking at this chart, you can see that currently Long Beach is doing well in comparison from 2017 to 2021 with 69 GPCD. But we have some work to do coming in 2025 through 2035. So even though the amount of effort that we've been putting in with the programs, whether it be for standard DIYers or for disadvantaged direct installs, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to meet the state standard. Go to the next slide. So what we're trying to do for our next steps here, we're looking at our water loss projects. We're looking to pilot and identify meter degradation and repairs for replacement so we can have a better standing system and also do citywide distribution leak detection, which is also another helpful funded program from our wholesaler from Metropolitan. We also have our CII classifications. We're working with our city department to see how they can be involved in the permitting and licensing process to see if we can make that process work better for us, especially in the categorizing with Energy Star. And then finally, I would say the is our community engagement. The only way that we can reach these customers or to reach these CII customers is being on the ground, boots on the ground type situation to involve people. Our numbers aren't gigantic for the conservation savings that we've had, but we're steadily trying to reach those people that are low-hanging fruit, with the lack of a better term. And then finally, for our engaging with volunteers, we're looking for help, you could say, from California volunteers to meet our dim landscape measurement standards. There's some great work that's being done with California volunteers and grants that are available that we're taking advantage of, so we can have those measurements done by them. Go to the next slide. And as for our recommendations for the framework, as you all know, the iPhone was invented maybe 10, 15 years ago. So technology is running very quickly, a lot faster than I can run. And the programs that are going to be coming out from improved technology are going to be quintessential, I think, for a 2030 standard. So if the board would actually look at the development of technology as it comes forward and gives that an opportunity to provide better programs, or even to have a conversation within the people that are using that technology to make it beneficial for those that maybe don't have the opportunity to review or have the opportunity to implement into their city. And then finally, all those things cost money, as we all know. So providing some type of training and some type of resources so that we can implement those type of technologies or program work inside of the city would be great as well. I think that's it.
Thank you so much. Really appreciated your time and contributions here. I agree when it comes to, again, the need for resources and that technology here continues to go forward. I know we heard in the first panel the concern around a single snapshot from 2018 around outdoor data. Completely agree that we need to have something far more iterative so that it is reflective of what's happening and people can have comfort or know the need to continue to move forward on certain investments. And so just appreciate your points and the work that the city has done. Thank you. We can go to our next panelist.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Cusack with High Desert Water District in Yucca Valley, so an inland desert community. I'm the Director of Public and Government Affairs, and we are grateful for this opportunity to share our conservation journey, and we do appreciate staff's help as we are learning the details of this regulation. Water conservation has long been a way of life in our desert community. Next slide. So we're in San Bernardino County, and we are primarily residential in climate zone 14. And we import about 3,000 acre feet of water a year and use about the same. We have 8 deep wells and about 11,000 customers. Our median household income is $51,978, and our average household size is 2.3 people per single family residence. And we have about 49 employees. Next slide. Oh, and can I go back to that one, actually? I wanted to talk about our average water bill cost. So our water bill is our average water bill is $65 a month. And although our median household income is relatively low, and it can be affordable in our lower tiers as people use more water, it can be less affordable in our community. And our fixed fee of $23.35 a month, it does have a capital replacement charge in there, so we are replacing our pipeline and have been for years. And our low income aren't necessarily our lowest users. Sometimes they're the ones with the higher household, number of people in the household and use more water. So I want to point that out. Next slide, please. So water shortage in the 70s led to our conservation and where we are today. We were in overdraft in the 70s. We, as a water district, pursued adjudication of our basin because we had over 400 feet drop in our wells, and we implemented building moratoriums and strict water use restrictions that are very similar to what the state has implemented during this last drought. And tiered rates were implemented early on, and a pretty aggressive education and outreach program, along with rebates and water use restrictions. So in 1990, we passed a bond to build a pipeline to import water from the State Water Project water, which we're grateful for. It is our lifeline, and it's what we rely on. So in 95, when we began to recharge our basin, our water level rose, and we were able to lift some of the building moratoriums, but we've maintained a relatively slow growth rate in our community. We have pumping limits still that we implement with even private well owners, and all of the ornamental turf was essentially removed back in the 80s. We went from having lawns in our yard and in our business corridor to not at all. So now there's no lawns. We required retrofit on resale at that time, so replacing the toilets and shower heads with low flow on the resale, and or voluntary. We've offered rebates. And we implemented budgets for large recreational landscapes and large landscapes before the state landscape ordinance was implemented. And we have household water audits that we've had in place since then, and of course the outreach. Next slide. So tiered water rates seem to have been the most effective conservation measure for us, because as, of course, the water got more expensive, people were motivated to conserve at the household. So we did have a lot of voluntary reduction in use because of that. And the retrofit on resale, we have essentially replaced, I'd say, 99% of the toilets in all of our homes, and that was achieved over a decade ago. And we have educated our homeowners on desert landscape. Trees are important in the desert. Water is critical to life. We require more, and trees are important for shade and reducing that heat island effect. So our water use has dropped, and it's expected to stay pretty level. There's not a lot of opportunities for savings in our community because we've done so much already. And there isn't a lot of outdoor landscape. A lot of folks don't even irrigate their homes. They have dirt lots or maybe some trees, but we're relatively conservative. Next slide. So yes, we're meeting our objectives. However, you'll see in 2030 and 2035, when that LEF drops, it does affect how that we're just not compliant, even though we really don't have a lot of grass. So that is something that we'll be looking at and very carefully in how we can comply. And so variances are going to be key. So in the next slide. Of course, reporting as a small agency with less than 50 people, we'll have to make sure that we bring on a consultant, and so that's adding costs just to report. And then making sure that we apply for the variances. We have a lot of evaporative cooler use in our community. I would say probably 80% of the homes have evaporative cooler. It's very effective. We don't want to see them go away because they don't add to the heat in our environment. They're efficient both energy-wise, and they're just better for our climate. So we will apply for those. We have horses, and we do have seasonal population variances because we're next to Joshua Tree National Park. We will have to map and classify our CII customers and start collecting data in our customer service database on if they have horses, if they have evaporative coolers, so adding those components to our database. And then look at our CI and mixed use customers. A lot of ours are already on landscape meters because we've been doing that for so long, and there's not a lot of, there's no turf. I can't think of one turf area in our commercial corridor. And then we'll continue our education. Our pipeline replacement is nearing completion, so we're probably about 2-3 years away. So our water loss is very low. And then we'll continue our customer rebates. Right now, we're looking at offering a rebate for a leak detection device that we can put on and people can turn off remotely, similar to controlling their AC. And then we do have to increase our conservation budget. So even though there's not a lot of water savings, just because of compliance, we'll probably be looking to increase that budget some, and possibly adding a full-time equivalent employee. Next slide. And so just recommendations for the framework. First of all, we're very appreciative of the staff and their willingness to listen and help us understand this. We do ask to simplify the variance process and add as many online tools as possible so we can just plug in the data that we have, and then it calculates it based on the known data, especially weather. And then also maybe consider removing the threshold, especially on evaporative cooler, although it doesn't affect us because we have a high, I mean, those evaporative coolers do use a lot of water, but they're very effective. And then livestock, evaporative, all those variances, simplify those. And then we already have limited outdoor landscape, so the landscape efficiency factors proposed do not allow us to be compliant, which just raises red flags. So just really consider that and retaining that 20% lamb. The lamb could be wrong in our area because a tree could appear to be not irrigated, but it is irrigated. So we're going to have to go parcel by parcel and evaluate if that's correct in ours. And so having that detailed data is going to be critical. I don't know that it's available right now, but having that detailed parcel by parcel GIS data will help us save where we can. And then we do appreciate any technical assistance to reduce this compliance burden and simplify the reporting methods. Consolidating that to one tool will be helpful. And then, because the money spent complying could also be spent getting real water savings with our customers. And that's our recommendation. And thank you very much again for the opportunity. Conservation is important, and it's worked in our community, but we know it can be painful because it has been painful for us in the history of our community. But we're grateful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. We're grateful for your participation, Ms. Cusack, and the sharing of good recommendations here amongst it, and the work. I just appreciate your time here. I know there's a lot going on, and so to be able to be here and participate is meaningful, so thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Showers, and I'm with the City of Santa Barbara as a Water Resources Analyst. Next slide, please. The City of Santa Barbara is located within the County of Santa Barbara, and we're in Climate Zone 6, which is a Mediterranean climate. And to my knowledge, we actually have one of the most diverse water supply portfolios in the state. We have surface water, California State Water Project water, groundwater, desalinated seawater, and non-potable recycled water. In 2021, our service area population was about 98,000 people, and we largely serve a residential customer base. We're about 75% residential. And just to note that the University of California, Santa Barbara is not within our service area. In 2021, our median household income was about $89,000. On the right side of the screen, I'm showing the fiscal year 2024 residential rates overview. And I know you've seen this breakdown a lot. The City of Santa Barbara follows a traditional rate structure. So we have fixed charges and volumetric charges. And the costs shown here include our fixed charge of $32.60. And then our rates are largely volumetric. We're about 70% volumetric. And you can see in the cost per HCF per month, as users use more water, they're actually charged more per unit for that water. And this provides a powerful incentive for conservation. And it provides our customers a lot of control over their water bill. And our average water bill is represented with about 9 HCF, and that's $130. Next slide, please. The City of Santa Barbara has a very long-term water conservation history. The program actually began in the late 1970s, and water conservation is treated as a true water supply, is a water supply source for the city, and it's included in all of our long-term planning documents. And in recognition of our program in 2021, we were awarded platinum status by the Alliance for Water Efficiency in the G480 Water Conservation Program Operation and Management Standard. And this is a nationwide voluntary standard, and platinum status is the highest that you can get, and we only share this with 2 other conservation programs in the country. And the success of our city water conservation can really be shown in reductions that we've achieved in water demands over the past 30 years. So this graph on the right, the orange line is showing population from 1900 to 2022, and the blue line is showing water production from 1900 to 2022. And as you can see, production and population trend together until about 1984 when water production peaks. And then due to drought and water conservation efforts, it dropped. And now we consistently use about the same amount of water as we did in the 1950s. And meanwhile, population has continued to grow and is actually nearly double of where we were in the 1950s.
On that, because it's been such a common theme, we heard it from Santa Margarita as well. Just to note how critical conservation has been to not have to search for new supplies, but instead be able to account for population growth. And to my mind, especially as we set these budgets, it's with that intention to continue to try to say, well, what's that right balance amongst it, knowing that it's been a critical strategy for the state at large in so many communities, because you see it, that divergence, and it's really it's meant affordability on water bills for sure. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's a good point. Next slide, please. This slide goes over our most popular and effective conservation program. We have landscape water efficiency standards, and these have been part of our municipal code since 1989. And just to note that we use these in lieu of MWELO, since our standards are actually a little bit more strict, especially for commercial projects. We also have landscape irrigation budgets for DIMs. We've had those in place since 2013, and all of our DIM customers are, not DIM customers, but our dedicated irrigation meter customers are charged based on irrigated area and weather data.
Very bright, actually. Yeah.
Sorry?
Very bright, actually.
Yes,
Yeah.
they're bright. And our most popular rebates include lawn replacement rebates, irrigation efficiency, smart water meter attachments, and mulch. We invested a lot in outreach, including ads, websites, and how-to videos. We have a lot of do-it-yourself fix-a-leak videos. Our customers can call in for free to receive a water consultation appointment, and they can have help finding a leak in their household or just talking about water efficiency tips. And expected in early 2024, we have a full rollout of automated metering infrastructure, or AMI. And this will allow us to change from what is currently a once-a-month data point of water use to hourly data. Next slide, please. And this slide shows how the city of Santa Barbara is doing with our objective. As you can see, in 2024, we start out with 120 GPCD, and then this drops with every compliance period. To 2035, we are expected to need to meet 85 GPCD. From 2017 to 2021, our average residential GPCD was 75. So we know that we need to keep being consistent to meet our objective. Next slide, please. In order to meet the long-term framework and keep being consistent, we will continue to prioritize water conservation programs that increase outdoor water use efficiency. We will utilize AMI data for targeted outreach to high water users, and this will really help with our leak resolutions. And we'll continue to work on CII performance measures, including CII classifications, and then identifying those high users. Next slide, please. We have 3 recommendations for the framework. The first is we recommend that there's the ability to adjust data inputs with updated information. Throughout this framework process, it has been difficult to submit corrections to data or sometimes get answers about certain data inputs. So we really need an easier and a transparent process to correct data. The second recommendation is we think that AMI should be accepted as an equivalent technology for DEMS for CII mixed-use meters. And as I mentioned, AMI will allow our users to see their water data in hourly increments, and it's a very effective tool for us as a water provider and for our customers. And certain AMI websites, like the one that the city is planning to use, will actually allow us to see what water is used inside versus the water that's applied outside for irrigation. And the final recommendation is about disclosable buildings. We encourage that suppliers should be able to provide water use data upon request in the Energy Star Portfolio Manager. Currently, the way the regulation is written, we are concerned that it is up to the water supplier to do outreach to property owners and to enforce for property owners that they use the Energy Star Portfolio Manager. And we are happy to provide the data. We just think that it should be upon request for the property owners that are already taking advantage of the Energy Star Portfolio Manager. And thank you so much for your time. That is my final slide.
Thank you so much for yours and for the great recommendations. Appreciate it, and definitely took notes. And so thank you for your time and being here with us. Thank you, thank you. Next, I'd like to go for our next panelist. Good to see you.
Hi, my name is Dawn Calciano. I'm a conservation coordinator with the City of Davis. We'll jump right in. So the City of Davis is located in Yolo County. We're a largely residential population. Yolo County is about 20 minutes west of where we are right now. We have a conjunctive use system, surface water from the Sacramento River with up to 10.2 million gallons per day, and then groundwater. We primarily rely on the 5 deep aquifer wells. We have a service area population of around 71,000, and our 2021 median household income was $81,231. And just like UC Santa Barbara, UC Davis is not part of the city service area. Our single-family residential water rates, we have a highly volumetric rate, also similar to Santa Barbara. About 80% is a volumetric charge, with about 20% being a fixed rate. You can see that our cost as a percentage of the MHI, even at 24 CCF, it's about 2% of the MHI. Our average winter water use is 7 to 8 CCF, and our average summer use is about 18 CCF. So we see a pretty large variation in usage, primarily for irrigation due to our hot, dry climate. Next slide, please. Our conservation program history, there's one full-time equivalent employee with a lot of support from other staff. We've had a primarily education and outreach focus for our program. We do a lot on social media through e-newsletters. We have a conservation platform, Greener Davis, that we use for kind of our broader environmental resources programs. We have quite a few web pages. We do ads in the local newspaper. We do a lot of public events. We offer online recorded workshops and in-person and Zoom workshops. We've had a recent shift in focus from drought messaging to conserving water, rain or shine. We do try to align our messaging with the Save Our Water program. We really appreciate those resources, so I'd like to see those keep coming. We are planning for long-term water use efficiency. We've continued to see decreases in 2023 overall compared to 2020 water use. Next slide, please. This is our water conservation tracker that we update online each month, and it's just showing the 2023 water use compared to that 2020 baseline from the most recent drought. You can see how much the water usage dropped with all the rain that we had this past year, and that it trended upwards again in the summer, but we're still staying pretty well below our 2020 levels. Next slide. So some of our conservation program highlights. In 2019, we introduced AMI. We did actually a citywide meter replacement program and added AMI at that time. We also have a customer portal. City of Davis utilizes AquaHawk. As of September of 2023, approximately half of our water usage accounts are registered in AquaHawk. So we do have quite a few people taking advantage of that program. Customers can set their own custom water usage alerts through the program, and the city sends courtesy notices twice per month for any properties using above a certain threshold for 24 hours or more of continuous water usage to hopefully try to catch leaks or usage concerns prior to receiving their bill, because we do bill about 2 months in arrears for our water usage. So staff takes calls on water use fairly frequently, and we walk people through over the phone home water use audits. During the 2012 to 2016 drought, we took those water use restrictions and codified those after the drought. So when the new statewide restrictions came out, we were in a pretty good spot. A lot of them were already permanent restrictions in our area. We have maintained a significant water use reduction from that 2013 baseline in the past of about 19.72% lower. Also for the 20% by 2020, the SBX77, we met our SBX77 goal. We also had a goal from our Natural Resources Commission to reduce an additional 20%, and we also met that goal. So we had a pretty significant reduction for that baseline also. Next slide, please. So using the state water use objective tool, we're looking pretty good for compliance up until about 2030. There are a couple caveats with that. We have realized as we've delved into this process that some of our multifamily residential dedicated irrigation meters are grouped in the commercial class because of how our rate codes are in our billing system. So we're working to separate those out, and our finance department's been very helpful with that. But that isn't currently reflected in the numbers we're seeing here. So we may see some changes with that. We also had a drop in our population. We lost about 2% of our population, so that may also affect some of our GPCD numbers. Let's see, next slide, please. So our next steps, we've been focusing on water loss, really working to reduce loss within our water distribution system. We've purchased 50 movable leak detectors. Those will connect with our meter database and send out alerts so that we can be more proactive in catching and repairing leaks before they become more major issues or larger water leaks within our system. Also purchased 10 pressure monitors to deploy within the distribution system, better track pressure variations throughout town. We're currently tracking at the surface water inputs into town and at the wells. We want to get a better idea of we're a fairly flat area, but do we have any different pressure areas throughout the distribution system? We did submit an infrastructure condition factor adjustment, which was approved for SB 555, so that our water loss requirement is 31.1 gallons per connection. In 2022, we were around 38 gallons per connection. So we're working through these efforts to reach that water, that SB 55 objective, along with the water use objective. We're also actively working to classify the CII properties, and we're looking into the best management practices. We have some concerns with this requirement because we're a highly residential population. So we're maybe putting money into CII programs that could better be spent for residential programs instead. Next slide, please. Then our recommendations for the framework, the first one centers on the CII properties, support and training for the classifications, landscape area measurements, BMP implementation, and particularly for non-functional turf. Also provide updated residential land data, I know that's already been mentioned, and automatically include an INI buffer beyond 2027. We anticipate that many of our properties were not irrigating in the 2018 timeframe when that data was taken, because when that land data was taken, we were just coming out of the drought. And we've seen throughout town that some people have been putting in new landscapes. A lot of them are water-wise, some are not, against our advice, but we would like to see that potentially modified. Also offer a statewide Save Our Water turf conversion rebate program again for both CII and residential customers. I'd like to see that administered through the state for smaller and even medium-sized utilities with minimal number of staff. We don't have the staff to oversee or implement these types of programs. And thank you all for your time, and we appreciate being invited to speak.
Thank you, and the rest of the panelists as well, for sharing a lot of leadership and expertise, and again, enriching this discussion and really understanding what it's taking to meet all the conservation leadership already, let alone the challenges that the reg may have here in draft form. And so the recommendations here, I really appreciate. And again, we're hearing common themes here around some of the work, which is important. That's why it's good to make sure we're listening here amongst it. So thank you for providing your time and your leadership here with us today. It means a lot. Looking forward to what will be continued further discussion. We have 2 additional panels. We have a lunch as well. The second panel has 3 individuals, so at 10 minutes apiece.
That's about 30 minutes if we keep things tight. We can hit a lunch at about 12:30. We'll do 45 minutes, so we'd come back at about 1:15. We'd finish off our final panel, and then we get into the rhythm of comment here. So appreciate everyone's attention, contributions, and patience here. Just want to make sure I'm mapping out for you all what the next time here is looking ahead. Let's transition to our next panel then. And would like to call up Charlotte Ely to here kick us off with, I believe we have 3 folks here from Water Systems to further add to this great discussion, and appreciate everyone's contributions this morning so far.
All right, good morning again, Chair Esquivel, members of the board, and thank you everybody for sticking with us. My name is Charlotte Ely. I'm the Climate and Strategy Advisor in the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. I'll be spending the next 15 minutes talking about tools that could help suppliers meet their urban water use objectives. Next slide, please. Within the proposed regulatory text, there are several mechanisms intended to facilitate supplier compliance. These mechanisms are designed to accomplish one or several of the following goals: recognize past investments, account for unique water uses, accommodate agencies with limited means, and encourage investments that not only save water but also advance other cross-cutting goals. During the presentation today, I'll be speaking generally about the mechanisms listed here: special landscape areas, incorporating change, variances and provisions, alternative compliance, and supporting tree health. But I do want to recognize that there are others, right? The bonus incentive and the inclusion of 20% irrigable, not irrigated area through 2027, that will make a big difference for some suppliers when it comes to meeting their objective. And so the focus of today's presentation will be to sort of focus on some of the less well understood components. So let's start with special landscape areas. So Water Code 10609.8b directed that the department's recommendations shall incorporate the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance, and 10609.9e that those principles include special landscape areas. The department recommended to the board that, consistent with MWELO guidelines, a factor of 1.0 be used to calculate the water budgets associated with special landscape areas. So on this slide, I'm showing what the proposed outdoor standards are for each time step for residential landscapes and for CII landscapes with DIMS. Regardless of what year it is, the regulation proposes a factor of 1.0 for residential SLAs and for CII SLAs with DIMS. So that's what's shown on the bottom row, bold text. In the presentation earlier today from Nate Adams with the Santa Margarita Water District, and thanks for continuing onto that slide because I did want to reference it in my own presentation. You saw what a difference the 1.0 factor can make. Rather than having to reduce water use by roughly 15%, Santa Margarita would be in the clear. Right, so their calculated objective appears to be larger than reported use based even on the long-term standards, and they would not, it looks like, have to expand existing conservation programs to comply. Next slide, please. So a difference between the department's recommendations and the proposed regulation is that the regulation proposes an SLA, special landscape factor of 1.0, be applied to residential SLAs, which are defined in the proposed reg as residential areas dedicated solely to edible plants and residential areas irrigated with recycled water. The intention here is threefold. First, to provide suppliers with greater flexibility in how they classify accounts receiving recycled water, and Don was just describing the work that they're undertaking to sort of reclassify accounts. Second, it's to recognize that backyard food production takes more water. And third, it's to provide room as technology improves to better integrate more refined data. While today suppliers may struggle to understand the aggregate square footage associated with Victory Gardens, it will be much easier. So we're hoping the proposed regulation could be structured to accommodate such technological advancements. And Joey with Long Beach was also speaking about that earlier today. Next slide, please. So regarding CI landscapes with DIMS, the bright landscapes, the proposed regulation also differs from the department's recommendations in several respects. The department recommended that certain landscape types be excluded from the objective, and so that's what we see in the column at right. What's included in the proposed regulation is included in the column at left. It would treat cemeteries and existing plant collections, botanical gardens, and arboretums as special landscape areas. It would not treat the remaining landscape types as SLAs, nor would they be excluded from the objective. Later in the presentation, I'll explain the proposed provisions for mined land reclamation projects and ecological projects. Next slide, please. Okay, so Water Code Section 10609.20E states that an urban retail water supplier may use alternative data in calculating its urban water use objective. The proposed regulation reiterates this options in sections 968B3 and 969B3. And I think there's a typo on this slide. The difference is that it would also bring in the board. So the proposed text reads that a supplier may use alternative data sources if the supplier demonstrates to the department and the board that the data are equivalent or superior in quality and accuracy to the data provided by the department. Using the alternative data provides a supplier with the option of using data that they feel better reflects and accounts for the unique conditions of their service area. In some instances, this may result in larger objectives for suppliers, making it easier for them to comply. So Water Code Section 10609.2 directed that the guidelines and methodologies adopted by the board address how to estimate changes in outdoor landscape area for years when updated landscape imagery is not available from the department. In the proposed reg, sections 968D and 969D propose integrating data from the annual MWELO reports. In the bottom half of this slide, I'm showing what was reported in the 2021 annual MWELO reports for a few water suppliers. So for example, the city of Folsom in 2021 reported adding 1.3 million square feet. That would equate to roughly 24 million gallons when we apply that MWELO standard of 0.55. The city of Merced reported adding 430,000 square feet of newly constructed CII landscapes. In 2021, that would equate to about 6 million gallons added to their budget. Next slide, please. So we've heard a little bit about variances today. I'll also be talking about provisions. For variance, the proposed regulation defines variance as an additional volume of water that an urban retail water supplier may request to add to its urban water use objective for a unique use that has a material effect on their urban water use objective. A temporary provision is defined as an additional volume of water that an urban retail water supplier may request to add to its urban water use objective for a limited time for a specified beneficial use that will require less water over time. Next slide, please. So for variances, the proposed regulation aligns with the department's recommendations, both in terms of what variances would be included, but the thresholds of significance that would be used to evaluate whether or not they would be added to a supplier's objective. This slide summarizes this information. We've been receiving a lot of feedback from suppliers about variances. Karina mentioned in her presentation earlier today that we've been having a lot of small and big discussions, and we've been hearing a lot about this. I think later in the comment period, suppliers will be articulating the concerns about the associated methodologies, the uncertainty regarding this variance approval process, and a desire to change the thresholds of significance. In the panel discussion following this presentation. Ken Jenkins with Cal Water Service and Shelley Thompson with South Tahoe will talk about how they're thinking about variances to date. Next slide. So this is a wordy slide, but one that contains some important information and perhaps some new insights for folks. I hope it may even quell some of the concerns by contextualizing some of the percent reductions that folks are seeing in the provisional data set that we've added to the objective exploration tool and that Dr. Rodero spoke about earlier today. When the Department of Water Resources embarked on their big landscape area measurement project, what they did is they divided residential landscapes into 3 big categories. There was irrigable irrigated, irrigable not irrigated, and not irrigated. Because the department understood that horse corrals and residential ag areas would be subject to variances with service area-wide budgets that were calculated according to very specific methodologies, taking into account unique conditions, the square footage associated with those landscapes was placed into the not irrigated category. So statewide, there are an estimated 71 million square feet of horse corrals that are unaccounted for in the budgets, and an estimated 2.6 billion square feet of residential agricultural landscapes that have yet to be accounted for. So we heard earlier today from High Desert Water District and saw that despite an enduring dedication to conservation, they would not meet an objective based on the long-term standard. Would accounting for horse corrals, or for that matter, the evaporative coolers, as Jennifer mentioned, help bridge the gap. We'll hear shortly from Ken with Cal Water, and he'll be talking about their Stockton service area, where there is an estimated 22 million square feet of residential ag land that we have yet to account for in our own impact analysis. So incorporating variances is very likely to significantly lessen the impact of the proposed regulation and also the water savings for that matter, but we just don't have that information yet, and we're waiting to get that kind of information from the suppliers that we've been working with. Next slide, please. So Water Code 10609.6 directed that the standards include provisions for swimming pools, spas, and other water features. The proposed regulations deviates from the department's recommendations is that it does include a provision for pools and spas. It could make a big difference for places like 29 Palms Water District, where there's an estimated 15% of their irrigable irrigated area is pools. The proposed regulation also includes provisions for urban tree health, specifically to establish climate-ready trees, and for qualifying landscapes that would require temporary irrigation. So those landscapes would include those associated with low-impact development, ecological restoration, and mined land reclamation projects. So all of the provisions would last for a limited period of time. So for example, to establish climate-ready trees, we would provide an additional 3 years of a higher LEF value. Next slide, please.
Actually, can you stop at that slide, please, for a moment?
Yep.
And I'd like to talk a little bit more about the pools and spas and how that's a temporary provision.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not understanding that. It seems to me that pools are permanent facilities. So could you walk me through a little bit more in terms of how this provision would apply?
I'll walk you through how we've been thinking about it, and I think you'll hear a lot about this from suppliers later today too. Based on the information we've seen, there's a lot of water that's lost from pools due to leaks and evaporation, and that when you manage pools efficiently to identify and fix those leaks, and then also reduce evaporation with things like pool covers, that you can manage pools very efficiently, that they use far less water than, for example, cool season turf. We might not have the numbers exactly right here, and we're very open to receiving more and better information from suppliers, but we're working from what we have. And so our thinking was that if you currently have a pool that has leaks that haven't been fixed, that hasn't been managed efficiently, that suppliers could work with their customers over time to improve the efficiency of those pools, and that therefore they would be able to operate at a lower, sort of have a lower LEF factor.
Okay, thanks. I mean, this is an area I'll look forward to the input from others. I'm trying to understand this better. I'm tracking with your point. I'm just not sure that I'm tracking with what can be accomplished here with pools. So, but thanks. I'll look forward to that discussion.
Yeah, thank you for that, board member, and appreciate the inclusion of these, including the urban tree health that weren't necessarily part of the recommendation. So just appreciate going here to begin with.
All right, so a few more slides, and then I'll be passing it on. This and the next one are both about the proposed alternative compliance pathway. Based on comments provided at the March workshop, the proposed regulation now includes an alternative compliance pathway. So this is new, and unlike a lot of other pieces of the proposed reg, which interested parties have had years to think about, this is a new component that we're very interested in hearing what people have to say and that they can help us refine it. Section 966I in the proposed reg proposes 2 ways in which suppliers could qualify for another 5 years of applying a landscape efficiency factor of 0.63 to both sort of outdoor budgets through 2040. A supplier serving an area where the median household income is less than or equal to 80% of California's median household income, in other words, a DAC community, would be eligible for this path if it met the following criteria. That complying with the objective would require the supplier to reduce its water use by 20% or more, that the supplier would be making annual progress, reducing annual water use by at least average annual water use by at least 2% per year, and that the supplier were unable to meet its objectives strictly because of the outdoor standards. All other suppliers would be eligible for the alternative compliance pathway if they met those 3 criteria, as well as the following. They were to verify compliance with the AWWA's G480 standard and the Tree City USA recognition program, and that they were to manage a program dedicated to creating and maintaining climate-ready landscapes. Next slide, please. So here, I wanted to make sure folks are aware of how we're proposing to define climate-ready landscapes. These are those that are designed and maintained to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and weather more extreme conditions. They save water, reduce waste, nurture soil, sequester carbon, conserve energy, reduce urban heat, protect air and water quality, and create habitat for native plant and pollinators. We heard from our landscape practitioners, Regina and Cello, about the work that they're doing now to create these kinds of landscapes. I also wanted to summarize the proposed components for programs dedicated to creating and maintaining climate-ready landscape, and they're listed here. We're proposing converting no less than 0.1% of turf area per year, using a rating system to evaluate landscape transformation projects, a way to ensure that sort of we're meeting these cross-cutting goals, creating or participating in regional partnerships, and dedicated funding with no less than 40% of the funds dedicated to low-income households and DACs within the service area. And finally, at least one full-time staff person, which this one in particular I know is concerning a lot of suppliers. That last bullet. Next slide, please. And so I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation that I would be describing how the proposed regulation aims to encourage investments that not only save water, but also advance other cross-cutting goals, such as supporting tree health. 10609C3 directed that the long-term standards should support practices that keep trees healthy. So pertaining to the calculation of the urban water use objective, there are several ways in which the proposed regulation aims to do that. First, there is the higher LEF value for special landscape areas. So that would include recreational areas, existing plant collections, botanical gardens, and arboretums. I described briefly the climate-ready tree provision. There would be this landscape efficiency factor of 0.85 for an additional 3 years, and would assume that each new tree was equal to approximately 1 square foot. We're proposing a definition for a climate-ready tree as one that is well adapted to face both present and future climatic challenges, including heat, drought, extreme weather, and pests. And finally, there's we've suggested that variances and provisions be contingent upon efforts to prioritize water for trees. And so specifically within both 968 and 969, we would require suppliers to provide a description of efforts to prioritize water for existing trees, including but not limited to rebate, direct install, and educational programs focusing on transitioning from turf to tree-centric irrigation systems. And then, as described in the alternative compliance pathway, the Tree City USA program, and then the Climate Ready Landscapes program. All right, second to last slide here. Within the CII performance measures, there's also several mechanisms in which we've, are striving to support practices that keep trees healthy. Within the proposed best management practice, there are, again, these sort of different BMP categories, and then suppliers can choose 1 to 2 BMPs to implement. Separate from what the department has recommended, we've added within the landscape BMP categories programs to decrease urban heat and reduce turf water use by planting trees. And then within the collaboration and coordination BMP category, a BMP to collaborate with municipal arborists and tree planting organizations to expand and maintain the urban forest. And so lastly, with the proposed requirement that suppliers ban the irrigation of non-functional turf with potable water by 2025, there is an exemption for ensuring the health of trees and other perennial non-turf plantings. All right, I think last slide. So I wanted to acknowledge that while the projected benefits of the proposed regulation outweigh the costs, there will be costs incurred by communities to comply with the proposed regulation, and we've heard about those today. Making conservation a California way of life will take time, it will take effort, and it's not always going to be easy. I think Chalo described this in his presentation, but as Teddy Roosevelt said, nothing worth having comes easy. To make it easier, however, our team has started to identify state and federal funding sources that could help California communities with the transition. There are limited sources of funding that are specifically dedicated to water conservation. The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's grants, I think, are a wonderful exception. There are, however, an increasing number of programs that are really tied at funding some of these multi-benefit projects, and so we've listed some of those here. We're planning on including more examples in a document that we'll make available as part of the workshop material at the end of today, and we'd love to see folks adopt this list, help it grow, and keep it current. And so wanted to give a shout out to a couple members of our team, Ava Scally and Mary Peno, who have done a lot of hard work to identify what these funding sources could be. So that's it from me, and barring any questions, I'll introduce our panelists.
Thank you. I'll just make a quick comment and say I appreciate the alternative compliance pathway there, as Dr. Rodero showed on the slides. There are systems, no matter where we are on our discussion of 0.63 or should we go to 0.55 or the balance of these budgets, and there are systems there that will have to do a lot either way, a tremendous amount, and if anything are a bit of the outliers within this efficiency setting because they are in those numbers so high in what they're going to have to accomplish. So to my mind, we have to set them aside somewhat, and here, and looking forward to feedback on what is that right sort of path that acknowledges that it's a huge lift no matter where this cone, again, of discussion we're in around budgets actually lands. So just appreciate that and look forward to the discussion around it. We can go to our panelists then.
Sure, and just a quick note, so we have two of our panelists here, and thank you both again very much for participating, and then a third panelist, Susan Longfield, should be joining us by Zoom.
Jenkins.
Yeah, so Board Chair Esquivel, board members, thank you for the opportunity today. My name is Ken Jenkins. I'm the Chief Water Resource Sustainability Officer for California Water Service. For those that may not be familiar with us, we have 24 districts that we serve throughout the state. 20 of those 24 are subject to this regulation. And I've been asked to focus primarily on two of those districts today, our Chico district and our Stockton district. We can pull up the first slide. Next, please. So this is the overview you've seen for other suppliers for our Chico district. I would highlight three things for you here, two of which you can see on the slide and one that you do not see on the slide. First is in the background information at the top, we've also included our median residential use, which we think you may find helpful in comparing to the tables below. In Chico, our median residential use is 12 CCF per month. The second thing I would highlight is we have two tables on this rather than just the single table, and that is because we have a customer assistance program that is available to low-income customers that qualify. So the table you see for the first one is for our non-cap customers. You'll notice that includes a monthly service charge of $16.66. The second are for our cap customers. We have a reduction of 50% on the service charge for qualifying customers, so that reduces the service charge to $8.33. So that's the difference between those two tables. The other item I would mention that you do not see is our current rate structure is a three-tier system. Our second tier is 125% unit cost compared to the first tier, and our third tier is 150% compared to the second tier. So that's the escalation that occurs. In our most recent rate case with the California Public Utilities Commission, which we do not yet have a decision on, but we proposed adding a fourth tier to that rate structure specifically to assist low-income and low-volume users. So the way in which we proposed that was what would be our third tier is 125% of tier 2. Our tier 4 is 150% of tier 3, but we added an initial first tier, which is 25% of that tier 2 rate. So that's for the first 6 units of use for residential customers. So that's designed to provide support to them by including a much lower cost on a per volume basis for those first 6 units. Next slide. I was also asked to provide a distribution of use of our single family residential customers, just to give a little bit of background. And so this is from 2021. In Chico for single family residential customers, what this is showing is we looked at all of the single family residential bills for the entire year, and then we categorized them by the amount of use on each of those bills. So you see the percent of bills that fall into each of those pockets of usage. Thought that might be helpful kind of to see where the median kind of falls and how it tails off and where the focus of the water use tends to be amongst our customers. And again, the median use is at that 12 unit mark. Next slide. Similar information for our Stockton district. For our Stockton district, our median residential use there is 9 units per month for our single family residential customers. Again, our monthly service charge for our non-cap customers is $25.49. And for our cap customers with that 50% discount is $12.75. Next slide. Same thing here for Stockton, slightly different, relatively the same shape, but you can see that the median use on this is at that 9 units and tails off after that. Next slide. Some information on our conservation program history. I decided to focus on the last 10 years of our program, and this is information for all 24 of our districts in the state. We've invested more than $65 million in programs over the last 10 years. You can see the number of devices and activity that's occurred over that 10 years in those districts. Again, I would highlight a couple things here. For the second sub-bullet there for the 71,000 plus high-efficiency toilets, specifically it says rebated, distributed, and installed, and the majority of those toilets were actually installed as part of our bathroom fixture replacement program. That was at no charge to customers. It focused heavily on low-income customers that were part of our CAP program as we have them identified. So that's one element that we're, again, assisting, trying to assist low-income customers that may not otherwise be able to participate in more traditional programs. We've since made a change on that and have shifted focus to our outdoor program, which is now our Smart Landscape Tune-Up program. You can see the second to last bullet there at the 340,000 plus high-efficiency sprinkler nozzles. Those same categories, a significant portion of those have also been installed and or distributed partially through that new program. That program provides an evaluation and then installation of high-efficiency devices, repair of leaks and other items in irrigation systems, again, at no charge to customers. You see there the lifetime cumulative savings of those devices there, which is a significant number, and then as others, our reductions on a GPC basis over the last 10 years has been 25%, going from 181 to 136. And then if we look back to for a little bit further back to the year 2000, we've had a 36% reduction in GPC, going from 213 to, again, that 136. And next slide, please. This is the pretty slide. These are the ways in which part of the ways in which we do this. So traditional fact sheets, we have invested in grocery store advertising through the stations that have hand sanitizer wipes. We've invested in kind of digital out-of-home solutions. Those videos you see, you just sit down and take your blood pressure, or if you're charging your vehicle, if you have an electric vehicle, those types of things. We've also have advertising in those locations. And then the last item there on the upper left is advertising we've been doing on Hulu in a number of districts, as well as among other solutions. Next slide. And then how are we meeting the objective? And so the answer is, as of today, yes, but this is going to be a heavy lift going forward, as many others have said. The thing I would note here is we are the first supplier, and maybe the only supplier today, that do not have dedicated irrigation meters identified in our billing system. So that's why you see the 0 in that category. We will be analyzing the path forward on those, assuming that it's in the in-lieu technology route, looking at the threshold of the 500,000 gallons per year. For us, that's about 9,000 connections that we will have to implement that for. So amongst those 20 districts. So that's a very heavy lift for us to do that. You can also see as we look out to 2035, it is a significant reduction for our Chico district. I believe it's about a 26% reduction for Chico out to that length. Now, what does that mean in terms of compliance costs? And now for this cost, we're only talking about the urban watershed objective, and we're only talking about the program portion, which means the incentives and the types of programs that I just showed you on that previous slide. It does not include additional staffing. It does not include the performance measures. We're estimating that we would have to move from what is now our $157,000 annual program budget that's authorized by the PUC to about a $2.3 million annual budget to meet that 2035 target. That's an annual budget we would have to have in place annually through 2035 in order to meet that objective. Next slide. Stockton is a bit less dramatic, but we still have a lift to get there. I believe it's about a 9% reduction out to 2035. Our estimate there is moving from about a $287,000 annual budget, which we currently have authorized, to about a $672,000 annual budget. Next slide. So we've taken an initial look at the potential variances. We will be going through a more extensive analysis of each of them for each of those districts. But just at a high level, these are the districts we think have the highest potential for utilizing these various variances. And you'll see in my recommendations, I do have a recommendation around variances, which I think you've heard already and will probably likely hear later as well. Next slide. And then I just want to take you through briefly a quick look at all of our districts. You'll have a chance to look at this on your own. These are our projected reduction requirements for those 20 districts. You can see Chico and Stockton included there at the 26 and 9%. We're all over the map literally, geographically, and amongst reductions. We have some that are very low reductions to no reductions in 2 of our districts that we're projecting, to very high, those yellow bars or gold bars are very high reductions. Next slide. And then this again is looking at what we are projecting our compliance cost to be for the urban water use objective compared to our currently authorized budgets with the PUC. They track with the reduction requirements. Some are very, very relatively low. Some have very significant increases. Next slide. This is looking at it slightly differently at what the multiple is of our current budget. So for instance, for Chico, looking at that, it's a 15-fold increase in our annual program budget that we would be looking at. You can see how it fits with all of those districts. The average across all the districts is about a 4.3-fold increase in our conservation budgets. Next slide. And then this shows the preliminary benefit cost ratios of those programs to meet the objective. You can see that we do have a number of districts, primarily those with purchased water from wholesalers, that show to be cost effective, those programs. These are, I would caution that while these benefit cost ratios will likely remain positive for those districts, these are overstated in the preliminary estimates because they assume that the full cost of purchasing that water can be avoided, which it cannot be avoided, that full cost. But this gives a general idea across the board. I think the takeaway, though, is this is on a supplier-by-supplier basis. The regulation may or may not be cost-effective, but on a supplier-by-supplier basis, it's extremely important to understand the implications there. We have a number of districts where this level and scale of program is simply not cost-effective to implement in those districts. Next slide. And this is my final slide on my recommendations. First is to go with that point, consider providing some level of a supplier benefit cost ratio variance to recognize that issue. On the variances themselves, provide a lower threshold or no threshold for those, along with the streamlined process. I know for us specifically, as we're going through this many potential variances amongst that many districts, having a streamlined process becomes very important. And the third is, as you've heard before, providing that 20% I&I buffer on a permanent basis. So with that, I will turn it back over, and thank you again for the time.
Thank you for yours, and appreciate the great suggestions here amongst it, and again, sharing the leadership and work that's going on. I know you have unique purview because the multiple systems across the state that you're all overseeing, and so just appreciate you sharing that with us here. It's really been helpful. Thank you. Yes, and Vice Chair has a question, please.
Thank you for that presentation and for some of your thoughts on recommendations. Could you talk a little bit more about your initial thoughts anyway on the supplier level benefit cost ratio? I think one of the concerns we all have is that on these variances and alternative approaches that we provide for flexibility, but then we don't turn it into a program that's overly bureaucratic and challenging, but we need to have some accountability. So what are your initial thoughts on a way to strike that balance with respect to the information that would have to be provided for this sort of an alternative?
Yeah, I mean, there are standardized ways of doing this or industry kind of specific ways of doing this. For instance, you could look at the Alliance for Water Efficiency's program tracker, which is where our program design comes from and those numbers come from. and utilizing those types of tools as a way to derive consistency in those types of calculations. You may want to provide you may not want to provide a full variance for those particular suppliers, maybe a partial variance on what their reduction is to provide some level of relief if you feel that there is a need to still have reductions from those. You could also potentially tie it to those suppliers that have very high reduction requirements, where part of the challenge comes in scaling a program to that level and the increased costs that come with scaling those types of programs, which can lead to even lower ratios for benefit costs. So I think those would be my first three thoughts.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
All right. Good afternoon, board members. I'm Shelley Thompson. I'm here with South Tahoe Public Utility District. The mountains that were just shown have snow on them, even though it feels like summer today. I scraped ice off my windshield this morning. So next slide, please. We can get rolling. So South Tahoe Public Utility District is a water and sewer special district. We're located up in beautiful South Lake Tahoe, which is in El Dorado County. We serve over 14,000 connections with groundwater. Living at the top of the watershed, we're really fortunate. We have an abundant amount of water, far more supply than demand. As a tourist community, we estimate that about half of our homes are second homes. We serve a full-time population of around 30,000 people. And while people might think of Tahoe as a fancy, beautiful place to visit, the people that live and work there usually have multiple jobs in the service industry, and the bulk of our area is a disadvantaged community. Running a water system in a mountainous community is really challenging due to the elevation. So our small water district relies on 12 wells, 19 water tanks, and we have 31 pressure zones. That's a lot of infrastructure for 30,000 people to fund. Tahoe is also unique in that the Porter Cologne Act prohibits recycled water from being used within the watershed. So we have to treat and export 100% of our recycled water 26 miles up and over a mountain pass out of our watershed. We don't have the option of using it where we live, unfortunately. We also live in the wildland-urban interface. We're surrounded by state and federal forests, and we've been investing heavily in upsizing water lines as well as water tanks to protect our community from wildfire. Due to the complexity of our system and the need to have enough water for those peak weekends, 4th of July, Christmas, when every home is filled, our rate structure is 80% fixed and 20% dependent on use. You can see the breakdown of costs per 100 cubic feet on the chart. Next slide. Like many in the room today, we've taken a very proactive approach to water conservation. Since 2007, we've implemented designated watering days with fines for non-compliance. We offer a suite of conservation rebates, including toilets, clothes washers, smart irrigation controllers, leak repair, turf buyback program. We spend around $200,000 annually on these rebates, not including staff time. We offer free WaterWise house calls for customers to identify where a leak is, and free WaterWise landscape consultations with a master gardener to give tips and tricks on programming your irrigation controller and how to select the right plants. We host monthly irrigation and water-friendly landscape workshops in the summer that are surprisingly well attended. We have a robust leak program where customers are automatically alerted via email when they have a leak, and then we follow up with emails, phone calls, letters, as well as site visits to help identify where that leak is and get it fixed. We have a commercial conservation program that's customized per business, and we estimate that these programs save around 30 million gallons of water annually. Next slide, please. A key element of meeting our water use objective is outside water use. In the winter, nobody is watering snow, so our water production more than doubles during summer months due to landscape irrigation. When the Department of Water Resources was first figuring out how to calculate irrigable area, we were one of the 19 water districts selected to be a pilot program. Trying to use aerial imagery over a heavily forested area is very challenging. The initial landscape area measurement report showed that we had 3% irrigable area and 0.1% irrigable non-irrigated. The top picture on this slide shows a common example of an aerial shot of our service area. All you see is trees and shadows. The street view below it shows what's underneath those trees, and on lots of properties, it's green lawn. So we worked with DWR to come up with an alternative approach. Our new budget has a 15.2% irrigable area and a 15.9% irrigable non-irrigated area. I'm really pleased with DWR for working with us on this discrepancy. I'm still concerned that the new approach is still using this poor aerial imagery. We'll have to see how it impacts us in the future, especially when it comes to calculating the CII landscape areas using the same imagery. Next slide, please. So, are we meeting our water use objective? This slide shows that the current standards for 24 to 23 and our average gallon per capita per day over the last 4 years was 151. As you can see, this is above the objective, quite a bit so. So how are we going to comply? Next slide. Tahoe is a tourist destination. The entire basin has around 55,000 full-time residents, and we welcome 15 million visitors every year. We estimate that around half of the homes in our service area are second homes. So that means they're packed on holidays, on weekends, when there's a lot of snow, when the valley's hot, when people want to get out of the city. Unfortunately, all these people aren't accounted for in the census. So thankfully, the law requires a seasonal population variance. We were one of 3 water districts that worked with DWR and their consultant to come up with a tool for calculating seasonal population. Pulling hourly water use data for our 14,000 water customers is labor intensive, and we're currently investing in additional data programming and storage to be able to report out annually. But for us, it's worth it. On the graph on the right, you'll see that without accounting for tourism, our mean water usage is around 110 gallons per day, per capita day. When you factor in seasonal population, it brings it down to around 65 GPCD. While we're still working on a more streamlined approach to download this data and be able to input it in the tool, we estimate that we'll be able to meet the 25 and 2030 targets. Next slide, please. I was asked to share some advice with others, and for us, a really key component is installing AMI. It's a two-way communication system that allows you to collect that really detailed metering info. For us, it will be critical for that seasonal population variance. It's also really important to purchase a customer water use portal. This allows customers to view their water use real time and be automatically notified of leaks. This is key for us for identifying and contacting high water use customers. And of course, it comes with a cost. Over the last 10 years, we've spent over $21 million installing meters on our 14,000 connections, and the annual cost for AMI and water use portal is around $60,000 a year. It's also important to collaborate with regional partners. For us, that means other service areas that are in the forest and have that dense canopy cover. It also means talking with other tourist communities once the seasonal population tool is released, so we can all work together to figure out how to use it. As a public water agency, it's important that our elected board are aware of these state mandates and how we're planning to meet them. The board sets the rates, and a lot of that money has been invested in conservation, meters, leak detections to comply. Finally, get involved. The fact that all these folks are here today means they already know this, but if we hadn't been involved from the onset to raise the issue of that dense canopy cover and shadows, we might still have an irrigable area of 3%. And those 15 million visitors that come to Tahoe every year, their water use might not be accounted for in those second homes. It's never too late to ask questions and raise concerns. You know better than everyone, board members, that we live in a complex state with hot deserts, densely populated cities, rainy coasts, beautiful mountains. The state needs to hear from all of us water service areas to reflect what's unique to us. Next slide. So I really appreciate the opportunity to share with the board and to have worked with staff members for this public workshop. Thank you for inviting me to be a presenter. I really respect your willingness to listen and adjust to meet the needs of water agencies around the state. We all think we're so special, and we are. We are. The three main recommendations I have for you today are: one, allow this reporting to be submitted on a calendar year instead of the fiscal year. This allows us to align all of our state reporting to occur at the same time, streamline the process. If possible, it'd be awesome to set up the reporting to pull data automatically from other state reporting. We're a small water district and reporting takes a substantial amount of staff time. We want to share our data. We just don't want to waste our time sharing the same data in 3 different reports in 3 different formats at 3 different times. An issue of concern for us in particular, for South Tahoe Public Utility District, is that our largest water user is a ski resort, and they're using that water to make snow in the winter. Similar to some other water recreation, we request that snow sports are designated as a special landscape use for CII properties. You can go to my last slide, which essentially just says, thank you so much for allowing me to share South Tahoe PUD's experience and challenges, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for just a great presentation here as well, and recommendations and engagement. Like you said, long-term engagement around these conservation regs. It makes your perspective really important here. And yes, each water agency is unique unto itself. It really is. There's unique communities, unique water sources, unique challenges. But here, the feedback is allowing us to make sure that this regulation best captures that uniqueness and does our best to drive forward on the intent. So thank you. I really appreciate the contribution and everyone's patience and time here this morning to listen to the water agencies and here join with us in learning as we have a conversation around conservation. So let's get to our last panelist here, get to our overdue lunch, come back quickly and continue on our discussion. So I'd like to call up San Bernardino.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Susan Longville, and I've served on the board of directors of the San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District since 2014, but I'm not representing the district because we've not taken a position on the action. I was invited to speak to you based on my decades of experience promoting water conservation in the San Bernardino Valley. Not only at the water district, but as a city council member in the city of San Bernardino, the director of the Water Resources Institute at Cal State, where I led the construction of a water conservation demonstration garden. And I also served 2 terms on the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board. I support the proposed alternative compliant pathways for suppliers to apply the LEF to outdoor budgets serving DAC and non-DAC. And I believe these pathways may be particularly useful for suppliers in our district service area that serves a diverse urban population of over 700,000 in a 356 square mile area. The challenge is going to be how compliance will affect the affordability of water service in disadvantaged communities. San Bernardino Valley, like most other water agencies in California, has been offering retail agencies in our service area all the standard outdoor water conservation rebates. And the board concluded that after years and years that our suppliers did not take advantage of these rebates, that we needed to create our own alternative pathway. And I want to share with the board this morning what we call our water demand incentive program. It offers retail agencies a cash payment of $180 per acre foot to reduce water usage that they can spend on conservation efforts that make sense in their communities. Our new program was budgeted to achieve 5,000 acre feet in savings. And at the end of the first year, I'm delighted to report that the district presented checks to 6 of our retail agencies, totaling almost $900,000 for achieving the full 5,000 acre feet that we aimed for. In this year's budget, funding for the new program has been tripled to achieve 15,000 acre feet in savings. And we hope to present our retail agencies with $2.7 million in local funding that they can spend to conserve water. One thing is certain, whether suppliers choose the proposed alternative pathway or the other methods to comply with making water conservation a way of life objective, additional funding for conservation will go a long way in addressing the affordability of water. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for yours, Ms. Longville, and the leadership and representing your community here. I appreciate the recommendations and hear the feedback. I know we'll have further discussion around the alternative compliance pathway and also the variances, but thank you for making sure and contribute your voice here amongst us. It's appreciated. Let's take a lunch. We'll take a 45-minute lunch. We didn't take a break this morning, so I want to make sure we add that 15 minutes to what would otherwise be a 30-minute lunch for everyone. And let's come back here at 1:45. I'll do math right in my head someday. So 1:45, we'll come back. We'll continue on and wrap up with our last panel and get into comments from elected officials and everyone else here gathered. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the discussion this morning so far.
All right, everyone. Thank you very much. I hope you had a good lunch. We are nearly at 1:50. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves back and continue on today's workshop and discussion. And we'll dive straight into our final panel. And appreciate here the water agencies and experts that have joined us to contribute to the discussion that we've been having today. Once this panel is through, we will again take elected officials first. And we'll generally try to keep comments to 3 to 5 minutes to be able to accommodate a lot of folks looking to discuss and contribute today. With that, I'll kick it over to folks here on our panel.
Great. Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I'm James Nachbauer. I'm the Director of the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. Our final panel is going to be kind of a quick run through of some high-level questions. Actually, not quite yet. Let me. So we've got on our panel, we've got five guests here. Fiona Sanchez from the Irvine Ranch Water District, Drew Atwater from Moulton Niguel Water District, Heather Cooley of the Pacific Institute, Tracy Quinn from Heal the Bay, and Jay Lund, who's the director of the Center for Watershed Sciences at UC Davis. So we've got 5 panelists, and we've prepared 5 high-level questions. Let me very quickly run through those questions because they do sort of flow together. Then we'll circle back, and each of our panelists will be invited to respond to question number 1, and then question number 2, and so on. So, first up is, should the regulation be more or less flexible? If so, in which sections and how? Will suppliers be able to take advantage of the flexibility as proposed? Next, what are the implications of the regulatory flexibility or lack of flexibility? Next, what actions could suppliers take to comply with the proposed regulation? Will reasonable actions be enough? 4, what additional resources or support may be needed to comply with the proposed regulation and avoid unintended consequences? And finally, we have a catch-all here. Are there any points you've heard today that you would like to respond to? So that's the outline here. Let's go back to number 1. And why don't we go in the order we have you on our slides here? We'll start with Ms. Fiona Sanchez.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel. This is like a 2-part question, so I'm going to take it in a little bit, well, it's actually 3, but I'm going to take it in 2 parts if that's okay. So in terms, should it be more or less flexible? I think we're all agreed that I think the goal of this regulation is successful implementation to achieve long-term water efficiency and water savings so that we can be more climate resilient in the future. And if that is our shared goal, then I think, yes, that a bit more flexibility is going to be really important. And there's the reason I say that is that Irvine Ranch Water District has been a leader in implementing water efficiency programs for 30 years now. And one of the foundations of our success has really been piloting new programs and coming up with different methods of program delivery and new ways to outreach and innovative technologies. So we're implementing a whole suite of programs today so that we can be effective, some of which weren't even considered or on the radar 10, 15 years ago. And 10, 15 years from now, I think things are going to be changing as well. So for example, some of the programs we are doing now, we have a monthly customer water smart report. They get a smiley face or a sad face, depending how they're doing. Hopefully lots more smileys than sads. We do leak detection alerts. We have a Water Star business program and a Water Star restaurant program that we started a few years ago. We have Mulch Madness. We have a sprinkler tune-up program. And we have outreach that we're continually evolving and relying more and more on social media to get to our customers. These are all programs that we've come up with in the last 5 and 10 years in response to our changing customer demographics as well as changing technologies. And so we're constantly looking at what's working and also what isn't working so that we can refine targeting and programs. And we have also a lot of demand hardening in our service area. And it's harder to get to those last customers who, for whatever reason, haven't participated yet. So we're always having to rethink and reimagine how we're going to be doing our programs so that we can try and get customers that haven't traditionally participated and really work to design our outreach and modify our programs. So that's why flexibility will be important going forward. Part 2 of the question is which sections and how, and maybe will they be able to take advantage. So I do have some specifics here. So in section 966, just the overall urban water use efficiency objective, for the majority of urban suppliers, outdoor water use, so that's the residential and CII, it is the largest component of our total water use. That's just for the majority of us. And therefore, it's also the largest component of the water use objective and the largest percentage that we're going to have to deal with and address. And so a lot of us have already made a lot of investments into the indoor. That was, I won't say easy, but plumbing retrofit's a lot easier than changing a landscape. And so because the outdoor is such a significant percentage of use, most suppliers will need to meet the proposed outdoor standards in order for them to be able to comply with the overall water use objective. And so it does kind of take away some of the, I think, intended flexibility that we're trying to build into the regulation. In section 974, so this would be the CII best management practices, section 974A and B. I think one of the things that we've been looking at is the value in identifying the disclosable buildings, where it's not really clear how that is going to help us in terms of getting more water savings. So we recognize that building size for energy use is really highly correlated, but that's not necessarily the case for water use. And so we think it's going to take some significant staff resources and billing system changes, but we're not necessarily going to get additional water savings from that. And a lot of us, and we already provide water bills, many of us have portals and other means of communicating water use to commercial customers. So for example, we have water budgets for every single one of our CII customers. And so we can target them really effectively. And this would be a duplication of existing efforts when we would prefer to put those resources to getting more savings elsewhere. In section 974C and D, there are requirements to target the 80th percentile in the 22 proposed categories, and also targeting above the 97.5% percentile are going to require resources to be allocated to that effort. But those customers might not, depending on the specific water supplier, represent the best opportunity for savings. Those measures and targeting your top 20%, that's a really good starting point if you don't really have a well-developed CII program. And I think it's a good starting place. But if you have a robust and mature CII program, it may not be where you want to put your resources. So, for example, UCI is always going to be our top water user. They're like a mini city. They're always going to be number one. But to that end, we have partnered already with UCI on plumbing retrofits in all the housing units throughout campus. We have funded weather-based irrigation controllers. We've installed water-efficient lab equipment. We've converted their potable landscape to recycled. We've converted their cooling towers to recycled water. And so we have funded a lot of programs with that customer. And they're one of our most efficient customers. So for us, targeting them and some of our other top water-using customers isn't necessarily going to get us more savings, because we do have these fairly robust, mature programs. And so where we target our programs now is where we see opportunities for savings, right? So for example, we might have a program, it's not industry-specific, but we're going to look at cooling towers, because that's a good potential for savings. We also are pushing customers to participate in our WaterStar business program. And it really doesn't matter what sector they're in. And we kind of know that. How long? Okay, I'm almost done. Sorry. So I just think if we can allow some flexibility for more mature programs. On the flip side, I would say that you also have suppliers that may not have a significant CII water use. And for those customers, allowing them maybe to put more resources into the outdoor could be more beneficial and get more savings in the long run. And so, and then lastly on that topic, we've heard quite a bit about regional programs and supply programs. I think some of the language that suggests the retailer has to do every program at their level, what we may want to look at opportunities to have regional and statewide programs where we can really leverage those economies of scale for implementation. So I have two other sections, but since I'm out of time, I will hold.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think there's 5 questions and 5 of each
Yeah.
of you. So it's, I know that this is a little awkward because I know you're trying to get in all of your other points as well. Hopefully the other questions provide you an opportunity to unpack some of that as well.
I know I already said I was done and I
By all
heard you,
means.
but could you let me just do the one? And it's actually not something that IRWD would need to do, but I was just looking at it. So I think we all appreciate the intent to add in alternative pathways and compliance for, especially for agencies with more than 20% savings. But in looking at that, it would be very difficult for most suppliers to be able to achieve it. So that the G480, as you heard, is very comprehensive, but there's only 20 agencies nationwide that have been able to get that. And it's a lot of work. We are one of the other platinum ones. For the standards for Tree City, you have to be a city, so water supplier couldn't do it. And you also need a tree department, which we also couldn't really do. And the climate rating system, some of those are $9,000 per site or just to get in, and so that could be cost prohibitive. And then issues with responsibility for maintenance, installation of landscapes, and scheduling on the customer side of a meter, that can be a liability for water suppliers. And then the 40% funding to DACs, unfortunately, we're not private utilities like, Cal Water that we heard from. And for most of us, that would be a Prop 218 issue. So just wanted to point out that we recognize that the board and staff are really looking to provide alternative compliance, but it could be a challenge. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me a little bit extra time.
Of course, thank you for that. And looking forward to also the written comments here all amongst it as well, so we can really be able to digest what I know is a lot of good feedback and work here. Thank you.
Thank you. If folks could pick 1 or 2 of their top comments, that would be most helpful. Let's move to Mr. Drew Atwater.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board and staff for the opportunity to participate. So I believe we're still on for first question though, right? Okay, perfect. Just making sure. Yes, no, Molten Miguel, I serve as the Deputy General Manager. We're an agency that's had water budgets at the customer level since 2011. So we've been working with customers on a similar kind of approach to the framework being discussed today. My general kind of comments on flexibility is just that we've had a lot of opportunity to work with customers and go through variance processes, and flexibility can be helpful from a kind of a customer experience standpoint, with the overall goal being to steer agencies and the public ultimately towards good actions. We've seen that in working with customers to help them in meeting their own individual water budgets that they have. We've had a lot of success with reducing water use through rebates. We have full smart meter and leak alerts for our customers. And I guess the overarching thought just being that agencies who are the ones being regulated are not the ones who are ultimately taking the action. It's the public. And so there's going to be a lot of learning over the years as we go through this, and that agencies that show good faith effort, put a lot of really strong demand management programs in place. Ultimately, the public may not respond. And I think that at the end of the day, that having that sort of working with agencies approach that the board took, especially during the 2013-2017 drought with some agencies who are off the mark, I think having that same kind of approach would be helpful, and kind of working through with agencies that are showing a lot of, putting in place programs, showing a lot of work in this effort, but still off the mark. And last, in terms of flexibility, I agree with on partnerships. I think there's a lot of opportunity in thinking about climate resiliency to support agencies and others to work across different multiple benefits. There's some presentations this morning. I think as much as you can build flexibility into funding across watershed and other kind of holistic water solutions, I think that'll help as implementing this would provide a lot of benefits in other related water efforts that aren't necessarily water supply too. That's all. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Let's go to Ms. Tracy Quinn.
So
First I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to provide input today and for including environmental organizations on this panel. We also consider ourselves to be part of the water community, so I speak for Heather and myself saying we're grateful to be here. I wanted to start with something that I haven't heard today and take a step back and remember why we need this rulemaking. DWR predicts that the available water supply from the State Water Project will reduce by, I think, 10% by 2040. Snowpack will be reduced by 50 to 65% by the end of the century. We're already seeing impacts of climate change. Last year, we started the year with a 0% allocation on the State Water Project. And those areas like where I live in Los Angeles that are dependent on the State Water Project had to drastically reduce water use. Colorado has been in a multi-decade drought, and California's allocation is being renegotiated. And SGMA is going to go into effect in 2040 after an incredibly long lead time, which is going to result in the need for significant cuts in our water use. I'd also like to, so there is incredible need for us to do a rulemaking that's going to require the efficient use of water. I'd also like to talk about why this approach, right? We've previously done percent reductions, and water suppliers have brought forward their concerns that that approach is unfair. Agencies that invested in water efficiency early felt punished by that approach. Local climate, types of customers, lot sizes were not taken into consideration in percent reductions, and water suppliers didn't want a one-size-fits-all approach. So is this approach complicated? Sure. But it's complicated because DWR and the State Board have been working hard to accommodate the asks from our water suppliers to accommodate their unique circumstances. This is what the water suppliers asked for. As you'll hear from Heather, I can see her notes, this rulemaking is already incredibly flexible. And I would argue that if we continue to add more flexibility to accommodate every agency, it may require significant time and expense, like we saw with the development of the fourth methodology for SB 7X7, and result in even less water saved. Our goal here should be to put forward a regulation that ensures the reliability and affordability of water for all Californians. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Ms. Heather Cooley. And yes, apologies for calling you out of the order I had suggested.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, board members. It's a great opportunity to be here today. Thank you to all of your work, all of the work of staff to get us where we are. It's been a tremendous amount of work and a tremendous process. So I want to talk about all of the various ways that flexibility is already incorporated, and there's several. As opposed to the 20 by 2020 standard, which Tracy spoke to, this was really meant to take into account local conditions, things like climate, land use patterns. The suppliers are not required to meet the overall objective, are required to meet the overall objective, not the individual standards. So they can prioritize efforts in a way that matches their opportunities in their communities. There's many different variances available, from everything from evaporative coolers, seasonal population, and even for livestock. And we've heard today from some of the examples that those are helpful. There's bonus credit for potable reuse. Even the compliance pathway allows for some flexibility. There are first informational orders before things move on. There's been additional flexibility added in since March, allowing for a longer compliance period for those struggling to meet that outdoor standard. So, there's a tremendous amount. Even arguably, the I&I provides at least some flexibility, that 20% in these next few years. Should there be even more flexibility integrated into the regulation? Maybe. But I would argue we'll tie ourselves in knots over hypothetical arguments, theoretical arguments, and we'll drag this process on even longer. I remember Tracy mentioned SBX 7-7. I was also part of that process, and I remember at the time some of the same arguments. We're never going to meet this. We need another compliance option. And there was a tremendous amount of time and resources that went into a fourth option that I think only 2 water suppliers ended up using. So, as an alternative here, I'd propose that there be a periodic check-in to identify if there are real problems that need to be addressed and then address them accordingly. I think that will enable us to maintain forward progress while also providing an opportunity for changes if and when they're needed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And now to Dr. Jay Lund.
Thank you very much for inviting me here, and thank you to earlier panelists and the staff for all of their hard work on these and many other issues that the board has to deal with. My biggest concern on this proposal is it's pretty resource intensive. You've heard from some of the local water utilities about how they're going to have to increase their budgets. It'll certainly take a lot of staff time. You're going to be hearing special pleadings from innumerable entities looking for little changes here and there. All of that's going to take time. What is being gained from that? Some moderately important amounts of additional urban water conservation. We've had really, I think, remarkably large amounts of urban water conservation, reductions in per capita water use in particular across California. There's still a lot to be done. I mean, I think we should be conserving another 25, 30% or more. But we have pretty well established in most of the larger agencies in particular some pretty effective programs that are on the right trajectory. Maybe we should try to speed them up a little bit, but I'm a little bit worried that there's an opportunity cost in terms of staff time, leadership time, as you all know, for leadership time with so many things to do, and trust in the public, from the public, that certainly some aspects of our society are really upset every time you come in with a new regulation. And so I think we have to bear that in mind, because that blowback can be very bad for a lot of more important things than this. The flexibility in this is really limited quite a bit by the legislation. You guys are stuck here with this. You tried to add some more flexibility. I think all that's good in principle, but I would like to see some more structural flexibility where Irvine Ranch water agencies have really done very well with this kind of approach for rate setting. And then using that high rate tier of people exceeding their caps to provide additional funding for lots of good things. There's a potential, I think, for the board, this might require changes in legislation, to say, okay, we're going to set these caps, but if you exceed your utility-based cap, there will be an additional fee that comes to the state that can be used for affordability programs, rural water supply programs, whatever is needed. But we have a tremendous problem, as we've heard from others today, with getting money, because most of the money is at the local level, available to affordability programs in particular, without 218 problems.
Great, thank you. Now let's go.
Just one moment, Mr. Nachbauer. I appreciate the perspectives, Mr. Lund, and I guess I just kind of have a couple of questions amongst it. I know you had indicated, and here this board very concerned about affordability, and knowing that there's maximum contaminant limits out there, there's investments in water recycling, there's stormwater capture investments. All of these things are competing for local ratepayer dollars. Compared to other sources of water, that conservation spending, opposed to, say, a new water recycling plant or a desal plant, what is the cost comparably?
Well, California's a very big state, as you're very aware.
Right, yeah.
Very diverse. So
just kind of wondering where
in some places, I think
lands
it goes one way or the other.
Okay.
And so having local ability to make those decisions, because they're bearing most of the cost and they're having to deal with the implementation, I think is a good feature.
Definitely, and I think it's a balance between, and here we're talking about, again, the demand side as opposed to the supply side.
Right.
But
They do it
trying
around.
to understand, the benefit that, again, you have concern around. And then also, I guess, when it comes to the 20% mandatory reduction that went out, that I think caused the most, I mean, this is, I think, a lot of the the tone and sense of frustration from agencies is something of, to your point, blowback from a mandatory percentage that wasn't precise as this, that was seemingly a bit unfair. But those savings statewide, which I think we said it was around 16% that maintained going into this current drought, did that help agencies? Was that a factor perhaps? And how do we quantify, I would ask, the cushion that it actually helped for agencies then moving into the dry periods again to weather another historic drought?
To me, conservation has been essential. I mean, we've gotten through several really deep droughts in the last couple of decades, and very few occasions where large water utilities felt they had to implement really deep mandatory rationing. I mean, it's remarkable. Even though our per capita water use rates are still higher than they probably ought to be.
Thank you. I appreciated the opportunity for a quick engagement and appreciated your points, Mr. Lind. Mr. Knockbauer.
Great. So question 2, what are the implications of the regulatory flexibility or lack thereof? I think we may have already sort of touched on this.
Yeah, if there's anything anyone would like to add to this question, I think a bit further, and then can go on as opposed to all 5 having to respond. I think we can treat that for the rest of the questions too, because otherwise do want to be mindful of time.
Okay, I will be brief, but I think one of the things that potentially in needing to do certain things that may not be what that agency needs in terms of where it can target effectively, it's going to increase our costs because we might want to do what is working and then still we've obviously got to comply. So if we could have some flexibility so where we can target the limited resources that we have, I think we would see more savings. If we are not able to do that, then potentially we're going to see increased costs, and that's going to, and if we can't get economies of scale through regional programs, that's going to affect costs and affordability for customers. And so we want to be able to adapt and have a bit more flexibility in our service areas. It might impact program design and therefore successful implementation. So for example, we could see a lot of artificial turf, rocks, and cacti. I don't think that's anybody's end goal. And so we just need a little bit more time and flexibility, I think, to implement to get where we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And just a quick touch point on Mr. Lund. I know you said, the Irvine ranches of the world and others that, have really done well. Shouldn't be asked to do more. Or necessarily asked to do more, but I would say, it would seem punishing them at this point for what is, very efficient use. And so at this point, is Irvine Ranch with, say, a 0.55 ETF, and I know there's a lot of recycled water, so at 15%, anticipating needing to do anything to comply with the more even stringent sort of side of things? And putting CII work aside, because we are asking you, there is an ask at this point in the draft for more work on CII, but just, I guess, in trying to just meet the budget,
In terms of meeting the budget, because we have invested in recycled water and we also have potable reuse, we know we're going to be okay. I was curious to see, well, what if we didn't have that? What if that wasn't the case? I calculated we'd have to replace 145% of our existing turf to meet the outdoor standard. In other words, we'd have to replace more turf than we actually have because of how water use is and what we would need to do, and with the precip and the pools. So for us, yes, thankfully we have recycled water. And I notice a lot of us agencies that have been up here today, we tend to be coastal, more affluent, we've got more resources, and we have recycled water, and that is going to help us be able to comply.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And just,
but again, we will continue to do water efficiency. We're not going away.
Well, I think the important thing to note for everyone is it is a journey, right? It is perpetual. It is helping to continue to make everyone aware of the ability to, and here, not right-size the challenges we face with climate change on the backs of urban water users. And to Mr. Lund's point, frustrate everybody kind of around this. It is meant to capture what is that leadership there and just say, We know with a warming climate, and as part of the water supply strategy, which is very intentional for us as an administration to couch, okay, what are the savings potentially within the conservation space? But then where are we investing in recycling? How do we invest on that supply side and see it as a continuum of activities and not kind of one for the other, and leave it for the flexibility of locals to best understand that. So anyway, thanks for letting me go back and forth, because I think these are some of the more fundamental issues I know we're grappling with around the work. So just thank you. Appreciate the exchange.
And I think I saw another hand at the, yes.
Thank you. So in terms of the implications of the flexibility, there are trade-offs for even greater flexibility. The flexibility that's already captured was at the request of the water suppliers. I think Tracy talked a little bit about that. And accommodations of those requests have led to some of the complexity that we see in the objective. And additional flexibility would further increase the complexity of the framework and the calculation of the objective. Secondly, it would lead to lesser savings potentially and even greater delay in this process. And that delay has real consequences for our communities and our ecosystems. We need to take measures and be very proactive in terms of preparing communities for a hotter, drier future and more frequent and severe droughts. And so, that time to act is now. We've seen what happens very recently when communities are ill prepared for drought. That's when we see the more reactive measures to achieve water savings in a very short period of time. With California's hydrology, we have wet years, we have dry years. We don't really know we're in a drought until the second or third year. And once we're in that situation, we have far more limited options available to us. And so that's when we start asking customers or requiring that customers cut back their irrigation, eliminate it if things get very bad. That is what leads to dead landscapes and dead trees. And so we are trying to get ahead of that and prepare communities for what we know are going to be even more dire situations with our water supply.
Thank you. I'll be brief. This regulation, this rulemaking was born out of the lessons that we learned in the implementation of SB 7X7. So many of the things that we're addressing in this rulemaking were challenges that were faced by the water suppliers. And, the desire to add, many of the things that I've heard today from water suppliers, I think we heard in 2009 when we were putting forward 20 by 2020. But the desire for added flexibility back in 2009 led to, that was, to remind folks, the state set a goal to reduce water use by 20% by 2020. The desire to add flexibility to that standard led to water suppliers being able to choose 4 methodologies to achieve their 2020 target. The cumulative effect of the added flexibility meant that when you added everybody's targets up, the state was only going to save 16%. So it was going to fall short of its state goals. And again, incredible time and expense was spent by the state to develop a 4th methodology at the request of water suppliers. And as Heather pointed out, only 2 water suppliers took advantage of that. So I think there are some real repercussions of trying to go beyond the flexibility that's already included in this legislation or in this regulation.
No, I think a lot of panelists made some really good points. I just wanted to, in talking about flexibility and looking at this, I think there's a lot of agencies that'll look to go past the objectives that are set. Molten Nagel's current target reduction from some of the data is about 3%, and we're going to continue our demand management efforts. We also have a really exciting potable reuse project concept. And between those two, we would anticipate to meet those. And additionally, in the last 12 months, we've seen that we've had even lower. So we're right at the kind of 2035 plus objective today. And that actually was seen with the XPX 77, where we didn't have a 20% reduction. We had almost a 50% reduction in water use from the XPX 7 goal. And I think statewide, in actual empirical data met far more than 20% of a reduction. So it's just a comment on the flexibility, the minimum amount to meet. You're going to have some actors who are going to push well beyond what's there. And I think having that good faith effort in some areas, especially considering some of the equity implications from agencies who haven't had as robust of programs for as long, would be helpful in the messaging for the overall regulation, because there's going to be a lot of agencies, mine and I can speak for Fiona too, that are going to keep pushing for water efficiency actions well beyond these objectives.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I know for us, it's definitely you see the spread of those that will have to do, over 20%, again, no matter where we kind of land in the cone of the ETF factor. But, and I think why, trying to appreciate the discussion on flexibility, I think for me, it is most with those that have this almost, Herculean lift to try to go for, and that we need to then really work with and think differently as we kind of set, for another agency to say, well, in a decade, you're going to need to save 5 or 7% is far more reasonable. And I think, a lot of where a number of the systems are landing, but again, we're trying to figure out where best we land this. So thank you for those comments on that flexibility. And thanks for those at the dais for letting me just kind of chat here. And Mr. Lund.
One of the things that I think is the biggest problem in water management in California generally is integrated regional planning and efforts. Certainly in Southern California, they've benefited tremendously from having local districts get together with regional districts, former regional districts, both for acquiring water, importing water from the north, say, but also for building facilities, engaging in conservation activities, groundwater conjunctive use activities, a whole water marketing activities. If this proposal can be tweaked to provide further encouragement for local water agencies to come together and maybe apply these caps, not at the utility scale, but at a regional scale. Certainly the local utilities within that region that are doing very well might not want to easily sell that privilege, but there might be cases where other agencies can contribute a water recycling project or something else, or there might be room for regional advertising for conservation programs or economies of scale at the regional scale for conservation activities that apply to many agencies. This seems like it might be a good opportunity to sort of encourage that kind of behavior.
Thank you.
All right. Next, I think I'm actually going to propose we skip this one, since we've heard a lot already about actions people have taken to achieve what they have achieved and the kinds of things they may ramp up. So let's move to question 4. What additional resources or support may be needed to comply with the proposed regulation and avoid unintended consequences?
And James, what's the 5th question?
The 5th question is there anything else you'd like to say?
Yeah, we can combine those a bit and just to help kind of move folks along. Thank you.
All right. So in terms of additional, is this the one we're doing, or did we skip this one?
Well, it's a little, yeah, there you are. Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't number them here. 3, sorry. Okay. So I think one thing that could be very helpful, and I think we've heard about data and landscape measurements, would be for the state to be able to provide updated landscape area measurements, maybe recommending that every 5 years. The data we're working with now is already 5 years old, and that would be really helpful because over time, hopefully we can start to true up our data and really better assess where we are. I think significant funding is going to be required. Aggressively implementing and ramping up programs for suppliers could result in significant rate hikes and affordability issues. And those tend to fall disproportionately on certain customers, whether or not you are a DAC. So we're not. But we have estimates that in our service area, 22% of our customers are at 200% of the federal poverty level. And so they're the ones that struggle to pay the bills. The same customers are the ones that struggle to participate in rebate programs. They probably couldn't afford to do some of the landscape retrofits we saw earlier today and pay those maintenance costs. And our wealthy customers can. And so disproportionately, our lower income customers are going to bear the burden of the rate increase that we have to spread across per 218 to everybody, right? So it's going to be a challenge, and I think what we really need to think about how we can structure this and look at affordability so that those customers are not negatively impacted, because we want to continue to do the water efficiency, but we need to think about that. I think technical support to design and implement and track and report on programs and the requirements. Some of us can do that pretty well. Some agencies are going to need a lot of help and support because they don't have those resources. Similarly, GIS resources, that landscape area measurement data, some of us are able to readily verify it, and some agencies don't even have a GIS person. So, some technical support to help that. Funding for even potential modifications to billing systems to help us do this and track this and see what we're doing. And funding for outreach. So we're going to have to transform thinking, right? And transform norms. We're not just trying to transform landscapes, but to get that done, you have to transform mindsets. And that is a little bit more of a challenge. We've kind of got, some of us have targeted the customers, the low-hanging fruit that are already interested in this, right? I'm sure you all have water-efficient landscapes. And I do too. But, we have our customers that they've still got this vision of the lawn and all the stuff. And then, they want to go to artificial turf because they've still got that vision. And that requires a lot of resource and time and investment and pacing. And so we're going to have to think as a state, how do we transform the mindset to motivate people that that's what they want? So we're going to need to think about that and provide the time for that and a pathway that really considers good faith efforts before moving to enforcement. And I'm going to go into my last question. I think today we've heard a lot of really good examples of water efficiency, right? And most of us in the room, and I consider Heather and Tracy, who I've worked with, since I was in my 20s, for a long time. So we've worked together, right? But most of us who are conservation staff that you're hearing from, we do this because we are passionate about what we do. We're passionate about the environment and making a difference. And for a lot of years, a lot of us were the stepchildren at our agencies. What do you mean we have less revenue because of your programs? We've had to overcome that and deal with that, right? So we're not the engineers and the planners who, are the popular people at the agency. We're in this because we care. And our efforts, they can see, but you can see that our efforts and what we are doing, you can see it in the numbers that's being presented by staff and other agencies. Look at the trajectory of water use in California. So we are your partners in this. And a big part of what we can bring to the table in this is that real boots on the ground, that real world implementation experience. We are technical and we look at data and studies just like you do, and those are very informative. But at the end of the day, we have to go out and design and implement the programs. We have to work with the customers, convince them that this is a really good idea, plan all the outreach and make adjustments and pilot all the new technologies and get all this stuff done, and then advocate for the budget and the resources to do them. So it's what we do and it's what we know. And we would very much appreciate the opportunity to sit down with your staff and other stakeholders like Tracy, like Heather. I know you did SB. We were all in 2020, and I know you're hating me already that I'm saying this, but I think if we sit down together, we can really hash through some of the concerns and the issues and come up with approaches that are going to be workable, right? We did that really successfully in the wetlands policy. And ultimately, we can get to that shared goal of the long-term water efficiency and resiliency. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate what your acknowledgement here is really the human element around so much of this work. This does touch households. It touches the way we think about the daily ritual of bathing, which is, something that we can easily take for granted given how many we know don't have access amongst us. So I agree with you that, this work is different. It isn't just the numbers. It isn't just our valued engineers that as well are important parts of the water family here. So just thank you for that acknowledgement and that leadership amongst that. And here, what I want to acknowledge is the amount of conversations that have contributed to this moment, that we don't just find ourselves in a moment where we have a regulation that was not benefiting from a lot of collaborative work. And so I continue to commit to that, especially as we move on in this process and we continue to hear voices here, how best we bring everyone along, because to your point, there is a lot to be proud of here, a lot of passion, and it's actually made huge differences, not just in our ability to weather drought, but to transform our landscapes to not look like Scotland, but to look like California, and to embrace what it means to live in this place as opposed to notions of, luxury elsewhere.
Right.
So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Still on our question though, so but I had to just acknowledge, thank you, Ms. Sanchez, because it was a heartfelt, and I appreciate all the points you made.
So I was just continuing on that theme of looking at opportunities with the regulations. I think that one of the key things I see is it's going to take even beyond the water community and working with NGOs, working in academia. I think that we're going to see technology and remote sensing, all of these things are going to change so much in the next 20 years. And there's just a lot of opportunity to keep assessing and working through all of that. I think outreach from the state, funding, we've seen so much, heard from so many successful NGOs in building a lot of really cool projects. We're going to need to see, I think, a lot more of that as we move forward. And I see that as we look statewide, and there's a heterogeneity of agencies and areas that need more or less help, it would be helpful to lean on some of the successful existing organizations to help with that. I mean, some sitting at this table, but then also like California Water Efficiency Partnership, in terms of they help scale programs. The Data Collaborative has helped a lot with some of the data analytics and agencies and understanding what this means. I still think there's still some information gaps to some of the smaller systems throughout the state. And I think the more that the state agencies can partner with some of the local NGOs and the water community to help with both expansion of programs, expansion of information, and on some of the existing successful outreach, because all of that's going to need to increase substantially. I know there's a lot mentioning the existing programs, but I think all of it's going to need to increase to make this successful. So just wanted to highlight all of that. Thanks.
Thank you. And agree, and would touch back again to Ms. Sanchez's point as well, across the data needs. And if we can get here, my hope would be a statewide snapshot that is paid for at the state level and just provided for free to the water agencies would be pretty powerful to keep having something that's more on the regular. But thank you.
I want to come back to this human element. There's something like 30 million water users, 40 million water users of urban water in California. And this proposal is going to bring some fairly big changes to them. People don't like change. It might be a worthy thing to do, but people don't like change. And there's some loss of trust that can occur if this is not handled very well. Coming back to the need for very extensive and improved outreach and communications at really the very broadest levels, which has implications for a lot of things. The local water utilities require that trust to do their business. They need people to pay their bills. They need people to agree to rate increases. Although, I'm sure they'll agree to decreases, but they need to agree to increases as well. To respond to droughts, respond to spills, outages, to really have trust in their utility. And so I think in implementing this, that's really important for the effectiveness of local water utilities, as well as the effectiveness of local governments, because most people don't really know the difference between the local special district and their local county and state agencies either. It's just the government. So I think that's probably the most important single thing for the implementation of this that I would highlight. The other thing I would highlight is the value of going along with this kind of a proposal, an explicit process for updating and recalibrating the various technical elements of the regulations over time. Because as it's being implemented across really thousands of different water agencies, all of which are going to have different experiences.
There's only about 400.
400?
It's
Okay,
applying to
400.
urban water agencies. Sorry.
That's still enough. That's still
We want to
enough.
be exact. It's a workshop.
Yeah. We'll learn a lot from that. And having an explicit feedback in rather than lots of special pleadings might be helpful.
Completely agree, and thank you for the notes on trust, because it isn't just about this issue. That's the common thread, I feel, when we talk about administration of water rights, when it comes to tribes, when it comes to communities that have been left out sometimes in this space. So your points on trust are incredibly well taken, and on affordability. I know just yesterday this board approved a $600 million water debt program that is with many of these water agencies in the room. And I think that's a sign of the trust that I think we can continue to make sure we build off of. So I really appreciate that, Mr. Light. Ms. Cooley.
Great. Well, it's great to have. I think there's some alignment that you'll hear. I think on this point of additional resources. I think first and foremost, periodic assessment of progress to understand, to identify who's struggling and why, and who's having success and why, and that can then inform the resources and the support and the tools that might be needed. Targeted funding and technical support for those that need to make the greatest savings. And especially for those that are under-resourced, that will need those resources. There's talk of another water bond. And, if you look historically at bonds, most of the money has gone to new supply development, which is far more expensive. There's been a lot less to efficiency. We need to flip that on its head. We need more of the money going to conservation and efficiency. And I think a coalition of NGOs and suppliers could be very powerful in making that case. I also think, as we know, saving water saves energy and reduces greenhouse gas emissions. And some of the work that we have done at the Pacific Institute has demonstrated how water efficiency is going to be key to achieving our energy and our climate goals. And so I think there is a role and an opportunity for the state to compel the energy IOUs to be partnering with the water utilities in achieving some of these savings. I know utilities have had lots of challenges, and so I think there's support that's needed there. Another, and this was mentioned in one of the presentations earlier, a state or an NGO-run program really focused in on some of the gaps in terms of providing rebates and incentives, direct install type of programs to those communities that aren't currently able to either operate and run those systems or just not covered. I think that's going to be key. And I think better and more timely data, and Fiona mentioned this as well, the landscape area measurement, the irrigated area, I think that's going to get at addressing some of the concerns and really eliminates the need for additional irrigable, non-irrigated going forward. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I support my fellow panelists' call for state and even federal investments in water efficiency. Making California more efficient benefits much of the Western United States. So it only makes sense for there to be federal investments and investments from other states around the Colorado River, like we're seeing at the Metropolitan Water District with partnerships with Arizona and Nevada. Partnerships are going to be key to the success of this particular regulation. There are tons of community-based organizations and NGOs and companies that are working to advance water efficiency and looking to partner with water agencies. I held a series of webinars for groups working in Los Angeles. Dozens and dozens of people showed up saying that they're on the ground, they're doing this work, they're excited to see this rulemaking. Hopefully we'll hear from some of them in the public comment. But excited to work with water suppliers and help them to meet these goals. And they see the opportunity for job creation, for wealth creation in the landscape transformation sector. Next, I think we need more innovation in how we're thinking about funding this type of work. Debt financing for efficiency programs can be a more equitable way of going about, just like we do capital funding for traditional infrastructure and for new supply, we could do the same for efficiency programs and distributed infrastructure. It's more equitable. It allows water suppliers to target low-income customers that can't always access traditional rebate programs where customers need to pay up front. I think, like others have said, a statewide program to help get best practices out to all water agencies. Some of the things that come to mind that the statewide program could do is, like Heather said, help water suppliers partner with energy utilities to do water energy retrofits at the same time, help water agencies figure out how to work with their cities or counties to advocate for retrofit on resale ordinances. We've seen that be successful throughout the state. Advocate for water efficient standards for new buildings and new appliances. For outdoor water use, again, you could partner with CBOs to develop and implement multi-benefit landscape transformation programs, work with, again, cities and counties that are required to comply with MS4 permits to pool resources to fund landscape transformations that are going to help them be more water efficient, but also capture pollutants that are causing them to exceed their TMDLs. Partner with local and state agencies addressing extreme heat to fund rebates for landscape transformations. We've at Metropolitan Water District, in addition to leading Hilda Bay, I also sit on the board of the Metropolitan Water District. I'm not here representing them, but they've done a lot of really exciting things. I think one of the things Mr. Lund spoke to, which was having a regional program and being able to help the entirety of Southern California and have rebate programs that are consistent for 19 million people is really helpful. Having something for the rest of the state would be great, or having the state help with Met's program would be incredible. I think that many of the other things I have here have been identified by others. I think, just lastly, when we looked at some of the previous presentations about the agencies, they're going to maybe have a tough time meeting this, the smaller agencies, those in the Central Valley. I think there could be state help in helping them to identify the data issues that may be leading to some of those larger targets that they're seeing. When I look at them, I see that a lot of them have a lot of turf, helping them, programs to help them move away from turf, pooling resources from water agencies. People who live in a service area of a small water agency shouldn't bear the burden of a lack of investment or a lack of resources. So I think we can work together to lift them up. There's a lot of great resources that the more sophisticated water suppliers like Molten Miguel and Irvine Ranch and others who have spoken today have. On the car ride over here, I shared an Uber with a representative from a water supplier who shared a great educational ad that they had created. Not every water agency can create educational materials like that. Having a statewide program where things can be uploaded and a water agency could simply download the resource they need could be incredibly powerful. So I think that there's a lot we can do, and a statewide program would be incredibly helpful.
Thank you incredibly for that, and for the panel for a lot of good feedback here on, again, not an uncomplicated regulation, but that's the way the statute sets it, and importantly, provides a lot of this flexibility and discussion. Before I release you, though, I do want to look to see if my fellow colleagues, Vice Chair, has any questions for folks.
I was trying to stay quiet until we were all finished because it's important to get people, get the commenters going. But there's just a lot of really good thinkers here on this panel. And so I do want to just share something that I have been really troubled with. And Ms. Quinn, you ended on that very issue, and that is the communities that have been left behind, many I think that we're going to hear from today. And so looking at standards, so we're a regulatory body. We've been working really well with our sister agency, with the Department of Water Resources, with Save Our Water, but there's only so much funding. And in the meantime, these standards will translate into an objective. And we know that, a lot of it's outdoor use. And so even though it's not for an individual lot, aggregated, it's going to have impacts on the communities I'm most concerned about. I think we all are, and that is the disadvantaged communities and, sort of the racial impacts there as well. Unintended consequences as a result of this regulation, and seeing the map that Dr. Ruggiero pulled up earlier, those dots are in the Central Valley, Inland Empire, Coachella Valley. They're elsewhere, but that's kind of where they're concentrated. And so, I've been spending my time here today also reading through the statute, and I discovered something that made me concerned. Ms. Cooley, you had mentioned, maybe a check-in at some point to see how we're progressing. And I discovered something that I wasn't aware of until today, talked with Mr. Rose about it, and that is that this statute provides us with a one-time only authority to set these standards. So, maybe we have some flexibility on, variances and that sort of thing. I think we're going to need to noodle on this. But if this is the time, if this is our only opportunity, it makes me even that much more concerned that if there are standards that will result in significant unintended consequences for those communities, that great ideas that are out there, but they've got one guy wearing multiple hats. They're struggling with making ends meet for their community, police, fire, basic services. And so, just want to take this opportunity to hear from you about your thoughts. I know we already talked about flexibility, and there's pros and cons of, another flexible alternative path. And then we did have, Cal Water talking about cost benefit. And I'm very much intrigued by that, because as we play with these numbers, whether it's 0.63, 0.55, or whatever it is, I'm looking at, I guess I'm just razor focused on these communities, and that can have an impact on the rest of the state where, maybe there is some room for additional improvement. So I was intrigued by the comment about, cost benefit analysis, looking at specifically for these communities that are challenged with, looks like, maybe not in terms of actual population numbers, but the communities that seem to bear the brunt of this on those higher numbers.
If it's okay, I'll address your questions. First, it does appear that it would require legislation to make changes. And I would note, I think included in the legislation is the requirement that the board report to the legislature annually on the progress of the rulemaking or on the regulation and our water supplier's ability to comply. So I think there will be a check-in which can allow for, if there does need further legislation to adjust for that to happen, there's going to be that oversight from the legislature. For the communities that you spoke of, we both spoke of, that are going to be challenged, or that the initial numbers look like they have quite a bit of a ways to go, I will note initially, first of all, that those don't include the variances. So there may be many of those communities where variances are going to allow them to have a much less distance to go to meet their objectives. But more importantly, these communities are also the ones that are already most impacted by climate change. They're the ones that need these transformations the most. Those folks in the Central Valley, far better than I, that the cuts that are going to have to come from SGMA are going to come from those communities, that the water availability in those places is going to be significantly less. And so for them to be on track to be using water more efficiently is going to benefit them. Landscapes that are transformed from thirsty turf to things that are more resilient to drought are going to mean that we're not going to see brown lawns when we have to cut back, when we have hotter, drier periods. We're going to have resilient landscapes that are going to be able to persist. It'll help to address some of the concerns around, these this barren landscape future that this rulemaking might lead to. I think that, this rulemaking is a really important part of helping these communities adapt to climate change and make sure that, they're less likely to face the impacts of extreme heat, of flooding, of drought. And this can also, obviously help with pollution if it's done right as well. And so I think it's essential that we bring them along and that we make those investments. And I think that we do have water suppliers that have tremendous resources, and that if we provide a platform, it's not going to be tremendous expense from the state. You're not going to have to develop the programs. We have the programs, right? We have the best practices. We just need a platform to distribute them and make it as easy as possible to help those communities adapt to our changing climate.
Can I add one item on this? First, I just want to thank, there was, I guess about a couple of weeks ago, the release of the data that showed who was going to be impacted and by how much. First, I want to thank you all for releasing that. I think, again, that enables us to move away from sort of hypothetical, theoretical discussions into, okay, who's really impacted and why? And I very much appreciated the analysis that was discussed today, which indicated that geography was a bigger driver than race or income in terms of who was going to have to make the greatest reductions. I also think, as a follow-on to that, it would be helpful to also look at those agencies. And again, I agree with Tracy that variances are going to be important. Understand who variances might help. And we heard some of that today. How many of those are reliant on a single source of water? How many of those are reliant on groundwater or on groundwater from overdrafted basins that are going to have to meet SGMA? Who's dependent on Colorado River water, which we know is at risk of cutback? I think those are the types of things that'll help us understand who's going to be impacted, and then to think about what are the resources we make available to those communities, and talk to those communities. What do they need? I think that's going to be critical for the success, and I think we'll leave those communities and all of our communities in a better place to deal with the hotter, drier future and the more severe and intense droughts.
Maybe just one last point, too, I wanted to note is just that, this is an example that I think is brought up a lot in our sort of echo chamber of the water world, of our conversations around efficiency. But the city of Los Angeles obviously has implemented water efficiency for a very long time, and they did and I think the Alliance for Water Efficiency did a study that showed that the water efficiency programs implemented at the city of Los Angeles saved customers $11 billion and reduced customer water bills by nearly 27%. And so I think it really goes to show that investments in water efficiency can really help to affordability, which I think is another concern in some of these smaller agencies, smaller communities. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from the panel, from the vice chair's questions? And looking to the dais to see if there's anything any other board members would like to contribute. Thank you. I appreciate this panel again, and all the panelists. It's been really important to be able to have some structured discussion here. I'm looking forward to what I know a lot of commenters here, and let's get into it. And first, we'll begin with our elected officials. I will take our in-person elected officials first. I know we have some folks on the Zoom platform as well. So I will buck you out. And if I believe we have all the names of our electeds, if you are an elected, and I'm getting toward the end here and I haven't called you, please do let us know. And I think our first commenter here to kick us off will be Mayor Bruce Hauschild. The microphone will be cold, so if you don't mind turning it on, there's a button at the top. Appreciate it, Mayor. Thank you.
I have an IT department that does that. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. You usually see me here in my capacity as the Director of Water Quality for Northern California Water Association. Vice Chair Diadamo, perfect question. I know in my work going up the valley, whether it's Grimes or Gerber or Williams or Calusa, right? The smaller the ratepayer base, the more challenging and more impacted any regulation is. I happen to work for Northern California Water Association. I happen to work for an organization that values input and value service in the community. And so before I became mayor for the city of Roseville, more than a decade ago, I was on our Public Utilities Commission and then was on our Planning Commission. So we are, as you probably are aware, one of the fastest growing cities in the region. Number one in U-Haul trips in, probably dead last in U-Haul trips out. But we are growing. We're 153,000 residents and growing, and probably 154 by now. And we're also home to a thriving economy, which includes the recent investment by the German company Bosch in our community. We have Penumbra, which moved its operations from the Bay Area up to, didn't move, it's expanded its operations to Roseville recently. Roseville's a full-service city: water, wastewater, electric, recycled water, stormwater, solid waste, and electric services. And that model allows us to efficiently and effectively manage our utility and the rate impacts on our residents. Roseville's mandate is to meet the basic service needs of our customers at an affordable rate. Efficiency, and I'm going to stress this, efficiency is an element that's incorporated as we balance costs. We are intentional and deliberative in that. We have an inspiration garden where students come and, you can see water efficient landscape. We have our own, and we have had for more than a decade, a water efficient landscape ordinance. Roseville's committed to water efficiency, and I can tell you how committed they are, because we received a postcard at our house about 10 days ago. It said, water's running at your house. We just went to advanced metering and remote sensing. So my wife ran over, got, and said, that toilet's been running, I bet you that's what it is. So we're doing outreach and education. That's really important. Roseville supported AB 1668 and SB 606 after securing amendments to recognize in the statute the longstanding role of local government in managing the efficient use of local water resources. As amended and adopted, the new laws struck the right balance and flexibility in protecting our investments in water and wastewater management, our natural and developed parklands and urban tree health, while also protecting our ratepayers. That longstanding commitment clearly was recognized. Commitment to wise and efficient water resources was clearly recognized in the online tool, which set our targets at 0% in 2025, 9% in 2030, and 13% in 2025. We appreciate the work of your staff, and as you've heard today, the complexity of our state, whether you're going from Del Norte County to the Inland Empire. It's a really diverse landscape. We appreciate and we have concerns, but we have concerns with the regulation as currently proposed, and you'll hear from our staff later. Essentially, local flexibility is accessed through variance mechanisms that are labor intensive, thus expensive to ratepayers, and the variances are temporary. The proposed regulation does not adequately account for extensive long-term infrastructure investments. Recycling, we just were awarded $8 million from Natural Resources and DWR for aquifer storage and recovery. Recycling parks, natural lands, and urban tree health without having to conduct extensive studies. So studies are important if they are a distinction, but sometimes doing studies repeatedly yield the same result. One example, Roseville will need to know if a special landscape area being watered by recycled water is irrigated by a sprinkler or drip, and we'll need to know every plant used in that special landscape area and what percentage of each plant makes up the total landscape area for every site. To apply the recycled water special landscape variance, it'll cost us, $490 by the time it's $500,000, which might not sound like a lot, but it's a compilation of other regulations. This is just one variance, and this regulation places a hardship on our ratepayers. So Roseville will be submitting comments along with Regional Water Authority, Association of California Water Agencies, California Municipal Utilities Association, CASA, Water Reuse, and many other water and wastewater recycled providers. We'll continue to work with your staff, and I appreciate the opportunity before you today in a different role. And we'll see you next week, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will go ahead and be setting the clock here just to help people keep track. There's also the timer up here. I'll try to make sure they're consistent. This one will force beep. I'll try to make it not be annoyingly force beep, folks, but it may be going off. So good to see you. Good morning.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Randall Reed, and I'm the board president of the Cucamonga Valley Water District. Cucamonga Valley Water District provides retail water services to approximately 200,000 residents located in the Inland Empire of Southern California. Together, our customers, CVWD has invested in developing a diverse drought-resilient water supply portfolio, including groundwater storage, recycled water, local surface water, and conservation. The conservation component of our supply is robust and includes educational events, community workshops, landscape contests and tours, conservation rebates, leak detection, and most recently, we've added water monitoring app that the consumer can set usage limits and alert for leaks. As a result of these efforts, we've exceeded the state's 20% by 2020 conservation objective and have reduced overall consumption by 35% over the last 20 years. Even after all these years of investment in education, we are in a position to be out of compliance with the annual water usage objective as proposed. We estimate that we will have to reduce the demand by another 31% by 2035, equating to 13,000 acre-feet of water per year. In order to achieve the proposed objective, we estimate that it will cost $1.4 billion over 10 years, either directly to our customers or to our agency through enhanced rebate programs. That's assuming customers will participate. I'd like to add that it's essential that a draft regulation acknowledges water suppliers' limitation in requiring and enforcing customers to participate in performance measures. We are concerned that the proposed regulatory framework requires significant customer investment and behavior changes that the water suppliers cannot control. We have concerns that the recommended outdoor water standards have deviated significantly from the legislative intent of the framework and would fail to support existing landscape, leading to blight in our communities and loss of investment into existing landscape. We request that if water suppliers have a robust outdoor water use efficiency program and is still not meeting its objective, the State Water Board should recognize the good faith effort and partner with the water suppliers to develop a reasonable standard and provide technical assistance prior to enforcing any action. We request that the State Water Board ensure that water suppliers' limited resources are not being shifted to comply with burdensome reporting requirements, resulting in little to no water savings, rather than giving water suppliers the flexibility to target customers to maximum water savings per dollar spent. The State Water Board should consider the goals of AB 1755, the Open and Transparent Water Data Act, and AB 1668 requirement that directs the state to identify opportunities for streamlining reporting, eliminate redundant data submissions, and the overall usefulness of data requests. The state regulation gave some consideration to the resilient water supply investments like recycled water, but they do not recognize them enough. The collective of water agencies in the Inland Empire have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in a robust recycled water program, including both direct use for irrigation and indirect use with groundwater recharge, and we still have room to do more. For example, the California Water Commission has conditionally awarded a large grant to further expand recycled water through advanced treatment and groundwater storage to further develop local, sustainable water supplies and make our region climate change resilient. We ask that you consider increasing the bonus incentive cap for indirect portable use projects to recognize and incentivize investments in recycled water and other sustainable water supplies. In closing, we appreciate the opportunity to provide comment to the State Water Board and staff's engagement with the water community. We look forward to the opportunity to work with the State Water Board this year to advance the state's goal of making water conservation in California a way of life in a manner that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I really appreciate you traveling up here and providing your input, engaging in this discussion, and look forward to what I know will be further discussion around this. Thank you. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Edward Jackson.
Good afternoon. I'm Ed Jackson. I'm the president of Liberty Utilities, and I'm the elected president of the California Water Association, representing over 90 water companies regulated by the California Public Utilities Commission, CPUC. CWA utilities provide drinking water to over 6 million customers statewide. My comments are on behalf of CWA's entire membership. CWA endorses the other comments made today by the broad coalition of other water associations and water suppliers of which we are a part. I want to focus on concerns that the proposed regulation will negatively affect water rates and affordability and result in adverse impacts on low-income communities and people of color. There is no question that Californians need to continue to use water more efficiently as climate change stresses our water supplies. And on that point, it is encouraging that the per capita water use trend continues to be downward. However, CWA is concerned that the proposed regulation incorporates water use standards that are not reasonable for some water suppliers and will require extensive and costly new administrative requirements for which there is no evidence that they will lead to any further reduction to water use by customers. Increases to ongoing costs of the regulation will have to be passed on to customers in the form of higher water rates, and that will disproportionately impact disadvantaged communities, especially those served by smaller water suppliers. Small water suppliers lack the capacity to rapidly scale up their water conservation programs and staff, which will be required to comply with the proposed regulations. There will need to be a significant increase in program expenditures by all water suppliers in the next few years. However, our rate making and regulatory process at the CPUC is not aligned with the proposed regulations with respect to its timing and cost impacts. The CPUC Environmental and Social Justice Action Plan already acknowledges that increasing utility rates place a significant burden on ESG communities that pay into rebate programs but do not receive the breaks on their bills. These challenges cannot be mitigated by extending the period to comply. So the proposed regulations, in our view, need to be revised to streamline the implementation costs. CWA recommends 3 changes. First, duplicative and non-substantive reporting requirements should be minimized or eliminated. Second, new grant programs should be implemented to support the ability of small water suppliers and all size water suppliers serving disadvantaged communities to make these regulations workable and effective. And third, the board should coordinate with the CPUC to integrate this program with the rate-making process to ensure adequate and equitable revenues are collected to properly fund the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Appreciate those comments and traveling here and participating in the discussion today. I know it's been a long day, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sandra Rose.
That would be me. I'm really glad to finally get up here after all day, so thank you so much. Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning, but now I'm saying good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandra Rose, and I'm president of the Monte Vista Water District Board. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm not a water engineer. I'm definitely not a consultant. But I am a person who was elected with the goal to serve the public. This whole setup can be a little intimidating for us lay people, but I'm here today to speak up for all the constituents of retail water agencies in California. Specifically, I represent Monte Vista Water District, which is in western San Bernardino County. We're a retail water provider to approximately 56,000 people with a median household income of $67,853, which is 19% below the statewide median income. Every day, our staff makes sure people have clean and affordable water, 24/7 and 365 days a year. Our staff is dedicated to promoting conservation. In fact, Monte Vista Water District's customers are the most efficient users in our area. We do support additional conservation efforts, but regulations must be reasonable. One grave concern with these regulation requirements is the amount of reporting needed to support it. More required reporting does nothing to benefit our rate-paying constituents. In fact, it adds to our administrative expenses that are paid for by the public. Our concern is keeping water affordable for all. Perhaps if funds were made available for this reporting, we would be able to hire more staff to provide this information. Thus, we would not be putting more of an unnecessary financial burden on the public we serve. State Water Board staff will also be burdened with reviewing, responding to, and filing these reports. Can the state's budget support these costs, or will that cost be passed on to others? Conservation outcomes are one thing, but the reporting requirements of these regulations are ridiculous. As elected officials, we're the voice of our constituents and our agencies. We must make our decisions with integrity and stewardship in mind while recognizing the impacts on others. The Monte Vista Board respects the credibility, professionalism, and expertise of the staff that serve our customers. I ask that the State Board seriously consider the comments presented by those experts who have the best pulse on what is needed to achieve greater conservation results. They're not speaking up because they dislike the regulations. Rather, they're sharing concerns on behalf of our customers who will ultimately pay for the high cost of the strict components of this regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Really appreciate your comments. Well worth the wait. And would like now to call up Raymond Beal.
The best walk I've had all day. Feel free to stand up if you need to. I don't know how you can sit for 2.5, 3 hours. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Ray Reilly. I'm board president for the Citrus Heights Water District. One-size-fits-all statewide regulations do not take the best interest of our communities and our constituents in mind. Water efficiency is important. Local control also allows elected officials who live within our constituents' communities to make decisions based on our unique circumstance. We understand our district's needs and know our water supply better than anyone else. We should have the flexibility to address our needs in the most effective way possible. The Water Conservation Act of 2009 set reduction standards for the state. Our customers have already reduced consumption by nearly 30% from the 2013 levels. Further reductions will impact our ability to meet the minimum health and safety standards and keep our trees and green spaces healthy. These regulations are unfunded mandates that will force water providers like ours to raise the fixed portion of our rates for our customers. These increased costs will disproportionately impact those who can least afford it. Our service area has 2 large areas that are considered disadvantaged as defined by the federal government's Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool. One of the most labor-intensive and costly requirements is identifying more than 500 commercial, industrial, and institutional properties within our district and installing dedicated irrigation meters. The requirement to annually classify such properties is another example of how irrelevant to the intended purpose of the requirements. From October 1st, 2022 through May of 2023, nearly 89% of the inflow to the Delta flowed to the ocean. About 23.2 million acre-feet of water went straight to the sea. That is millions of acre-feet more than was needed for environmental and other public trust uses. In the Sacramento region, we don't have sufficient water storage, and we lack options that allow us to use and manage the abundance of water that we have. Our Constitution allows Californians to make policies that consider local values. Article 10, Section 2 of the state constitution says The general welfare requires that the water resources of the state be put to beneficial use to the fullest extent of which they are capable. We don't oppose using water wisely. We support that. We oppose regulations that impose excessive costs on our community and strip away our ability to make local decisions. These regulations must be overhauled to account for local water supply. One-size-fits-all statewide regulations do not take the best interests of our communities into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours as well. And just want to acknowledge that the process was meant to not have a one-size-fits-all. And but I know there's still obvious concern around that. So I really appreciate it.
It feels like it's one-size-fits-all from our perspective.
That's fair. I appreciate that. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up, I believe it's Robert Griffith and then Pam Tobin. Sorry, Pam. At least that's what I had on my list here. Apologies, the scroll, if it unsynced on me.
Okay, I think we're out of order, but okay. Good afternoon, the Chairman, Esquivel, and members of the board. My name is Robert Griffith, and I am a board member at Mission Springs Water District. I'd like to thank you for allowing us to speak to you today. MSWD is a retail water and wastewater service provider located in the Coachella Valley. We serve approximately 36,000 residents in Desert Hot Springs and the surrounding unincorporated area of Riverside County. Most people equate the Coachella Valley with Palm Springs, golf courses, and music festivals. Our service area, however, is not prominent on Instagram. Our customers work in the hotels, restaurants, and golf courses of other valley cities. By state standards, they are considered severely disadvantaged. The median income of our service area is just above $33,000 a year, so think about that. More than a third of our residents live at or below the poverty line, and most pay more than 50% in rent or mortgage. Most homes in our service area already feature natural landscaping, or in many cases, no landscaping at all. Pools are a rare sight. State grant funding for turf replacement and efficient toilets has been offered to our customers, but many cannot afford the labor costs for installation. When looking at the standards set for MSWD, I believe we're being lumped into similar standards of our neighboring agencies to the south and its more affluent customers. We're being asked to cut 19% by 2025, 40% by 2030, and 42% by 2035. The proposed cuts disproportionately impact those on the lower end of the economic scale, especially renters, seniors, and customers on fixed incomes, many with older homes who cannot afford to replace appliances or plumbing fixtures. Disadvantaged communities such as Desert Hot Springs will suffer drastically. I don't believe that is the intent of the legislation that brings us here today. While MSWD supports the state's water efficiency efforts, we do not believe the targets are reasonable or even feasible for our customers. With recent inflation factors and looming Chrome 6 standards, our customers who struggle to pay their bills now are facing more pain in the future. If these standards are adopted in 2024, we will only have months to comply with the regulations or face stiff penalties. To meet these drastic cuts will require more time and financial and technical assistance in order to comply. We're a small district with an operating budget of approximately $22 million. A 19% reduction in water consumption will result in a loss of $2.5 million in revenue. This will require the district to immediately reduce or cancel other programs, including those intended to maintain and improve groundwater quality. The need for more conservation is both necessary and urgent. However, a 19 to 42% water use reduction is neither reasonable nor feasible for my constituents. We asked the State Board to provide an alternative compliance pathway, including technical and financial assistance to address feasibility concerns. At the very minimum, we respectfully ask for an adjustment to the compliance period to prepare, budget, and implement a long-term, sustainable program that will allow our customers to both conserve and survive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Griffith. I really appreciate your comments and points here. I'd acknowledge I had an uncle that worked for Mission Springs for a long while, and I'm from the Coachella Valley, so I know the struggles that you have. I did want to clarify that the enforcement action for the board doesn't trigger until, enforcement ability for the board on any of this wouldn't be until 2027. So, there is here a timeline. Yeah. Well, and again, when we talked about outliers and those that would have to do a tremendous amount, you are there, and we're here to work with you. So thank you. Board Member Firestone, please.
Thanks. Yeah, and I just wanted to follow up. Maybe this is more of a request. I want to make sure I don't want to spend a lot of time because there's a lot of people I know we want to hear from. But just as follow up, for Mission Springs and some of the other areas that I know Cal Water service areas that were presented and others that have these really high estimated values, I would ask if possible for you to work with our staff, and if our staff can work with you and dig into really understanding what's driving that, because it's hard. I think what we're trying to do is craft something that acknowledges that, it's not feasible for you to do that, for this community to do that in a short amount of time. And we want to make sure that we're not going in hypotheticals or bad data, but we're really understanding what's driving the issue. And if it's a data or if it's a, outdoor water use, or if it's something else issue. It's just, I think, maybe this is a request for everyone, that if you have really high, if you're looking at the calculator and you have really high one, if you can reach out, if you haven't already, to our staff and really try to help us dig through and understand what that is, that would be really helpful.
Thank you again, Mr. Griffith, and thank you, board member. Yeah, I think what's front of mind here is the implementability of this, and just really appreciate that. Ms. Tobin, apologies for that.
That's okay. It gave me a chance to stand, and when I sit too long, I get a little bit too stiff. So anyway, thank you, and good afternoon. I want to acknowledge and appreciate the chair's time and the other members of the State Water Board for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Pam Tobin, and today I'm providing comments as the president of the Association of California Water Agency. ACWA, which represents over 470 water agencies throughout California, deliver about 90% of the water supplies for municipal, industrial, and agricultural purposes. I'm also providing comments as a board of director for the San Juan Water District, which provides water services to retail customers and wholesale customers in the Northeast Sacramento and Southeast Placer County service area. Over the past several years, ACWA has been convening through leaders of its diverse membership agencies who have pioneered local and regional programs and dedicated their careers to advancing water efficiency, to provide input to both the Department of Water Resources and the State Water Board. These members are very passionate, and you will hear some of that. So if you hear the frustration, and it probably is, just understand that it's not defiant. With the State Water Board's release of the draft regulation text, ACWA has been convening technical working groups on a daily basis, including outdoor efficiency, performance measures, water loss, data collection, and methodology working groups. On October 17th, ACWA will be submitting red lines as part of the written comments. The red lines are intended to be constructive and support meaningful water savings while recognizing water supply constraints and real-world implementation of water use efficiency programs. We want to partner with the state and have a seat at the table so that we can partner together in this long-term goal. Urban retail water suppliers are the only entities that will ultimately be responsible for compliance with these regulations. The regulation will solely impose obligations on the urban retail water suppliers. Water suppliers will incur the significant costs burdened of these regulations and no indication of the state's financial or technical support. Public water agencies recognize water use efficiency as an important tool in our toolkit to ensuring a climate-resilient water supply. Public water agency track records demonstrate our commitment to improving drought planning and response and water use efficiency. Suppliers met the goal of the SB X7-7 and the governor's call to voluntarily conserve water during the drought emergency. However, we have significant concerns that the proposed draft regulations shift the communities away from an efficient use of water to as low as possible approach. The approach limits water suppliers' flexibility to pursue cost-effective savings, which is the intent of the legislation. Additionally, the regulation disappropriately impacts certain areas of the state and fails to provide reasonable pathways to success of compliance. Pushing beyond a reasonable, attainable level of efficiency presents significant trade-offs on water affordability and other areas of climate resiliency. Additionally, we have significant concerns that the compressed timeline of the draft regulations are not reasonable for sustainability, advancing long-term water use efficiency. To design cost-effective multi-benefit programs, suppliers need to budget, hire staff, and design and implement cost-effective programs. Some suppliers are looking at significant reduction to requirements as early as 2025, 3 months when the regulation will go into effect. Additionally, reductions in water use hinges on California's voluntary making significant behavior changes. The success of this approach lies upon the customer's compliance, educating Californians not only on the value of making these changes, but also on the best cost-effective manner to make these changes while also supporting and expanding environmental benefits required time. As California establishes itself as a national leader in water use efficiency, it also has the opportunity to establish itself as a model for partnership between the state and the water suppliers that are responsible for the regulation's success. We have a lot of smart, passionate people engaged on this. We will accomplish more if we do it together and acknowledge there are some serious challenges with current proposed draft regulations. Our ask from the State Water Board members and staff engage and partner with Aqua to meaningfully revise the regulation to address those major concerns, including the compressed timeline, lack of flexibility, reporting and data burden, and unreasonable water objectives. Finally, we urge the board to continue to balance water use efficiency with the broader portfolio of solutions water suppliers are seeking to implement a reliable managed water in our climate change. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours, Ms. Tobin. Appreciate those comments. Looking forward to what I know is going to be a lot of further engagement and work and discussion. So thanks for being here with us. It's appreciated. Next, I believe we have Kathy Green, which I'm not sure if I see her in the room. And then otherwise, oh, she's on Zoom. Okay, well, let's quickly finish going through the folks in person, and then Ms. Green, we'll go to you here as we get to those that are virtual. Next, I think, is then Nathan Bosberg, and maybe our last in-person elected. Good afternoon. Thanks for the patience.
My name is Nathan Vosberg, current city council member and former mayor of City of Cahuenga. And I appreciate you guys helping us on, I think we paid for water through the roof. And so you guys came through. You guys have come through on a couple things for us, and we really appreciate that. I'm here to today to make public comments on behalf of my community. Cahuenga is located in the Pleasant Valley, Central Valley, surrounded by hills, ranches in Fresno County, 10 miles west of Interstate 5 at a halfway point between Los Angeles and Sacramento. We're home to Pleasant Valley State Prison, Cahuenga State Hospital, lots of farms, cannabis, agriculture, and serve approximately 18,000 residents that are both economically and culturally diverse. In Cahuenga, the only way that we can get our water is from the State Water Project, Central Valley Water Project. We have, the groundwater there isn't usable, so that's not an option for us. We have been addressing water conservation. Our city has watering restrictions in place to limit excess water usage and runoff that are aligned with our conservation goals. We are also offering the turf replacement program, funding for 500 homes to renovate to a drought-tolerant landscape that is expected to save about 300 acre-feet per year. We're also doing the AMI systems, Those are quite pricey, but we've been able to qualify for some grants, and those actually work really well. We have a lot of people interested in saving for their own pocket. The only problem with those types of things is that as a small community, when they save, they pay more. They really do. You got to pay to, no matter what, we got to pay to push that water down the canal. So when we can't collect that water, that money from selling that water, rates go up. Then we don't have room for capital improvement, and then we have people that are already in hardship because we are a disadvantaged community paying more. Today I come to share with you some of the challenges that we have as a rural disadvantaged community. First, much of our population works in agriculture and works in farm. Without water, they got no job. Without no job, they can't pay their bill. They can't pay any bills. Second, without the ability to sell water to scale, the city cannot afford much needed capital improvements to keep up with aging infrastructure that provides safe drinking water to our citizens. Even with conservation efforts, we still have to pay to transport that water. And when we can't sell water, it causes the price for everyone to go up, which we've done multiple times. Let me tell you, talk about the human element here. I think some people miss the mark. I don't think they understand when you have people that can't buy groceries because they have to pay their water bill. I think that we need to have mayors of the cities in the Central Valley sitting up here on one of these panels instead of people that are looking at numbers all day long. That would be helpful for the rest of us, especially when you're talking about trust issues. When we see water going 15,000 acre feet from Orville every 24 hours to give the thirst of energy to provide for these electric vehicles and then shoved right down the ocean. And then every single year we're saying we need to save more, we need to save more. It's hard for our constituents to look at this and say, why aren't we increasing capacity? Why is the supply side an issue? Why do we not have, why are we having to use Prop 1 money to make dams? And so we're also talking about another bond. You know, we've talked about this at League of Cities. People are asking, well, where'd the old money go? You know, and is the new money going to go for storage? Because that's what we really need. But I'll tell you the third and most importantly thing for Coalinga with not having enough water, it's a huge public safety risk for us. Coalinga is an epicenter for valley fever. So much that they've pulled people out of our prisons and sent them elsewhere, saying that it's too much of a risk, specifically for the minority groups, which we have, I think, 60% of. The Department of Public Health shows Coalinga as one of the areas in the highest rates of valley fever, a disease that's caused by a fungus that grows in the soil and dirt. Our residents and their pets can and do get very sick when they breathe in this dust that has the fungus in it. Valley fever causes cough, fever, chest pains, difficulty breathing, night sweats, muscle pain, joints, weight loss, rash, and tiredness. People die from this. They do all the time. In my community, we have a very small community, so we see the increases. And guess where those increases come? Time of drought where we can't water the lawn, I know that there's a huge thing on taking grass away, but guess what? From the California Department of Health, the following recommendation to control valley fever is to control dust in your yard by covering open dirt areas around your house with grass, plants, or other ground cover, and before digging, wet down the dirt to reduce the dust. So for us, having grass is hugely important. It's not just a thing of, hey, we want to make it look good, because lots of people have taken into the consideration and said, I mean, with our programs that I think you guys have helped provide, to make their stuff look good because they don't want that brown look when we have times where we have to conserve. So people are aware of the situation, but we're also aware of the health concerns, you know, that we have posed. It may be unique to our area, which is why we're asking for flexibility. We support the League, the California League of Cities, on their needs for flexibility as well. We think that flexibility like I said earlier, I'd like to see the cities up here. I'd like to see you hear from the actual human element. That'd be interesting, because I think right now you are, but I think in your decision-making process of having people up here in your panels, that would be an interesting thing to hear. Because of these and many other reasons, we're asking for flexibility, implementation, increased funding to meet capital improvement projects that will further our water conservation projects, and enough water to water our grass to keep down the threat of valley fever. This is what we're asking for. I mean, you know, constantly every single year we've been saving more and more and more. And so when we're saving, we're losing on the capital end because we can't sell that water, which means our water projects fall behind. So we do need increased funding. And we will continue to make many asks on that. And I think that the biggest thing that our community has, because I asked people beforehand before I came up here, and I said, what do you want me to just tell them? This is the most common. Please stop sending our most valuable resource to the ocean. Stop it. And start sending it to the farmers to grow crops so that they can have jobs, support a robust economy, and our growing population. And for that, I thank you. And I thank you for your job. I know this is a hard job for you guys, so I appreciate it. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Vosberg. It's all collectively hard jobs that we have, so no need to thank for that. And just importantly, thanks for your time. And I know patience here in contributing to all of this discussion. I just wanted to note, and the board, since 2019, I believe, has invested $9 billion in the water supply side. So that's water recycling, importantly, drinking water, making potable, et cetera. So I want to make sure and communicate that there, because I know folks paying attention to this conversation might make it could seem that we're overly focused just on the conservation side and aren't aware that there are these other spaces. But I appreciate the important note that you made around a number of issues there, and importantly, the engagement around the discussion. It means a lot, sir. Thank you. I believe that's our last elected within the room. If that's not the case, please just make sure you flag to the board clerk here, or just stand up. And then would like to go to those that are elected on the virtual platform, starting first with Kathy Green.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I am Kathy Green, President of the Orange County Water District and President-elect of the Association of California Water Agencies. OCWD manages a vast groundwater basin that provides 85% of the drinking water supply for 2.5 million people in Orange County. It also operates the world's largest reuse project, the GWRS, which recycles 100% of the reclaimable wastewater in its service area. In Orange County, agencies have been successfully implementing water use efficiency programs for decades, achieving significant reductions in water use despite a growing population. We are concerned that the proposed regulation goes beyond efficiency, as was intended by SB 606 and AB 1668 of 2018, and into a lowest possible water use that can be achieved. The difference carries significant cost, affordability, and quality of life ramifications for the residents of Orange County, which includes 500,000 residents considered financially disadvantaged or severely disadvantaged. We ask the State Water Board to work collaboratively with water suppliers to revise the regulation to provide a reasonable timeline, reasonable water use objectives that consider cost effectiveness and impacts to affordability, and reduce unnecessary burdens that don't advance actual water savings. Additionally, to protect investments and avoid the unintended stranding of assets such as GWRS, which is nearly $1 billion investment, we request a permanent variance to be included for areas that have or plan to develop a centralized system that recycles indoor water use back to drinking water quality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Green. I appreciate your leadership contributing here today. Again, I know it's been a long day, and importantly, the continued work around this, so thank you.
Thank you. I've enjoyed hearing the comments.
Thank you kindly. Next, I'd like to call up Michelle Curtis, who will be followed by Bert Perello, and then Deborah Parada.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide input today. I'm Michelle Curtis, Administrative Services Manager for Helix Water District, and I'm speaking on behalf of Kathleen Coates-Hedberg, who's the board president here at Helix Water District. She actually had to just step out for our own board meeting. Helix serves San Diego's East County suburbs, treating water for 500,000 people and distributing water to 277,000. Like you've heard from other agencies today, we're committed to water conservation and our customers have been using water efficiently. I'm not going to go through and list our current programs. However, I will share that we've reduced our GPCD by almost 40% in the last 20 years. Thanks to these efforts, we're confident that we'll meet our urban water use objective. Today, our customers use 14% less water than our objective using the proposed 2035 standards. We do, however, have grave concerns about the proposed CII measures. The proposed CII measures will add significant additional costs to our agency. This will have the permanent impact of increasing water rates for our customers and immediately making water less affordable. This is particularly concerning for the 277,000 residents that we serve, given that 44%, or almost half, of our district is classified as a DAC population. Our customers just can't afford this regulation. Specifically, we estimate that it will cost a minimum of $3.3 million to install dedicated irrigation meters at our CII large landscape properties that currently have mixed-use meters. This does not include any private side costs to connect the existing irrigation systems to the new dedicated irrigation meters. And who will fund these additional costs? Of most concern, not only will these proposed CII regulations make water less affordable for our customers, they also have the frustrating impact of potentially providing minimal, at best, water savings for our district. Specifically, if these proposed regulations reduced outdoor CII water use by 20%, this would reduce total district water use by only 0.3%. Again, that's 0.3% of our total water use. It would take these customers about 20 years to see any cost benefit savings. Alternatively, if we chose the in lieu water management technologies, we anticipate needing an additional full-time conservation staff member to help develop and administer those programs. Once more, making water less affordable for our economically disadvantaged communities. We also have concerns about our authority to require a CII property to pay for and install those technologies. These CII measures provide too little benefit at too high a price for our customers. We feel that we can accomplish more water savings at a lower cost by continuing with our existing voluntary conservation programs. We respectfully request you consider replacing the proposed CII requirements with a simple list of voluntary best management practices that water agencies may choose from as appropriate for their district and their unique circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate the good feedback and engagement here. And again, looking forward to the further discussion here. Really appreciate it. And here, yeah, flagging, hearing concerns with CII. Next, I'd like to go to Bert Perello, who will be followed by Deborah Parada.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar. My name is Bert Perello. I'm a council member for the city of Oxnard in Ventura County. Oxnard is a coastal city approximately 60 miles west of Los Angeles. Our city has a population of just under 250,000 residents, and our population is primarily working class Hispanic and Latino. I'm here to make public comments on behalf of my community. I have 3 comments. First, these kinds of new regulations usually result in more resources required by local retailers to analyze, track, implement, and report. That extra lift results in increased costs to our ratepayers, and it disproportionately impacts disadvantaged communities like Oxnard. Many of our residents are struggling to pay for water now. Adding more costs to them to implement a state program like this is problematic. If not already part of the rollout plan, the state should provide funding for these mandates, especially to low-income communities. Second, we support water use efficiency practices through the implementation of fair and equitable measures. To accomplish water conservation and water use efficiency goals, all water users, including residential, commercial, industrial, and agricultural water users, must make water reductions, not solely the urban sector. According to the California Water Plan updated 2023 that just came out, between 2016 and 2020, agriculture, for example, use 4 times the amount of applied water as urban users in California. If the most significant water conservation and efficiency efforts for other sectors lies in SGMA, which requires sustainability plans for overdrafted basins, that's not enough for those other sectors. SGMA impacts all of us equally, urban and agricultural users. Our region submitted groundwater sustainability plans to the state just a few years ago. Those don't impact other sectors in any unique way. They impact all of us. If this rulemaking is going to include a formula and strict limits on urban use of water, all other sectors should also have formulas and strict limits on their use of water, shared pain by urban and agricultural users. Third, in lieu of focusing on reduction, more emphasis needs to be placed on new sources of water. We can conserve more, but we will never really get to our goal. Water conservation and water use efficiency must be part of a comprehensive solution that includes local resource development and infrastructure improvements that promote economic and environmental sustainability. There needs to be a greater state emphasis on streamlining the indirect potable reuse, or IPR, permitting process, and creating a direct potable reuse, or DPR, process that isn't overly onerous. The state could repurpose whatever resources it has towards this effort into partnering with local agencies that can produce IPR or DPR within a short period of time. Help us build out our infrastructure. Help us get it permitted. Help us find solutions for our residents. In Oxnard, we have had a fully built out and operating recycling water plant, waiting to expand for greater use, but is still years away from getting an IPR permitted. Oxnard agrees that California's residents need to conserve water. However, we believe the state should help pay for the implementation of this rulemaking so it doesn't end up on the backs of the residents. That all sectors, I repeat, all sectors should have similar conservation and efficiency efforts, and that the state should focus on new sources of water. Thank you for your time and considerations on this comment from my residents and myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member. I appreciate your participation here. Would flag there is an ongoing process on our direct potable reuse work and also a strike team working group on recycled water on the permitting side along with DSAL. So those are areas I hope folks are able to plug in as well, because to your point, it isn't just off of the backs of urban conservation that we're going to be just resolving what are very complicated water challenges in our watersheds. So just thank you for that.
I appreciate that, Chair. And the concern is this plan has been in place for several years at the expense of the residents of Oxnard and is yet to be permitted to be used. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up Deborah Parada, who will be followed by Jeremy Wolf. And I think that rounds out our elected officials. And Ms. Parada should be invited to unmute here.
Okay, I'm in. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Debbie Parada, and I'm the Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Ontario. On behalf of my City Council, we urge you to reconsider the draft regulations pertaining to the Making Conservation a Way of Life in California. The new regulations require our city to reduce usage by over 5,500 acre-feet per year, and then the additional reduction of nearly 20% by the year of 2035. While continuing to provide water service to support new housing growth in the city, which is going to be very hard. This monumental feat will require additional resources to effectively implement, enforce, report, resulting in an increased cost burden to our community. The reduced water sales, in addition to the implementation and enforcement costs, will drastically increase our water rates, furtherly impacting the affordability of water to our community. Ontario has and continues to focus on conservation and increasing water use efficiency. Over the years, our population has grown due to an increase in housing units, with only a slight increase in water use. We accomplish this through implementation of efficiency programs such as turf removal, sprinkler retrofits, drought-tolerant landscaping, and community outreach. At the same time, we have reduced our reliance on imported water by making very large investments in recycled water infrastructure and other locally sustainable water resource
California Resident Consultant.
enhancements
If
funded
you know
by
your party's extension, you may enter it at any time or
somebody.
select from the following options.
Am I being overspeaked? Okay. Our Ontario Ranch housing development is the region's top selling master plan community and is ranked 6th nationally. In this new housing development and throughout the city, we have approved and are now using the new state compliant landscape ordinance. And now these rules are being changed. With these new regulations, there's increasingly restrictive and unreasonable requests. They remove local control and inhibit the city's ability to partner with developers and residents in supporting the much needed need for housing in the Inland Empire. We would like to ask this water board to please work with our state legislatures in providing funding and streamline the permitting process to add multiple storage reservoirs above ground and below ground throughout the state to capture what we can during the rain so that we are prepared for those drought years. In closing, we respectfully request that you work with the communities in the spirit of collaboration, common sense, and forward progress. We thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Parada, and commit to continuing to work in a very open, transparent, and collaborative way with folks here on this, and thank you for the comments. It's really appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Jeremy Wolf. Okay, thank you. That looks like it wraps our elected officials at this time. Oh, do we do? Okay. Like to call up Tom Francis then? Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm not elected, although who knows, someday. So good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Again, my name is Tom Francis. I'm the Water Resources Manager at the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency. We go by BOSCA. BOSCA is a special district that represents 26 water agencies that rely on the San Francisco Hetch Hetchy regional water system. These agencies in turn deliver water to 1.8 million residents and over 40,000 businesses in the Bay Area. Our region includes Silicon Valley, which is a vital engine of California's economy with significant commercial and industrial water demands. BOSCA is committed to the success of making water conservation a California way of life and has demonstrated its commitment to water use efficiency since our creation as a special district in 2003. Since then, our agencies have invested more than $16 million in successful water conservation programs, lowering our water use by 36%. And also our average resident in the BOSCA region uses 60 gallons per person per day, which is roughly 35% less than the average California resident. BOSCA supports today's comments as made by the two officials representing Aqua. And in addition, we wanted to provide just a couple of further comments on the proposed CII performance measures. And we do appreciate that you recognized, Chair Esquivel, that there's still work that needs to be done on those. We believe the approach as outlined in the draft regulations for CII is burdensome for our water suppliers and perhaps even the customers. We view that the way it is currently orchestrated is that it's unclear that the water savings that are hoped to be achieved by what's proposed will happen. So specifically, we don't see that a measure will have a positive impact that requires at least 5 BMPs for the top 20% of all CII customers in each of the 22 categories, plus at least 2 BMPs for the 2.5% of CII customers. It's just going to be a lot of staff. You would think that BOSCA in the Bay Area has representing really large water agencies, but you know, some of our water agencies are very small. They're not necessarily wealthy. East Palo Alto is an example of one of our agencies that's fairly poor, to be quite honest with you. So for those agencies, what we would recommend is that those monies be spent on programs for which CII customers aren't necessarily already efficient, different programs. So for example, we don't necessarily see that developing basically BMPs for a category that includes mostly parking lots or warehouses, 5 BMPs for something like that would be useful. So we want instead a targeted approach that would propose draft regulations for development of BMPs for the top 20% of all CII customers, regardless of category. It's still a big effort, but we think it's going to result in more savings and perhaps not as much staff time, or at least if we have to have added staff, their focus is going to be more productive. This targeted approach...
Sorry, don't mean to interrupt, but if you could try to wrap up. I'm going to try to start to enforce the 3-minute limit on folks, because otherwise we won't be able to get through everyone.
Yeah,
so,
no worries. So this targeted approach will focus water supply efforts and financial resources better. And that actually concludes my comments. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up, and here I want to take a break here in a moment just because people do need a chance to stretch and have a bio break. But let's get through a few folks and just going in order of those that have put in their name here. So next I'd like to call up Amy Talbot, followed by Brian Sanders, and then Ashley Metzger. Are there still 3 more elected? Apologize. I thought, okay. Okay, thank you. We do have 3 more elected amongst us. Apologies. Let's go to the platform then for our next commenter, and it'll be Andy Morris. Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I appreciate the time. And just a quick note, I'm Andy Morris, Board President of Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District. We are not coastal or affluent. We are in the Inland Empire, as you all know. We all agree that conservation is absolutely critical, and my agency has done a fantastic job in conservation, but we also need to remember the human component to the regulations and the policies. We cannot conserve away the impacts to our customers. These draft regulations will significantly increase our operational and maintenance costs, which will be passed on to the customers and negatively impact our disadvantaged communities. Some examples of how our rates will increase from this is increased operations and maintenance costs due to low flows at our sewer plants, more reliance on imported water, which to meet our growth as EV&WD is only 35% built out, and water agencies are key to meeting the governor's goals of 1 million more homes to meet the shortage. Penalties will ultimately hurt customers because overall compliance and regulations as written will be hard to meet, thus fines are in the cards. Everyone across the state is already struggling given the record inflation and cost pressures our water agencies, with electricity up 30%, chemical costs up 100 to 200%, construction costs 40%, as well as what individual households are facing. And to add these additional requirements will only exacerbate rate pressures on our customers, many of them low income and disadvantaged. We simply ask that the board work with the water agencies and other experts in the water industry who understand the impacts these proposed regulations pose to all and draft a truly useful and effective regulation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Next, we have Darcy Burke, Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, board, guests, and staff. My name is Darcy Burke, and I have the pleasure of serving with President Andy Morris on the Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District. I also serve on the United States Environmental Protection Agency Local Government Advisory Committee, where I serve on the Climate Adaptation Subcommittee and PFAS subcommittees, respectively. Andy talked a little bit about the disadvantaged communities in our area, and we provide 160,000 people water and wastewater and recycled water service. We have more demand for our recycled water than we'll ever be able to meet, especially given these pending regulations. But the part that I wanted to speak to is not the cost, which you hear from others, and the resources and the operational impacts. I want to speak directly to an unintended consequence to your proposed commercial outdoor irrigation standard to an LEF factor of 0.45 by 2035. At that level, given our climate, which is hot, dry, and arid, having functional turf of any kind, including at schools, sports fields, and community parks, will not be possible. For our children, that means no play space, no sports fields, and quite frankly, fewer play opportunities in general than those that live on the coast. These standards would further cause greater inequity compared to coastal, social, economic, privileged communities, as well as access and opportunity disparity. There are many benefits for children who regularly engage in play in natural settings. Studies have shown they are more resistant to stress, have lower incidence of behavioral disorders, anxiety, and depression, and have a higher measure of self-worth. Children score higher on tests of concentration and self-discipline. They show more advanced motor fitness, including coordination, balance, and agility. Their play is more diverse with more imagination when creative play that fosters language and social skills. Children's cognitive development is improved by increasing their awareness, observation, and reasoning skill while engaging in nature play. Healthy kids need playtime and therefore outdoor places to play. Families living in disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities already have limited access to sports fields, parks, and school playgrounds that are safe and well maintained. These standards will make access even more difficult, if not downright impossible. Grass is a cooler surface to play on than concrete, asphalt, dirt, or artificial turf. It's more pleasant, also improves the air by absorbing carbon dioxide and producing oxygen. This is especially important in temperatures that rise above 85 degrees. For my district, in summer, our temperatures regularly exceed 100 degrees. This summer, we had 23 days of higher than 100-degree temperatures. With climate change, the expected number of excessively hot days is anticipated to grow. On a hot day, lawns can be up to 30% cooler than asphalt, 14% cooler than dirt, 35% cooler than artificial turf. Natural turf means safer play for our children. Studies from the American Academy of Pediatricians and others have proven the importance of healthy outdoor play. Grass, turf provides this opportunity. The proposed landscape efficiency standards set for our communities up for failure, especially our children. We can and must do better, and we can do so together. These proposed regulations create a significant inequity for outdoor play and sports access, which are both necessary for good physical and mental well-being. Thank you for your time, and welcome back, Chairman Esquivel.
No, thank you for yours as well, Ms. Burke. I was listening all the way through, and thank you for Mr. Morris. And wanted to note the CII restrictions don't apply to fields and recreational yards. They're not included in the CII measures. But your points are still well taken on the importance of outdoor recreation for our communities.
And just to clarify that sports fields, recreation facilities like that, they would, an ET factor of 1.0 would apply to them, which is the amount needed to keep well-watered, cool season turf in good condition. And so just a clarification that this should not affect sports fields.
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you again, Ms. Burke. We have, I think, a couple more, at least one more elected here. I think it's Mark Emerson. Thank you, Mr. Emerson. Thank you for the patience and flexibility.
Yes, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Mark Emerson. I'm an elected official with the Carmichael Water District, which is a small district northeast of Sacramento. But I'm not here to represent Carmichael. Someone else is going to speak specifically to that. But I'm here to represent the professional staffs within the board and the water systems. Those future department staffs that are going to be reviewing annual plans and variances, enforcement staff that will eventually serve actions, and also legal staff that will have to prosecute and defend violations. I predict there'll be untold hours of actions that will be ineffective and inefficient. Why can I say this? Well, I worked here. I was your data wonk. I was a research scientist during the drought of 2014, 2015. One of the things that I designed was the electronic annual report with the Department of Public Health. And also I designed the drink portal and was able to go ahead within 1 day or 2 days, put up the reporting mechanism for the entire state, prototyped it for Eric here. He was my boss. I set up the analytics and helped draft emergency regs, and you gave me a Superior Accomplishment Award for this. Thank you very much. I'm also, at that time, I was a 20-year board member with the Carmichael Water District. I had water experiences. So here I worked for you, yet I was a board member with a water system, medium-sized water system. That gave me a unique perspective, and I was able to modify those questions that Eric had to be able to work, and it did work. What are the lessons that we learned during that drought period of 2014 and 15? We were 24.7% within the 25% goal, well within the margins. What works are messaging programs, subtle system pressure reductions, strategies, and a drought rate structure. They all work best. I predict that the stick approach that you're contemplating in these regs will not work, especially when adequate supplies are available and there is no water use conservation emergency, which requires a goal and a demonstrable need. The issues, nowhere in the strategy, the California Water Supply Strategy, got 34 seconds, doesn't mention the action of implementation of a water-based budget approach. You can have water use efficiency and reduction using a carrot approach. It works. We were able to step up then. I know we can do it again when there is an absolute need associated with that. I want the board, its staff, both staffs here and with the water systems to succeed in advancing water use efficiency and education of water users as to the value of water. And to this end, I offer my services in that perspective, knowing what can be done, both from the perspective of being a water agency, working within a water agency, and also within the Division of Drinking Water. Thank you.
Thank you as well for sharing your story, your leadership, and your work certainly in this. We will definitely continue to discuss. And I think just one, friendly amendment to not see this as a stick approach, but a standard approach. And here importantly, it's not, here trying to set a game of gotcha, but just how do we set these standards? How do we get more nuanced so we don't have to go through mandatory, sort of wrenching, if you will, that really does upset rates, but try to set a path forward. But thank you, and incredibly, and looking forward to the discussion further, Mr. Emerson. Appreciate your representation of the work. Clerk, are we done with electeds at this point? Good, I appreciate it. Appreciate everyone's patience. Let's take a quick 10-minute break. I know we have still additional commenters that we'll continue to get through quickly, but I want to provide folks here a break, especially transcription folks. So let's come back here at 4, I'll do my math here, 4:20, 10 minutes and just a little less than 10 minutes. At 4:20, we'll come back. Thank you.